जापानीज़ टीम्स के अगेंस्ट मैं तो कम्पीट करने के लिए काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हूँ, क्योंकि कोरिया से मुझे लगता है कि डीके काफ़ी अच्छा कंपटीशन हमको दे सकती है और उनके अगेंस्ट खेल के तो बहुत ही मज़ा आएगा, क्योंकि उनमें काफ़ी अच्छे स्टार प्लेयर्स हैं, ओसाला और नोलबू की अगर बात करें। एंड उनकी एक दूसरी टीम है नोंगशिम रेडफोर्स ऐसे करके, तो वो लोग भी काफ़ी अच्छा खेलते हैं। एंड उनके जितने मैंने मैचेस देखे हैं वो लोग काफ़ी ज़्यादा फाइट ओरिएंटेड खेलते हैं, तो उनके अगेंस्ट खेल के भी काफ़ी मज़ा आएगा। एंड अगर जापान की बात करूँ तो मैंने रिजेक्ट स्कारलेट का जो प्ले स्टाइल है वो काफ़ी अच्छे से एनालाइज़ किया है। एंड उनके अगेंस्ट खेल के भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा मज़ा आएगा, क्योंकि वो लोग काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्ट्रैटेजी ओरिएंटेड खेलते हैं। तो जो दो रीजन्स है, एक थोड़ा स्ट्रैटेजी ओरिएंटेड खेलता है, एक थोड़ा ज़्यादा रॉ एग्रेशन पे फोकस करता है। तो ये जो मिक्स होगा इंडियन लॉबी, जापानीज़ और कोरियंस, इन तीनों प्ले स्टाइल का जब मिक्सचर होगा तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा मज़ा आने वाला है उनके अगेंस्ट कम्पीट करके। तो जैसा कि सबको पता ही है कि इंडियन टीम्स को बाहर की टीम्स के अगेंस्ट कम्पीट किए एक टाइम पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा गैप हो गया था। तो उस टाइम पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा नैरेटिव चलने लग गया था कि इंडियन टीम्स या फिर इंडियन रीजन काफ़ी ज़्यादा पीछे हो गए अब। एंड वो चीज़ थोड़ी बहुत दिखती भी थी, क्योंकि इंडियन टीम्स की जो कंसिस्टेंसी है वो बहुत ऊपर नीचे होती थी। कोई एक टीम एक टूर्नामेंट जीत गई, उसके बाद उनका डाउनफॉल शुरू हो गया। बट अब जाके जैसे धीरे धीरे साल दर साल इंडियन टीम्स इवॉल्व करती आई हैं, अब जाके हम लोग काफ़ी सारे लोग बोल रहे हैं कि क्या जो बाहर की टीम्स इंडिया में आने वाली हैं, क्या वो लोग हमारे लिए रेडी हैं। क्योंकि इंडियन टीम्स की अगर आप प्ले स्टाइल अभी के लिए देखोगे तो वो लोग काफ़ी ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हैं। एंड अगर आप हमारे अलावा K9 एंड सोल को देखोगे तो भी जो उनके लास्ट के 2-3 मैचेस थे उनके लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थे, बट फिर भी उन्होंने ऐसे मूव्स बनाए हैं एक्चुअली जो काफ़ी ज़्यादा रिस्की थे, लेकिन वो मूव्स उनको गेम जिता सकते थे। तो इंडियन टीम्स की जो मेंटालिटी है अभी, उनका जो इंटेंट है, जो कोरियन टीम्स और जापानीज़ टीम्स फेस करेंगी तो उनके लिए भी डेफिनेटली काफ़ी ज़्यादा मुश्किल होने वाला है, क्योंकि मुझे नहीं लगता अब कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा गैप कुछ बच चुका है। एंड हम लोग बिल्कुल रेडी हैं उन लोगों के लिए।
나마스테. 저는 한국에서 온 Dplus KIA의 파비안이라고 하고, 저희 팀원은 이제 포레스트, 오살, 놀부, 칩스 이렇게 4명의 팀원이 있습니다. 당연히 이번에 저희가 우승을 할 예정이고, 이번에도 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다. 일단 저는 게임 안에서 IAGL을 맡고 있고, 오살 선수는 이제 앞선을 맡고 있고, 그리고 놀부, 칩스 선수들은 뒷선을 맡으면서 좀 어태커 역할을 해주고 있습니다. 어태커 역할 놀부, 칩스 선수는 서포터. 우선 인도 팀들 대회를 많이 봤어요. 이번에 경기를 하게 돼서 많이 보게 됐는데, 이번에 BMIC를 하게 되면서 인도 팀들을 많이 분석을 했어요. 분석을 했는데 거기서 팀 소울이랑 가츠레인 위주로 좀 많이 봤고, 그 두 팀이 23년도에도 좋은 성적을 냈었어가지고 그 팀들 위주로 보게 됐고, 이번에 얼마나 많이 성장했을지 궁금합니다. 아무래도 아는 선수들도 있고 그래서 좀 더 관심을 가졌던 것 같아요. 일단 일본 팀들은 이전에도 많이 겪어봤었어가지고 막 크게 기대는 되진 않고요. 인도 팀들이 많이 겪어보지 못한 팀들이라서 조금 걱정도 되고 기대도 됩니다. 아무래도 뭐 팬분들이 많이 와준다고 해서 압박이 있다기보다는 중요한 경기이기 때문에 좀 압박이 없을 수는 없을 것 같고, 팬분들이 많이 와주는 거는 되게 설레는 것 같아요. 압박이 게임 안에 들어갔을 땐 크게 영향을 미치진 않아요. 그냥 좀 경기 전에 설렘인 것 같고, 게임 들어가면은 그 압박이 다 사라져서 문제없이 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 인도에 지금은 선수가 아닌 걸로 알고 있긴 한데, 로빈 선수라고 같이 있는 선수 안 되고, 조나단 선수. 떨어진 걸로 참여한 선수들 중에요? 그러면 조커 선수 없어요? 조커 9? 네, 조커. 일본 선수는 그 사라 선수라고, 리젝트의 사라 선수. 일본 팀들은 23년도에 없었지만 이번에 저희가 23년도 때 저희가 우승했던 기억을 한번 되살려드리겠습니다. 저희를 어떻게 생각할지 모르겠지만 제가 이번에 한번 꺾어드리겠습니다. 세계적인 대회를 많이 경험하게 되면은 이제 좀 큰 무대들이 닥쳤을 때 그 경험치로 인해서 좀 차이가 많이 나는 걸로 알고 있어요. 저는 이번에 대회 네 보긴 했어요. 또 생긴 건 잘 못 봤는데. 이렇게 생겼다가
이렇게 생겼어요.
질문이 이해가 안 되는데, 우선 팬분들한테는 이번에도 또 제가 열심히 연습했으니까 좋은 모습 보여드릴 거고, 다른 팀 분들에게는 뭐 아쉽겠지만 우승은 저희가 할 거라서 2등부터 순위를 잘 매기시면 될 것 같습니다. 이 나라에 대한 생각이요? 일단 생각보다 되게 좋은 나라인 것 같고 음식도 저번에 왔을 때는 조금 저랑 안 맞는 게 좀 있었는데 이번에는 저번에 먹어봐서 그런지 생각보다 맛있더라고요. 좋고, 네, 그 정도 된 것 같습니다. 딱히 생각나는 게 없는데 일단 되게 뭐라 해야 될까, 공항에 딱 들어왔을 때부터 저번이랑 좀 느낌이 많이 달랐고, 호텔도 이번에는 되게 더 좋은 것 같고, 이번에 아직 경기장은 안 가봤지만 경기장이 저번보다는 훨씬 더 큰 걸로 들었어요. 팬분들도 많이 오신다고 했고, 그 부분이 가장 큰 차이점으로 느껴집니다. 감사합니다.
आई एम आदि, आई एम IGL ऑफ टीम नेबुला Esports। तो स्टार्टिंग में हमारा जब BMSD का जर्नी स्टार्ट हुआ तो हम लोगों को पता था कि हम पिछले टूर्नामेंट में क्या गलतियां करके आए हैं, पर शायद ऑफिशियल का एक अलग वाइब होता है, एक अलग प्रेशर होता है, तो शायद उस वजह से थोड़े प्लेयर्स मतलब स्टार्टिंग में थोड़े चोक कर रहे थे चीज़ों में। आई थिंक हम मतलब पूरी टीम एक सेम पेज पे नहीं थी। फाइनल्स हमारा डे 1 अच्छा गया था, मतलब डिसेंट गया था। हमने मतलब जैसा सोच के आए थे कि एक प्रॉपर माइंडसेट बना के आए थे कि हमको बस एकदम फियरलेस खेलना है, जो होगा एट द एंड रिजल्ट मैटर नहीं करेगा, बस हम हमारा बेस्ट देंगे। बाकी डे 2 पे आई थिंक थोड़ा हम सर्वाइवल पे चले गए थे कि थोड़े आई थिंक अब ट्रॉफी के लिए खेलते हैं, थोड़े पॉइंट्स अगर जोन आ रहा है तो एकदम होल्ड करके खेलते हैं, गेम को कन्वर्ट करते हैं, पर वो चीज़ शायद हमारे लिए वर्क नहीं किया। तो डे 3 पे हमने स्टार्टिंग से सोच लिया था कि अभी भी मतलब लीड बड़ी है पर इम्पॉसिबल नहीं है जीतना। फिर 4th मैच में हमने फाइनली जाके जो हमारा एकदम मतलब पंप हमारा हर मैच में था, हम एक उस मतलब फाइनल के लास्ट डे पे ना एक अलग ही वाइब में खेल रहे थे, एक अलग ही मतलब एक एनर्जी थी अंदर कि जो होगा मारेंगे हम, बस वही करना था। वो इंटेंट दिखाया हमने और फिर 4th गेम में हमारा चिकन आ गया। मतलब सेकेंड लास्ट गेम तक तो हम सोच रहे थे हम ट्रॉफी के लिए कंटेंट करेंगे, जो सेकेंड लास्ट गेम चोक हुआ उसके बाद तो हमारे टॉप 8 के लाले हो गए तो टॉप 8 के लाले पड़ गए थे, तो हमने सोचा भाई ट्रॉफी गई बाहर में, अभी टॉप 8 कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद एक और चांस मिलेगा एटलीस्ट, वरना ट्रॉफी भी जाएगी, टॉप 8 भी जाएगा, BMIC भी नहीं खेल पाएंगे और फिर घर से बैठ के देखना पड़ेगा जो इतने टाइम से करते आ रहे हैं। तो वो चीज़ बिल्कुल भी नहीं करना था। फिर भी हमने प्रेशर नहीं लिया, कोई भी प्रेशर नहीं लिया कि जो होगा देखेंगे। उसमें हमारे अर्ली 2 बंदे मर गए थे, एक मैं मर गया था, एक फिनिक्स मर गया था, फिर भी हमारे 2 बंदों को हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस था और आई थिंक वंस अगेन हमने किसी को ट्रॉफी जीतने से रोक लिया। तो विलन आर्क कंटिन्यूज। बाकी एट द एंड वो वाला भी गेम चिकन आया, तो आई थिंक हम ओवरऑल खुश थे कि यार 3 महीने में अगर आपके बंदों ने इतना अचीव करा है, एज अ टीम इतना अचीव करा है, और K9 और OG तो आए मतलब बहुत अच्छा खेले, नो डाउट बहुत अच्छा खेले। उनका सिनर्जी इतने सालों का है, OG का सिनर्जी इतने सालों का है, उनका मतलब क्लैरिटी ये हर चीज़ मतलब मैटर करता है। तो आई थिंक वो उनका रिजल्ट मतलब गेम में भी दिखा। बस मेरे को यही लगता है कि थोड़ा टाइम हम और खेलेंगे ना साथ में तो 100% हम जीतेंगे ट्रॉफी। हमारे पास ना एक एक्स फैक्टर है, बाकी सारी टीम्स ना स्ट्रेटेजिकली खेलती है, सबकी स्ट्रेटेजीज होती है कि अपन कैसे खेलेंगे कैसे नहीं खेलेंगे। हमारी कोई स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है। बाहर की भी जो 8 टीम्स आने वाली सबकी अपनी अपनी एक स्ट्रेटेजी होती है कि वो उसी पे स्टिक करते हैं और उसी के अराउंड खेलते हैं। हमारा ऐसा है ना, हम प्योर गन पावर पे खेलते हैं, हम फिनिशर्स के लिए जाते हैं, हम फिनिशर्स में बिलीव करते हैं। मैं इस चीज़ पे मतलब इस पे कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ कि हम कोरियन टीम्स को भी जापानीज़ टीम्स को भी ऐसे चैलेंज कर सकते हैं कि हम गन पावर में एकदम कॉन्फिडेंट है, हम अनएक्सपेक्टेड मूव करेंगे। ऐसा नहीं करेंगे कि जो एक्सपेक्टेड रहता है कि भाई टीम्स यहाँ पे मतलब होल्ड करेगी, आराम से एंड में फाइट होगी, स्ट्रेटेजिकली फाइट होगी, हम वो करेंगे ही नहीं। हम करेंगे एकदम अलग वो। तो वो हमको मतलब आई थिंक सबसे अलग आउटस्टैंड करता है कि बाकी लोगों का सब स्ट्रेटेजी रहता है, हमारा स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है और हम वही सबसे बेस्ट करते हैं। और आई थिंक वो हमको शायद एक अपर हैंड देगा वहाँ पे फाइट्स में। ऐसा लॉबी देख के अगर आप ड्रॉप चेंज कर रहे हो तो आई थिंक फिर डिजर्व नहीं करते आप। हम फाइट लेंगे, कंटेस्ट करेंगे, जो मतलब बेस्ट होगा ना हम पहले ही उनको कंटेस्ट करके आई थिंक चेंज करवा देंगे। हमारा तो यही रहा, भले कोई भी टीम हमारे ड्रॉप पे आई, हमने कभी ड्रॉप नहीं छोड़ा है और आज तक मैंने कभी ड्रॉप नहीं छोड़ा है। तो आई थिंक लॉबी देख के मैं चेंज नहीं करूँगा भले कोई भी टीम हो। मेरे हिसाब से 2 टीम है, एक जापान की टीम है RC और दूसरी टीम है कोरियन चैम्पियन D+ KIA। आई थिंक D+ KIA लास्ट टाइम भी जो आई थी, इंडिया कोरिया इन्विटेशनल हुआ था, तब भी वो डोमिनेट करके चैंपियन बने थे। और आई थिंक ग्लोबल स्टेज पे भी उनको इतना टाइम से देख ही रहे हैं, वो बहुत डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं बहुत टाइम से। वर्ल्ड कप हुआ था, उसमें भी वो लोग अच्छा खेले थे और डोमिनेट किया था, ठीक है। तो बहुत अच्छी टीम है। और अब फाइनली जाके अपन को, अभी लास्ट टाइम भी जो इंडिया कोरिया इन्विटेशनल हुआ था वो घर पे बैठ के मैं देख रहा था, तो बहुत लगता था, बहुत टाइम से सपना था कि अपन कभी ना कभी मैं इनकी टीम के सामने खेलूँ। मैं भी अपना जो एक हमारा गेम प्ले होता है एग्रेसिव वाला, वो उनके साथ भी मतलब खेलना है, उनके सामने खेलना है, उनको डोमिनेट करना है, उनके सामने जीतना है। सब एक मतलब सब स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर का एक गोल, मतलब एक सपना होता है कि कभी ना कभी वो स्टेज पे जाके खेले। और फाइनली अब जाके वो स्टेज पे मौका मिल रहा है, और वही टीम के सामने जो इतने टाइम से डोमिनेट कर रही है। तो आई थिंक अब वो सही मौका है जब हम जाके उनके सामने प्रूव करें कि हम भी यहाँ पे, हम इंडियन टीम्स कोई पीछे नहीं है, कि आप भले ही करे होगे पर हम भी कोई पीछे नहीं है। कुछ टाइम सीन से गायब थे, लेकिन हम भी यहीं पे, आप भी यहीं पे। दो तो आई थिंक मेरे को लगता है इंटरनेशनल की होगी, एक D+ KIA और एक RC, जो मैंने ऑलरेडी बोला है। और बाकी इंडियन टीम्स भी मतलब पीछे नहीं रहेगी, जैसे सोल हो गई, K9 हो गई, OG प्लस नेबुला भी। तो आई थिंक हम लोग कंपटीशन देंगे, और इस बार स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉसिबिलिटी है कि एक इंडियन टीम जीते। जितनी भी BGMI की ऑडियंस है, जो भी देख रहा है अभी, उन सबको यही बोलना चाहूँगा कि अपनी टीम्स फाइनली ग्लोबल स्टेज जा रही है, फाइनली इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर पा रही है ग्लोबल स्टेज पे, और यही सबके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चांस है। तो सबको दिल खोल के सपोर्ट करो, कोई कैसा भी खेल रहा है। और इस बार 100% मैं आपको गारंटी करता हूँ कि इस बार 100% इंडियन टीम्स डोमिनेट करने वाली है। OG तो करने ही वाली है, और उसके साथ जो बाकी 2 स्लॉट है, आई थिंक वो भी 100% इंडियन टीम्स ही ले जाने वाली है, बाहर वाली टीम्स को नहीं ले जाने देंगे, और वो फाड़ के आएंगे।
And it is finally here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last day of the BGMI International Cup 2025. 16 teams on that stage. Only 2 get to write their names in history and move forward from here to where they want to be. That is going to be the GC. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me, it's going to be Fixes and Necro. And of course, the hype has never been higher than this before.
You know, it's a dream come true for me.
Yeah.
Personally speaking, Johnny, you and I have shared desks. It goes way back to 2020s, and we had been yearning for that Indian slot, some Indian team dominating. Regardless of the outcome,
Yeah.
Indian teams have played really well. DRX still on the top, but I'm pretty sure so many teams, a lot of masala waits.
First of all, I would like to talk about the vibes in the arena. Absolutely electrifying vibes. I'm not going to lie. The way the audience is just cheering right now as well, just cheering for the Indian teams, it is insane. And once again, back towards DRX and the first spot. It's going to be tough for a team like DRX to give up that slot that easily. Looking at the past, they've never done that.
Hey, the competition is always, well, we knew it was always going to be intense, and it has definitely delivered. But as we talk about things, it's not just the spots on the GC. It is also a massive prize pool of 1 crore rupees that is on the line on this stage right now. And as we were talking about teams, as I said, we knew it was going to be intense. But we never expected teams like Nebula Esports, teams like Mysterious4 to show up with so much firepower, so much belief that they have manifested something that they always wanted.
Actually, even I was taken off guard because coming into the tournament, we never thought that they were the heavy hitters. They
Yeah.
could have been the heavy contenders. Day one, they played really well. All right, maybe it was just that day one wonder, or they had
Maybe,
a very good
yeah.
start. And cometh day two, the consistency displayed by both Nebula and M4, and even TrueRippers,
Yeah.
as a matter of the fact, that is amazing.
Even in Showdown, Mysterious4 was one of the most consistent Indian teams to be out there. And once again, Mysterious4 is maintaining that consistency and dominance. Yeah, yesterday we saw that one major game come through from Mysterious4 around that Crore region, and that was sort of like the confidence booster and
Yeah.
the momentum setter once again. And speaking of Nebula Esports as well, let's be honest, guys, before this tournament even started, none of us thought that Nebula Esports and Mysterious4 will be on the 3rd and the 4th.
Pretty much, but as you talk about all of this, let's have a little bit of a look on the recap of how things went down on day number 2. Reignite, a team that we kind of saw signs of life from on day number 1, had a big fall off. But day 2, as a wise man once said, it is the day of comebacks. And that comeback was initiated by, well, majority of the Indian teams, Nebula, Mysterious4, and OG.
You know, things really started off with the South Koreans taking over. After the first game, I felt like it's over.
Yeah.
They had the momentum running, DRX, a big game, and it felt like everything is done, and now Indian teams cannot bounce back. But from a wrangle, that's when the Indian teams fought back. We saw some really good games. The Madkings games against Dplus KIA, that particular fight, I think that was the end of it.
Yeah.
And we are all talking about DRX being a global brand. They have that international exposure, all of that. But let's not also forget that in the final few games, they really lost a lot of steam and a lot of points.
Yeah, that is true. Yesterday, they were not able to secure a lot of points either. So for DRX, you can't say the momentum is currently not with them. They do not really have that wind of the sails. And if you really talk about teams like Nebula Esports, I feel like the stronger suit for Nebula, I've even mentioned that in the interview. They do not even care about strategies. They rely on gunpowder, and as long as they're winning fights, they will get the points.
But apart from these few names, there are also some other names that are still in contention. Nongshim RedForce, they have managed to somehow hold on to the momentum of day one. Team Seoul from India, a little bit of a fall off yesterday, but still in the fight. But Necro, you have been a believer of a few names on the second page as well, and as we talk about them, let's have a look at the overall leaderboard. TrueRippers, a name we skipped out on. They've been consistent, but for the first time ever, we see TrueRippers with no chicken dinners in 12 matches.
And still they're in the top 4, right?
Yeah.
That's the crazy part about it. But look at the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Indian teams right there, right behind of DRX. Yes, DRX still has a decent bit of lead, but I'm pretty sure today it might just fade away if they do not play that well. For K9 Esports, the first 3 games are going to be extremely important.
Yes.
If they're not able to pull off a major chicken dinner, K9 Esports' comeback is going to be impossible.
And let's also not forget that there are certain teams. I think the Japanese here could be a wild card. They could also dictate who actually gets the trophy because majority of them could not really perform.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a last go at it in the first 3 games, after which I think all these teams from 9 to 16 are going to run amok through the lobby. They're going to go wild. We might see some heavy targeting also happening. Indians might go after the South Koreans. Vice versa might happen. Even the Japanese can chime in. So it is going to be so much fun.
It has been fun, and I mean, so far it's been fun. It's going to be fun today as well. But these are the players that have been having the most amount of fun inside of the lobby because these are our tournament MVPs. Hyunbin, Hero, Nolbu, Hydro, and Kratos being present in the list. I feel so proud seeing these 3 players, Hero, Hydro, and Kratos, in the same lineup as Hyunbin and Nolbu, man.
I know, right? Especially Hero. Who would have thought, who would have dreamt of someone from Mysterious4 will be on the 2nd? I mean, even for the guy, that's an absolute dream come true. And I had a conversation with the boys of Mysterious4. They themselves were now counting themselves to be in the top 2. They were surprised by their own performance.
Look at how times have changed. Ideally, we are accustomed to see maybe Destro, Somraj, even Jelly, Aru, all these coveted IGL, sometimes Manya also. But today we are seeing Bunny, Adi, even the likes of Kratos, Hero, everybody earning their own rights. That goes on to show how much this game has evolved, and it feels like the future is in safe hands right now.
Exactly, it is in safe hands. These young lads have definitely delivered on the biggest stage.
Guys, when I had a conversation with Nebula and Mysterious4, their mindset was sort of same. Yeah, Mysterious4 is not exactly someone that likes to go completely heavy on gunpowder, but Nebula Esports, the best factor about them is that they're unpredictable because they do not have any strategy. How are you supposed to read a team that does not even know what they themselves are going to do? And that's the stronger suit about Mysterious4 and Nebula Esports, and that's why none of the Korean teams are able to read them.
I think that became a problem. That's the reason we saw Mysterious4 and Nebula stand up and play the way they are playing right now.
I think Mysterious4 was still pretty much more organized. Nebula were playing with their hearts. They had the right instincts. They were relying on their firepower. DRX, they have that 17 points lead.
I think what Necro also meant, and I think he would agree with me on this, since no one expected Mysterious4 and Nebula to play this well, no one prepared for them, and now everyone is getting punished because they did not study for the final exam. But turns out the most important chapter was Mysterious4 and Nebula Esports. But ladies and gentlemen, enough of all of this. Let's kick off the grand finals, and for that, let's head to the stage.
Delhi! Can you feel the vibe? Can you feel the heat? Then let me tell you, we are all set for day 3 of Battlegrounds Mobile India International Cup 2025. Mera naam hai Rohit Varghese and we are live across the globe. And what a tournament it has been till now. On day 1, we saw India making the loudest noise. But after a while, we saw the wind turn towards the east. And we saw DRX and Dplus KIA show us why they are the most feared team in the world. But right now, the foundation is all set for day 3. All the hard work, all the grind, all the sacrifices will be put to test because only 2 of the 16 teams will be getting that golden ticket to represent their country at the global stage. So Delhi, let's call our top teams now. Starting with the team that believes that the crown is not given, it is taken from India. It's the Madkings. Precision, power, and pure discipline. From Japan, let's welcome CAG Osaka. They are unpredictable, they are unmatched, and right now they are unstoppable. From India, it's Mysterious4. Precision and pure domination. From South Korea, make some noise for DRX. They burn bright, they strike harder. From Japan, let's welcome REIGNITE! When thunder rolls, the legends answer. From India, it's the God's Reign. No path too hard, no challenge too high. From Japan, let's welcome Making the Road. They are the stars that are creating a cosmic storm. From India, it's Nebula Esports. Fast, fearless, and always hunting for more. From India, let's welcome TrueRippers. Strong, spicy, and straight up lethal. From South Korea, let's welcome Nongshim RedForce. Heart, passion, and pure vibe. Make some noise for Team Soul from India. They have locked the target and they are here to hunt. from India. Make some noise for K9 Esports. They don't follow the rules, they rewrite them. From Japan, make some noise for Team Reject. Built for speed, born to win. From South Korea, make some noise for Dplus KIA. We already have 15 teams on stage. We have that one team left. We all know who it is. Do I need to tell you again who it is? Ladies and gentlemen, with wild energy and raw power from India, let's welcome ORANGUTAN! All right, ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching at home and people here in the arena, Delhi, your stage is all set for day 3. In a few hours, we will come to know who will be lifting that crown. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin day 3 of BMIC 2025. Let's take off.
You can run out of luck. Coming for you and I'm taking you down. I'm here for the crown. I'm here for the crown. I'm here for the crown. Rising up high and the weapons come down. The battles we fight with tears on the ground. You wanted a war, well just look at us now. Well look at us now. Rising up high and the weapons come down. The battles we fight with tears on the ground. You wanted a war, well just look at us now. I'm here for the crown. My time is now. My time is now. My time is now. I'm here for the crown.
So Delhi, a very important question. November का महीना है, लेकिन are you feeling the heat right now? थोड़ा बहुत, लेकिन the heat is going to just go off the roof right now, क्योंकि अभी बस कुछ ही पलों में हमें पता चल जाएगा कि वो कौन सी 2 teams हैं जो अपने देश को represent करेंगी at the global stage. And because this is such an important occasion for all of us, I would like to call on stage a few people who are very special for the game, for our country, and for this moment. First up, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sean, CEO of KRAFTON India. And along with Mr. Sean, we also have Mr. Sang-woo Lim, Deputy Chief of Mission of the Korean Embassy. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, how does it feel to see this kind of a response for BGMI, for the love of the game? How does it feel to be here in this arena right now?
It really feels surreal. It's amazing. The excitement, the passion, the heat. I'm really immersed in this excitement right now. Thank you.
All right, so we have some intense games lined up for all of us right now. But also we'd like to felicitate you and thank you so much for letting this happen and coming here with your presence and making this moment special for all of us. And of course, Mr. Sean, I would like to ask you as well, day 3, we are going to find out who's going to be crowned the champions. Would you like to say something?
Well, I mean, first of all, thank you for fans showing up in this venue and with lots of cheers and applause. I think I'm also so very excited to see the venue all jam-packed.
All right. So right now we will be felicitating Mr. Sang-woo Lim, Deputy Chief of Mission of the Korean Embassy. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here and gracing us with your presence. Some nice BGMI mementos to take back home, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Please enjoy all the BGMI action waiting for all of us right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Sean. Yeah. All right, sir, you would like to say something?
Okay, just briefly. Hello, everybody. Namaste, namaste, BGMI warriors. मेरा नाम इमसांगू है. मैं कोरिया दूतावास में डेप्यूटी चीफ ऑफ मिशन हूँ. आप सभी को Battleground Home India International Cup 2025 में स्वागत है. क्या आप सभी को Battleground पसंद है ना? हाँ, मैं भी बहुत Battleground पसंद है. और क्या आप आज एक शानदार समय बिताने के लिए तैयार हैं? Battlegrounds न केवल एक बहुत एक्साइटिंग गेम है, बल्कि Battlegrounds ये हमारे जीवन के लिए एक बुद्धिमान गाइड भी है. ये जीवन के बारे में बहुत कुछ सिखाता है और ये बहुत मजेदार भी है. तो आज खूब मजे करो. विनर चिकन डिनर. बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, sir. That was lovely. Thank you so much for giving us that moment. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Sean. And ladies and gentlemen, इसी के साथ शुरू करते हैं Day 3, the final day of BMIC 2025. Let's start the BGMI action and let's head over to the caster's desk.
Man, oh man, that was something else. I have goosebumps right now on on my hands all over. It is going to be exciting. It is electric. The atmosphere in this arena right now, and with how the teams have taken the stage, I can't wait for the action to begin.
Really takes you back to 2019, a jam-packed crowd, Delhi it is, and everybody rooting for their favorite teams. And yet, now I think it's time to come back and talk about what's at hand. We are starting off with Rondo. And I've heard, and we have seen, a lot of drop clashes.
Oh, yeah.
To be honest, guys, once again, going back towards the arena and the stage itself, this is something I've never witnessed ever in my life. It's
How are you
first time
feeling?
for me. I mean, I'm feeling just out of this world right now. It's a feeling that everyone should witness. I mean, if you're someone who lives in Delhi or around Delhi, I would recommend you guys to come here right now because tomorrow, of course, the event's going to be ending. So today, you guys got to be here, man.
If the
Today's
tickets
the
aren't
last
sold
day.
out already.
Of course. If the tickets
full
aren't
house.
sold out. I do see a few seats still empty over here all the way in the back.
Still so many
you guys
people
can come
coming.
in and you guys can, of course, enjoy. But yeah, back towards the conversation. I was saying, man, look, all the jokes and all the facts aside, DRX is still on top, guys.
Yeah.
They've got a decent bit of lead. To take them down, I don't know what they need to do.
You just have to believe. That's it. Just got to believe.
You know, I just don't believe I know that's going to happen. DRX, they're feeling the heat. 17 points is not too much. You've got 8 Indian teams inside of the lobby. And then we have seen DRX, they've been losing so many points yesterday. So they have completely isolated from everybody. They're not talking to anyone. And I feel like this is an added pressure where you're overthinking and you're making mistakes. Same happened with DRX.
I mean, it did happen. And when they started slacking off, the other teams caught up. But there's a few names in the mix that can still help redeem the South Korean side of the story. Dplus KIA yesterday made a massive leap. And Nongshim RedForce, they are also in this chase right now. And Necro, I want to talk to you about this. since you are a firm believer that even K9 Esports can make a comeback, it should be a lot easier for Dplus KIA and Nongshim RedForce to execute that.
Look, it's not even a question, right?
Yeah.
Of course, the South Korean team, they're doing much better. Dplus KIA, Nongshim RedForce, still not around the top yet, but we know all it takes is one decent
One game.
and easily they can make it. We have seen Nongshim RedForce pull off multiple 10-finish chicken dinners as well, so we know what this team is capable of. Speaking of Dplus KIA, probably one of the most consistent teams out there, so they can easily make it as well, but I do believe in the power of K9 Esports. Guys, come on. That one game where they will get 19 or 20 finishes and a chicken dinner, that 30-pointer instantly propels them around the top notch.
It actually
You know,
does.
one thing that we have really noticed is Nongshim RedForce and DRX have different styles of play. We've seen Nongshim RedForce go a little frag heavy, whilst DRX and Dplus KIA focus on good zones, good positions, and in those final circles, that is where they start accumulating those finishes. Otherwise, they're pretty much invisible on the radar. So if the Indian teams or the Japanese teams have to go after the South Koreans, they'll have to make sure that they take them down pretty early, which was the case even yesterday. So that sort of a thing is there. Another mentality that if you talk about it, it's more difficult to defend the top position rather than chasing it. So I kind of like the odds. So we're going to have a fantastic day ahead.
That is very true. I mean, if you do not have a massive, massive lead to work with, then just staying on top, it is the hardest task sometimes. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the point structure on our screens. This is going to be the thing that these teams are fighting for every single game. Win the chicken dinner, get 10 placement points, finish second, get 6, finish third, get 5, on the fourth you get 4, fifth, 3 points, on the 6th you get 2, on the 7th you get 1, on the 8th as well just 1 point, 9 to 16 positions you get 0 placement points. Every single finish in game is equal to 1 finish point on the overall leaderboard, which has become a big priority for all the teams sitting at top. But now let's talk numbers. Let's talk about the teams that have done phenomenal in day number 2. We have Dplus KIA and OG, both the teams making amazing comeback.
Yeah, especially OG, right? Yesterday we saw them mount a major comeback.
Yeah.
And when I was having a conversation with the boys of OG, they're saying we're not even playing this tournament that serious.
Yeah.
And we just mounted a comeback while we were having fun with each other. And I was like, yeah, all right, well, maybe you guys are just taking jabs at the team that are trying hard. For Dplus KIA, 54 finishes on the board, 14,801 damage. If you look at the stats, they're quite solid.
You know, further delving into it, if you talk about the players of Orangutan, like I had the conversation with the boys. So day number 1, they were of the opinion, we just wanted to put us in really adverse situations and see how we got out of it.
Yeah.
But day 2, when we came in and suddenly the audience was cheering for us, that sort of got us electrocuted. And then we were like, all right, we are fried. There's nothing else to lose. The only way is stop, and that's how they did it.
But hey, another man who is doing it all for his team and for the nation is going to be Hero from Mysterious4, and of course Yunbin for DRX. 28 finishes for Yunbin, 23 for Hero, but still these lads are contesting each other very closely on that MVP leaderboard.
Mysterious4's performance has been shocking, especially Hero popping off in such a way that's just incredible. The entirety of Mysterious4, I feel like as a well-knit unit, they're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Be it Bunny, even the man is able to contribute with a lot of elimination points. Be it Hero, be it the rest of the players. Everyone from Mysterious4 is like a well-oiled machine.
Pretty much, and it has been an incredible journey, an incredible affair to just watch the way they have been playing since Game 1. That first rondo where Mysterious4 secured a chicken dinner, we all have had a lot of hope from them. But again, the path to victory, the path to making your dreams come true, it's never going to be easy. And right now, standing in their way is one of the biggest names in the world, DRX.
Yeah, indeed, and it's always going to be a pressure, but I feel like they're more motivated. We did have a talk with the players, and everybody got emotional about the journey that has been a build-up. You talk about Omega, he has been one of the players who received a podium finish in the previous year's BMPS. Ever since, he's had such small stints at various orgs, and now then for him to gamble everything on Mysterious4 and underdog lineup and be here to a point where he can actually dream of winning a trophy, that's the storyline that I want.
One more story over here, because we've just been talking about the teams from South Korea and India, is also Japan. They were playing here for the first time. We expected a lot from a team like Reject. This is also a team at the same level as DRX, Dplus KIA. But unfortunately, the teams from Japan not really doing well over here. Necro, what do you think went wrong for them?
That's the main point, right? For some reason, I had a lot of personal expectations from Reject when I saw their gameplay, when I saw their performance in their own league. They were doing so good. But now that transition towards BMIC, it's not being the same. I'm not sure if they're taking this competition that serious, since they've already got a slot towards the global championship.
Could it be because they are here playing against these teams for the very first first time. At least the
Maybe.
teams from South Korea were here for the India-Korea event a few years ago.
So I think the Japanese as a region completely could not show up. I think they took a lot of time adjusting and adapting to the lobby. When have we seen them getting those consistent games? They have been trying to engage in those fights, try to create something explosive. Right next moment, they get third party. So all these things leading down to a point where Japan, it's so difficult for them to really stage a comeback. And I'm starting to get curious if they go big in a game of Rondo like that, maybe. You never know.
Maybe. I mean, we're going to see what happens today. Although I do have to say I have a new favorite team from Japan.
All right.
It is REIGNITE.
Yes.
I love those boys, man.
I love them too.
Razzie is so fun to hang out with.
I know, right? Everyone from Japan just has that positive energy, and it's so fun to watch them always perform and do so good. Especially speaking of REIGNITE, I love the fact that on the day one they were doing so good for themselves. At least in the first couple of games, REIGNITE was popping off on a different level. We'll continue the conversation, guys. Just look at the crowd. They're so excited. They're just waiting for the first game to pop up. And the best part about it is that the first game itself is going to be an action-packed game, the map of Rondo.
I saw a sign that I closely related to, and it was a message to all the teams that are here on this stage. It loosely translates to, "This is Delhi, my G."
Of course. That added home pressure. But now you talked about Rondo, right? Let's get into some stats and figures and what has happened so far. Neo X Factory, it's going to be crowded. We've got Reject, we've got DRX, and then there's Slayers, Madkings. That's going to be the first leg, because after that you'll see that recall, that entire process. First day we saw DRX getting eliminated pretty early. Yesterday they redeemed themselves. They had 5 finishes out of that one particular fight. But today could hold a different story. I had this chat with the boys from Madkings, and they said, we have come up with something special for DRX. So I'm really excited to see what exactly is that.
I mean, yesterday when we saw Madkings drop towards Neo X Factory, Madkings was the first team to get eliminated instantly. And I feel like they did not even get a chance to actually execute the recall. So I hope this time Madkings, at least they're going to put in some efforts of actually game planning stuff.
Well, it is going to be interesting to see how this game one turns out for all of these teams. But one last prediction from you guys. Not just for the game.
TrueRippers.
I was going to say the trophy, man.
Nebula.
Because it all starts here.
DRX.
DRX, Nebula. Let's see what's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment the nation has waited for. A region left in the shadows, but now as the spotlight shines upon us and the world watches the battle through our eyes, only 2 options are left. Win and be remembered, or lose and be forgotten.
It's the beginning of the end as the plane's gonna take off once again. This time from the top right side of the map and all the way towards Longho. This plane flight path once again gliding on top of Neo X Factory, which means it will be the hotspot once again.
Indeed it shall be. And it will be the beckoning of 3 teams dropping down over there. Everybody wanting to fight for the common goal of winning. And of course, a chance to represent their nation at the global stage. Test track Neo X Factory eyes will be fixated at that, and also on how Mysterious4 and Nebula handle the pressure. Yesterday we saw the South Korean teams really leave a mark. Nongshim RedForce, they've always been under the radar. But if you remember, Necro, they had a great gala time in this particular map as well.
But we also got to talk about teams like K9 Esports who are banking up so much on the first game itself. K9 especially, if they want to stand a chance to lift that trophy or at least be in the top 2, they need this game. And that too with a lot of finishes, bare minimum 15 finishes on the board. And that's going to keep them around the top 5. And then after that, K9 Esports needs to deliver consistency.
Wait, why do I see Nongshim RedForce here? There are 4 teams at the Neo X Factory. DRX taking on Madkings. Doxy out in the open, but it's going to be XEY who opens up a knock against Kratos. Nebula starting things off, but not really a great time for them. As even for Nongshim RedForce, they are racking up a lot of finishes.
You love to see it. And Madkings, they already start things off. Sideshade taken down and dusted. DRX now down to a 2-man, especially inside of Neo X. And even so, Easy gets taken off. It's Nongshim RedForce as well, knocking on the doors. 2 finishes already secured. It's like the entire lobby realized everyone is having an absolute fest over here. And they even want to contribute to it and get a few elimination points and have a banging start.
All these teams have had enough. It's time to settle the scores really early on. It's going to really thwart you off the moment you lose those fights, especially for the likes of Nebula, for Nongshim RedForce, albeit Nongshim RedForce off to a really great start. Rondo has been their specialty even in the EWC. We did witness not off to a great start, but the recovery was immaculate. As Pro, he opens up, Doxy down on his knees. Pretty sure he wants that elimination, that extra fragging point. But look at TrueRippers. They have also joined the fray. Pro, he realizes the gravity of the situation. Still walks away with the knock. Maybe could go for a second one as well, trying to readjust. So far, so good.
And he already kickstarts things. He's already got a knock. Even soloing the elimination feed, taking a fight against CAG. Nongshim RedForce instantly triggering that recall. And look at Pro. Oh, the parkour moves. The man's executing. He's on the back. He wants to execute a flank angle, but this one's going to be a tough one.
Indeed,
Pro and his teammate now playing in tandem. There's a man from TrueRippers right in front. They've also got the revive done. So TrueRippers, they're ready for this battle.
They certainly are. Have a crossfire set up alongside Clutch God and OG and iQOO Soul in a fight of their own. Pro trying to defensively just hold on. Dropping the smoke down there, trying to somehow block the entry for the players of TrueRippers. Clutch God, an off angle. Madkings, they have a setup. TrueRippers working together, pushing in tandem, checking every nooks and crannies. As even for Dplus KIA and Nolbu, having been recalled and Team Soul, they're on a high of their own. They're taking a fight against Team Orangutan. Atanki on very less HP on this young lad. And now Joker, legit, can really group up. But look at the sidelines. CAG OSAKA, they're not far away.
OG Atanki, the man softened up. Not a lot of HP to play with, but I'm sure OG is ready to trigger those recalls. Legit spawning out Atanki, still shots not taken. The man's too busy with cooking an aid. And hopefully this one's going to be tossed to perfection. It was tossed in the front, but eventually I think he gets caught as well. Soul able to rack up a few elimination points of their own. TrueRippers once again down a man. Hirsch is knocked out. Pro has got his hands on the SMG, needs to be a little bit more careful and cautious. There's KIA right around the wall, and KIA surprises him. A burst of shock into the face, and TrueRippers, even they claim 2 finishes. Madkings, they instantly get that recall, so it's all good.
It was a peekaboo moment for Pro, and if you ask me, I felt bad for a moment. Just when he was on a high, he was taking down players left, right, and center. And the next moment, Kyola Mao comes out of nowhere, but Hunbin, finding out a Polo, will take him down. And for Madkings, of course, those recalls will be there. But I think DRX, they've been at least kept at bay. Not a lot of finishes so far, but the fight's far from over. As Reject take a fight against JPX, it's going to be Divine who comes out on the winning side of things as backup arrives. And Reject, where are the other players, Necro?
Yeah, Reject are desperate for the elimination points, and I'm pretty sure the other players, they're ready to go for recall. Divine once again stuck in this situation, can't even do a lot. The Molotov's constantly taken away, and eventually Divine as well gets dealt with. JPX getting rid of that biggest threat. And the remaining players, even they start to close in. We're seeing so many fierce contenders just going up against each other, and they're absolutely fearless. Just because of the recall system on this map. No one's even scared of the circumstances that might just be there in the future. No one's scared of the outcome. Sarah gets knocked out. Once again, the recall's going to be there. It's not an issue. But Nongshim, they got the best out of that situation towards Neox Factory.
Exactly, and Nongshim RedForce, we have been constantly talking like broken records. This is a team that can go really frag heavy. This is the only team that defies the South Korean meta as for GDR. All right, they're a man on a mission. Nongshim RedForce, after a great start, a little bit of a hiccup there. Have lost out on one of their players, their IGL, Binny. He's being hunted down, Justin Delta. Furious, ferocious at this point, on the prowl. Binny, he's got to watch out, as even for CAG OSAKA, they've been getting their recalls. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, those finishes, that is what they need.
Such a fiery start, Nongshim. Luckily enough, at least they still do have the recall, so they can easily trigger those. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan's going to look like, though. But he's now surrounded, trying to patch himself up, pops that adrenaline syringe. So now the man's going to be feeling boosted. Utilities are going to be tossed right on top of the floor. And Binny needs to be a little bit more careful. He's just waiting for someone from God's Rain to walk up the stairs. But that's not going to happen. Even God's Rain know what exactly is going on. The nade's right next to you, Binny. Oh, he moves back in the nick of time. Rejected in wall of trouble as Divine is now going to be the only person standing at Reject. They've already triggered the revives. If Divine gets taken down, Reject will be eliminated. And that's what happens. Reject, the first team to be eliminated from this game.
Indeed, as fights keep on going on, Nongshim RedForce, they're being pushed at, and GDR absolutely unfazed, pretty much down the bottom, but today they know they've got a task, a mission, and that's what they're trying to execute, hunting down the players of Nongshim RedForce. Justin is spitting fire, but God's Rain, what a tournament for these lads. Expectations were pretty high, they fell flat. And the final day trying to leave an impression as DRX, Hunbin under heavy fire. A grenade that has been dodged, but right now composure is going to be key. Hunbin goes big, takes down 2 already. And now in a one-on-one situation against Sixta, he's got that S2 again. What a man this guy is! He's a living monster as DRX refused to bow down. And Hunbin has 5 in the cards already.
The demon devours the prey. And Hunbin, that was a monstrous play. Oh my God. You do not get to see those clutch moments that often. But he just manhandled the entirety of JPX. And I'm pretty sure for JPX, it's going to be a tough one. They are not going to be able to forget this. It's a nightmare. The memory will always be there in their heads, but as the zone's going to shift right on top of K9 Esports, it's been a little bit of a passive start once again for K9. But to be honest, getting those 4 elimination points secured, even that's going to help them a decent bit.
Man, I really need to catch my breath. It's fights galore happening left, right, and center. What's going on? Never has Rondo been this explosive. This is a moment where, you know, the dust eventually settles, but everybody is showing everything that they have, everybody putting everything that they got, as even iQOO Seoul, after a very disappointing day 2. Day number 3, the starting signs have been quite promising. A fight against multiple teams, now having their eyes glued at the players of MTR. One of those players down on his knees, K9, also causing a lot of mischief, as MTR having no other options but to tuck their tails and run.
Seoul, especially with how things are, 7 finishes on the block. Seoul's looking pretty good. This can actually be an extremely dominant start. And the crazy part is Seoul hasn't even burned through a single recall. They've got all the 4 recalls available. If Seoul wants, they can straight up send it. They can play it aggressive till the end of stage 4. Because after that, the recall towers will be disabled. But I'm pretty sure Seoul's going to try to bring in that tactical gameplay. They're not going to try to just straight up send it. They're going to try to preserve themselves till the final few moments. God's Reign, the only possible way they can make it in the top 5 is now by being extremely aggressive and going frag heavy. And that's what the game plan is for God's Reign. This time, though, they're going to stumble across the players of Dplus.
Look at this, Hunbin, he was really good, but Dplus KIA, a fight against GDR. They were not prepared, but they really want to bounce back in. Neo, that was a great trade, but Dplus KIA having the higher grounds, capitalize on this situation. GDR had a great start to the game, in fact to the day, but right now they're losing out on numbers. And Justin, with no other options, might go for a recall actually.
True. Dplus KIA. Now just want to get the revival in as soon as possible. There's a buggy right next to the player. So that's going to be extra bit of cover. Nolbu tossing out the utility, still failing to find the knock, but it's fine. Osal's got his back. Instantly finds that quick trade. God's Reign, now they're losing too many men. Do they have the recalls? That's my question. It seems like yes, God's Reign do. So I'm pretty sure one of the players is going to fall back, go for the recalls instantly. So God's Reign will be good and dandy soon.
They should be. A couple of moments later, I think it's Destro who's getting the deed done. You can pretty much see in the map feed in front of me. So God's Reign, the only concern that's going to be there is the need to get their loot done and get the hell inside the circle. Easier said than done. But DRX, I mean, Hunbin, he's a different species if you ask me. The way he's been playing, but Orangutan need to be really cautious. Atanki right out in the middle of nowhere. A fight against Hydro could be in the making as the rest of the pack does arrive. TrueRippers, they know this means a lot to them. And a jump shot from WizGod goes right at the face of Hydro. This time as TrueRippers feeling the heat really, they need to answer back.
TrueRippers. Hirsch is still alive, and as long as this player's there, you know winning the fights is going to be possible. Soul from the sidelines, giving a bit of that helping hand. OG losing out on the big man. But still, the fight between TrueRippers and OG continues. And unfortunately for OG, Aru is going to be the casualty. And then it blasts right on top of WizGod as even he gets wrapped up. TrueRippers with the biggest chance to come out on top in this fight. And even Seoul, they're constantly stealing the elimination points away.
Team Seoul have been making the best of the situation. Really want to make up for all those lost points in Orangutan. They were caught with their pants down. Had no other options there. Out in the open, completely exposed. They came for a fight against TrueRippers. But Team Seoul seemingly coming out of syllabus. Kyo Lamau well aware of where Atanki is. Of course, Atanki is going to make some proactive movements there. He knows he's heard all that footstep. Only a door separating TrueRippers and Orangutan and Atanki. We've seen clutches in the past. These metallic doors do not break that easily. Atanki waiting for the right moment. The moment the smoke dissipates, that is maybe Necro. That's when he makes his move, but the Molotov shall be enough to flush him out. It's going to be Kyo who puts the final nail in the coffin. That being said, Orangutan out of the server.
OG, not a lot of points accumulated, but it's fine. That's not going to be that big of a problem for OG at all. But the amount of points Seoul are able to accumulate so far, that's immaculate. 9 finishes on the board. Seoul is still looking forward for more.
Still 4 recalls.
Yeah, and still 4 recalls available. But I'm pretty sure Seoul's not going to go for the recalls at all.
They're at the center.
Yep. Seoul's going to try to play it passive, preserve themselves for the end game, and directly aim for the chicken dinner. That's what the game plan is for Seoul. And soon, even the recall towers are going to be disabled. So you can't even do a lot at this point. Madkings spotting out DRX. Shots were taken, but those shots are not enough to punish them. And Fixes, the concern is even DRX has a lot of points. If they keep on getting the elimination points, if they keep on running away with the lead, yeah, it's going to be tough for the Indians or the Japanese.
And 6 finishes only to 1 player, Hunbin. He has been excellent.
Dragging out.
Yeah, absolutely. Single-handedly just carrying DRX at this point. Technically quite sound. And today, you could see, right, they are also going guns heavy. They've realized that playing safe isn't really going to win them championships. They've got to win those fights. They've got to have a little bit of that Nebula DNA, a little bit of a mix of Mysterious4 and their own personal touch. So DRX, they have also gotten a good central position for themselves. Madkings constantly on the prowl on the chase as Justin Destro, after having round number 2, second chance at life, this time causing concerns for JPX. But even GDR, they've lost quite a lot of men. And it is fight from the backline. So JPX kind of surrounding the players, and Neo having no other option but being taken down. Once again, the South Koreans are starting to fight back, and it does not look good for the Indian teams.
Yeah, God's Rain once again down in the slumber, down in the trade. Could not make the most out of Rondo. They try to play aggressive. And of course, I would say it's valiant effort. God's Rain is trying to shift to an aggressive playstyle, but it's a bit too late to shift now. God's Rain should have played the same way since the day one. Maybe the results could have been different, but Nebula Esports as of now, just trying to find a proper breaching point. Luckily enough for Nebula, they've still got 3 players standing. Unfortunately though, 1 man is short. So for Nebula, this one's going to be tough terrain to breach in from. Just the amount of shots Nebula are taking, and even the teams around this fray. Madkings getting absolutely shredded. Saishe able to get the conversions too. MTR in the far frame, just look at DRX. Pure mechanics.
This man is on a rampage at this point, Hunbin. And imagine, look at DRX again, getting those emergency covers deployed, making sure they've got a lot of room to actually play around. The biggest threat would be iQOO Seoul right next to them, as even Team Seoul, they're on a mission of their own, and REIGNITE getting sandwiched, caught in the middle of nowhere, stuck in between a rock and a hard place. DRX still having all their players alive. 9 finishes accumulated. Their counterparts, Team Seoul, 10 finishes accumulated. In a couple of moments, we'll have those recall tasks being removed. And TrueRippers, they really need to understand that. Kyolama right on his knees. Harsh should get the revive, but Jelly going down. That's not looking good, Necro.
Fixes, the monster's getting bigger. DRX, they're having too much confidence, and they're actually converting the best out of it. JP now taking the fight up close and personal against TrueRippers. The man's right in front, Crazy. He's also taking that damage from the blue, and this time it's going to have no mercy. But CAG from the far fray, unknowingly helping out TrueRippers in that scenario. Those random shots connecting through the smoke, and TrueRippers might just get a second shot at life. But this time the blue's going to do too much damage. The moment Hirsch moves out of the smoke, he will be eliminated.
And CAG OSAKA still playing around the edges. Like you said, Harsh counting his moments. The final wants to stay alive. And the only silver lining shall be if he can somehow manage to sneak in a finish or two. Maybe just rattle the players of CAG OSAKA. But on the contrary, OSAKA seem to show no interest as of now. They know Harsh is a man left for dead. And seems like TrueRippers, they do have those recalls though. But in the next couple of moments, it's all going to go in vain. So I'm curious if Harsh can actually trigger a revive over here.
That's a good question. But as of now for Harsh, I'm pretty sure all he wants to do is just find himself in a decent spot.
Recalls
just get out of this tricky spot. Yes, recall's disabled. But having a look at the replay on how exactly God's Reign and JPX's fight happened. Destro unfortunately got shot in the back. Could not do a lot, and the entirety of God's Reign were eliminated within an instant. And you can clearly see the disappointment on the face as well. Robin not too happy, Equinox not too happy, was sitting in the back lines.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense.
At this point, Equinox would have been hoping, had I played a little better, I would have been sitting on the main stage rather on the sidelines. A recent addition to God's Reign, but we'll talk about him later. Bigger matters at hand, especially TrueRippers. Now Harsh, having no other option, somehow has to make a mad dash inside the circle with 1,000 bullets at him, and there you go, that's the end of it. So making the road, somehow making a statement over here. As of now, CAG OSAKA right in front of them, Mysterious4 closing in on Nebula, who seem to be in a little bit of a pincer, whilst Mysterious4 spreading out, and for Nebula, things aren't looking good.
MTR have been a little bit passive, but Nebula now, it's Mysterious4 knocking on the doors. Nebula is getting absolutely bombarded. 2 players down, systematic dismantle is on the way, and Mysterious4 themselves, they're getting third-partied. Even for M4, they've lost down to 3. It's just Hero, and Hero's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. One shot from Phoenix, that might just be done, but no! Mysterious4, they connect that little bit of shot, and still they're alive and cooking in the game.
They get away with murder, but still not out of the woods yet, because on the minimap, I can see CAG OSAKA really closing in on them. At stage 5, Mysterious4 realize that they have to trigger those revives and get inside the zone. But look at Dplus KIA making those quick adjustments. Nolbu guarding the door. No ID, no entry, say the players of Dplus KIA. And for Mysterious4, they'll have to use a blitzkrieg strategy to get through.
Fixes Nebula got 0 points out of this game. That is so concerning. Why is Nebula shifting their focus from aggression to passive now? I don't get it. Nebula, for them, their strong suit is aggression. Take fights, Nebula. This is the exact way you played in the showdown, and you guys face the consequences. Come on, don't shift at the last moment.
I mean, they're done for now. That's a conversation for later, Necro, because now I'm concerned about Mysterious4, CAG OSAKA. Both these teams will have to get inside the circle. Dplus KIA, standing guard. How will they get an entry? Do they have vehicles? Joker also getting dealt with. Omega being the mercenary there, but Hoonbin, this man seems to stop at nothing at all. Shifting his focus onto the players of Mysterious4. Dplus KIA really having a ball. Osal will get those finishes secured to his name, and Mysterious4 Omega, that looks rough, but somehow survived, but not enough. DRX shredding teams left, right, and center.
Mysterious4 just can't do anything at DRX. What an absolute masterclass has been so far, but DRX, they themselves get shredded in a meat grinder. CAG, they make the pounds, the push. Hungry Prowess devouring DRX and Drax. What a push this was from CAG. Insane stuff.
Oh, but look at this, it's still not over. CAG OSAKA, before they could even celebrate, 2 teams chiming in. Dplus KIA going ham at them. Sheep, the final player alive. Osil, he's got an angle. Dplus KIA, no, they've got a fighter on 2 fronts. Goblin also closing in. Does he know Sheep's around? He did not. He has to face the brunt, as now Knuckle, everything rests on the shoulders of this young IGL. Sheep coming in front of him, shifts to his M4 and gets slapped back. But still legit with that grenade, and CAG OSAKA, they're also done for.
Soul's got a lot of finishes, 12 in total. And Soul, they can definitely be up for a massive game. All they need to do is just survive till the top 2. Even K9 Esports, they've got 7 finishes fixes, and K9's still alive. We talked about K9 needing that massive gain, and this might just be it. If K9 gets at least 10 finishes, or even 11, that's going to be the exact marker K9 had set for themselves. Explosive bow being used for Dplus KIA to pull off that rotation. They also need to make sure that they're not going to be shot by anyone else. Dplus KIA in quite a challenging spot. It's not the best, especially K9 on top with that drone view. It's going to be tough for anyone to be safe.
And let's also not forget that Nongshim RedForce, they're still alive. Another team in contention. 2 players still breathing. And iQOO, look at those 12 points right now sitting at 86. What a bounce back from their side as well. For Dizzy and XZY, a very important game nonetheless. K9, like you said, they wanted a bounce back. They've gotten it so far. Couple of finishes secured, 7 the number. But nothing less than a chicken dinner would suffice. But if you talk about who's at the center of the zone, it's going to be the 2 players of Team iQOO. But MTR, they're making a lot of commotion here. Benny is also out on his life.
Indeed. K9 as of now, though, still trying to just get the lay of the land. But look at the replay on how exactly Nebula got absolutely dismantled. The utilities were able to find the exact places where the players were. And yeah, later on, Mysterious4, they were also getting shot at by a team in the far fray. It came down to a 1v1, and Hero was able to pull off that heroic clutch. And just look at the cameras, too. People who were sitting in the back lines, they were so excited. But Nebula Esports' people, disappointed.
Yeah, indeed. And, for both these teams, it's a cause of concern because look at the scorecard there. DRX already breaching past 123, and Mysterious4 Nebula yet to hit 100. So that's a big vacuum that DRX created out of this game. Those 12 finishes, out of which I think around 8 to 10 were for Hyunbin only. Like I said, he's not a man, he's a monster. At this point, for Team iQOO, they can definitely conjure something special. So at this point, Dplus KIA, Chip, spawning Ninja Boy out, that headshot connected, and Ninja Boy shall breathe a sigh of relief because that's something he was not expecting. But now that he is done, but a little bit of a replay of what really happened. CAG OSAKA, that was a lovely push nonetheless.
Yeah, that was such a well-coordinated pounce. All the Prowlers making that push at the same time, and boy, oh boy, DRX got devoured so quickly. But Dplus KIA now finally, Chips maybe realizing there's someone right on top. And yes, he does. Probably heard the gunshots, maybe the Slug was taken in. Slug is moving up slowly and steadily, the nade. It was tossed closer, but now even Slug knows where exactly Chips is positioned. Utilities will be traded from both the sides, but Let's is going to be able to find that precise knock. And Chips, his nades are getting real close. Slug needs to be careful. Needs to rethink his options and decisions. Fabian's knocked out from Dplus, Osal, and Chips, the only 2 players standing. K9 Esports might just have the advantage in this situation. And I like the fact that K9 is spreading themselves out, getting as much control as possible.
K9 Esports.
Oh, the circle is favoring them too, Fixes.
And they've been so methodical also. Along with getting those finishes, Omega did say on his broadcast that today is going to be an explosive day for K9, and what a way to kick things off so far. But they need to be on high alert. Do the players know they've got Nongshim RedForce right beside them? Because if they had, I'm pretty sure they would be thwarting a couple of grenades. But so far, not a lot of noise. But I think Beast does have a whiff. He knows that XZY or somebody's in front of him, and there you go, Tizzy, just shredding them apart. 2 players just falling down like that. And K9 having to pay such a heavy price. Nongshim RedForce, they also refuse to bow down.
Making a massive mistake. K9, just 2 players pushing up like that. In uncharted territory, should have scouted first. Oh no, Nongshim RedForce got exactly what they needed. Those elimination points. And K9 Esports messed up big, a game that should have been theirs. And Slug is now getting absolutely pounced on. He's isolated, can't do anything, vehicle bursted. And with that, Slug as well gets busted. Dplus KIA, even for them, 2 players are down, but just 1 man from K9 Esports. Now he's got a lot of burden on his shoulders. It's a 1v1 fight, but Chips is going for that revival. And this net from Omega, it needs to find the mark, but no, it's going to be the answer. A 1v1 between Omega and Chips, and Omega runs out of bullets in the magazine, switches the weapon, and he comes out on top. A bit of an awkward engagement, but Omega, he refuses to bow down.
Oh my god, the crowd's elated right now. The humble IGL, not so humble anymore, is he? As for Make the Road, coming in close, Tizzy, in fact, blowing himself up. As for K9, still in the race, still in contention, MTR, yet to find themselves back. A great start to the last day. And for now, K9 Esports, chicken dinner. Could not be the end anymore, but they could be ambitious for a top 3 finish.
Their Soul still life fixes, and they've got a lot of finishes on the board. Insane numbers being put up by them. 12 finishes on the block, and Soul, now they seem like the cool kids. But you cannot even count out Nongshim RedForce. What they did to K9 Esports is dirty, and I got reminded of what exactly happened in Showdown. It was the same way K9 Esports was denied that gauntlet slot.
Yeah, that really hurt. It was Nebula. But we have seen so many moments from Omega. A fight against FS Esports. It was a game of Miramar. But all of that gone to vain. If K9 cannot make a statement over here. As for Nongshim RedForce, XEY, Dizzy, somehow keeping the banner, keeping the hopes alive for the South Koreans. Even Nongshim RedForce have such a golden chance. And this has been the case with them, even in EWC, if you remember. Did not have a great first day, but the bounce back was so visible. And today, expecting nothing less from them. So many of those emergency covers deployed. I really want to see what route does Omega go for.
I mean, just look at the replays and even the crowd just getting absolutely pumped up the moment Omega clutched it out. But Omith, he was not happy. He was still unhappy because he knows K9 could have won that game, but with that one single play, with that one single misplay, K9 just lost the chances of getting that game secured. But what a nade that was! Nongshim still being a constant threat as they also eliminate Knuckle from Seoul, and the remaining player, he gets eliminated by MTR.
Oh my god, that's a huge blow, but nonetheless, Team Seoul did have a good bounce back. And as the dust settles, the final three teams remain in front of us. MTR taking on Nongshim, and then there is Omega. A 1-on-4-on-2 situation. Numbers favoring MTR. High ground favoring Nongshim. A lot of covers being created. Really comes down to how many smokes they have, and seems like MTR, they're at the ready as XEY trying to take a fight, it is a child's play for him. Nongshim RedForce really feeling themselves, especially XEY.
That's 5 placement points for K9 Esports and a lot of elimination points, so still a decent outing, but decent's not enough for K9. They need an extraordinary performance, and Nongshim, they're on the verge of pulling off an extraordinary performance. MTR is all the way back in the overall standing still. Being on the first spot's impossible for MTR, but still, they can fight for the pride. And that's what MTR is trying to do. MTR does not have a lot of elimination points, but now the standoff between Nongshim and MTR, it's proven out to play pretty well for the side of MTR. It's actually favoring them as well since they had the man number in the final few moments at MTR. They start things off with a great note. Not a lot of points, but it's still something that's going to get MTR that ball rolling in the court.
I mean, this is one of those teams that got shown a lot of love when they entered the stage, when they entered the arena. And I guess when the name is making the road, they're going to start paving their own path, even if it's on the last day. Although, way too far away from the trophy, are we still going to have hope for MTR?
No, I don't think so. There's no possible way MTR is going to be able to get the first spot. Maybe they can still squeeze in the top 5, and there's still a possibility that they can actually get the slot, Johnny, as we mentioned. If Dplus goes to second, then there's still a chance that the slots will constantly keep on moving down in the overall standings.
I mean, it's going to have to trickle down a lot for MTR to be the one moving up on towards the GC, but Pixis, what an interesting game. DRX, they increase their advantage yet again. It is 26 points.
26 points is a big number if you ask me, and especially considering we were really hoping that the first game we get to see all the Indian teams and then the South Korean teams fighting it out, and that was exactly what happened. DRX somehow isolated themselves from that fight and honed in those fights, man, especially the one against JPX, that 1v3 solo. He was a man on a mission. And let's not also rule out Team iQOO Seoul. They were also playing really well. But if you talk about individual heroics, XZY, another name, and Nongshim RedForce, once again, Johnny, you and I were there.
Yeah, XZY is an absolute mad lad, a hero for the team over there. One of the best players in the roster, and he delivered in this game, man. Those eliminations, the top 2 finish, it was just perfect.
And how unfortunate is K9 Esports? They pretty much died the same way how Nebula eliminated them in Showdown. And that's got to sting, right? Especially when we know that this was the most important game. K9 Esports, that one massive mistake is now once again going to keep them at the bottom of the overall standings or on the latter half of the overall standings. But at least it's a decent start. Could have been worse.
Yeah, it's a decent start. Still a long way to go. I mean, our theory suggested that K9 Esports needed a big win. We were looking for those 40 points in the first few matches. They get at least a few, a top 4 finish with 9 eliminations on the board. So this was a decent outing for K9 Esports, but they still need that massive chicken dinner before the second wrangle of the day rolls around.
That's the thing, right? They're still not yet a threat to the lobby at this point. The moment they enter the top 3, that's when we might take them into the equation. But then again, consider Mysterious4, Nebula going after each other, both of them taking and getting eliminated. That's not good.
I mean, it wasn't good, but still, hope remains. There are a lot of matches left, 5 last games left for the grand finale, ladies and gentlemen. Before we continue with the action, a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
What an electric start to the D-Day as, again, this time Koreans dominating, but the Japanese teams are the one finding their way back into the tournament, or maybe not, for which I've got 2 young gentlemen to discuss it along with. So we've got IC back, and Johnny, yeah, we are getting old, but we consider ourselves pretty young. So IC, first game, we were all anticipating that Indian teams will bounce back, the counter-strats will be there, but it was DRX, Nongshim RedForce making impressions.
You have to give credit towards DRX as well, because think about it this way, right? The way how DRX actually started as well, there was 4 teams dropping onto his test site, and then for some reason, Hyun-Min was able to mess things up in that vicinity. Yes, he got 2 frags, got out to safety, reset the entire fight, but what was really insane was that him single-handedly dismantling JPX, and from then on, the morale was just all-time high. DRX, they may have bowed out early, but they still ended things with 12 finishes.
Yeah.
So I would still think that DRX is in prime, pristine condition right now.
And that,
You know, this is what got me concerned. A lot of people were like, watch out for this young man. I was like, nah, Indian teams will make a comeback. And now I feel really threatened because Johnny Hoonbin, 10 finishes to start the day off. I think I'm getting scared.
yeah, I mean, this man is scary. Let's not forget, he's at the top of the MVP leaderboard as well. But when we look at the top 5 players of this game, we have XZY getting 7 finishes for his team. Osal from Dplus KIA with 4. Nakul and Joker representing Seoul with 4 finishes each. Seoul also had a pretty fun time in this game, getting all of those finishes. Unfortunately, they were taken out a little bit earlier than they wanted to in this particular match. But still, when it comes down to the total points tally, they are going to have those 16 points. Nongshim RedForce finishing with 11. The winners of the game making the road with just 15. K9 Esports 14. But I think this arena has a new favorite team, that is CAG, which ended up taking out DRX before they could just take the lead any further.
All right, this is the overall standings, right? DRX now still sitting atop 123 points. And I see for the Indian teams, for Mysterious4 Nebula, it's not looking good.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good as well here, considering the fact that DRX is pulling the lead once more. It's not exactly over yet, but somebody, and I mean somebody's got to stop DRX from lifting the trophy here. And you can see moments of brilliance coming from Seoul. You saw moments of brilliance coming in from Dplus KIA. In this particular game, even Nongshim as well is just stepping up and saying that, hey, we only have 6 more matches to go. It's now or never. Rondo was the match that, hey, you need to rack up some points. Yes, they did a fantastic job, but guess what? So did DRX. So, this is going to be something that I'm genuinely worried.
And Nongshim, they share their playstyle and their mindset with a team like K9 Esports, by the way. Both the teams have had similar performances. Their runs in the finals or 3-day events where they have played has been exactly the same. First day, you do not do that well. Second day is when you start to initiate a little bit of a comeback, and third day, you just go absolutely berserk. The only difference is Nongshim still had a better position compared to K9 Esports, so the both teams have started off on a great note. Now it's all down to how consistent can you be. Drop a single game, and you miss out on the opportunity to move to GC.
So, gentlemen, riddle me this. So, from what we have witnessed so far, it's basically a battle of bronze and brains going on over here, where Indian teams are just fighting against each other, while the South Koreans and Japanese, they've been quite opportunistic, I see. We've seen multiple situations. In fact, one of the biggest examples, Mysterious4 Nebula duking it out, and then it was combined efforts, DRX, Dplus KIA, everybody just running after them.
See, that's the thing about mentality, right? Like, when it comes to moments like this, especially coming in from day number 3, you have to expect the unexpected here. And knowing that, hey, there's only 6 matches left, what's the best outcome for you to actually make a comeback? And that is going to be taking risks. So sometimes you have to take necessary risks to actually achieve reward. High risk, high reward scenario. And you can see the Korean teams are starting to do that as well.
Agreed.
Even Seoul as well has making a little bit of an adaptive change in this match. 12 finishes in the back. I thought for a second maybe Seoul might be out of the race. But with this performance, Seoul might have a chance to make themselves into the top 2 as well.
But then, what's the answer to this? Because, Team Seoul, they've made those adaptations. But other teams, for Mysterious4 Nebula, how did they bounce back, Johnny?
Man, I mean, they have to go berserk or make sure they get at least a chicken dinner in Erangel itself. I understand Rondo can get extremely chaotic because of that early aggression, and you never know what to predict. I mean, who would have thought that Madkings would end up dominating that Neo X Factory fight on day number 1? They did. Day number 2, Reject show up with an unpleasant surprise. But now let's see how today turns out. Erangel, very important for these teams.
It's similar air surrounding this guy because we have seen Team Seoul. They've always staged those comebacks in those final day. In the showdown, they missed out by a couple of points, really fell flat. But this time, they are very hopeful because Team Seoul did stage an epic comeback in Rondo. So much questions in our head. Let's head over for an exclusive interview.
समय मेरे साथ है टीम सोल एंड ऑफ कोर्स माहौल तो ये टीम बना लेती है जैसे ही अरीना में एंटर करती है जैसे ही कोई फिनिश करती है अरीना पूरा एक्साइटेड हो जाता है लेकिन एक्साइटमेंट और ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट हम लोग कर सकते हैं जब आपके हाथ आज भी चिकन डिनर लगे इस समय सोल आप लोग हैं 7th पोजीशन पर विद 87 पॉइंट्स तो नकुल क्या हम अगले 2 मैचेस में मैं 5 की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ अगले 2 मैचेस में एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि सोल की तरफ से एक चिकन डिनर आ जाए
हाँ कल हम अच्छी प्लानिंग के साथ आए हैं और हमने अभी फर्स्ट मैच एवरेज पॉइंट्स अच्छे निकाल दिए चिकन भी आ सकता था बट कैजुअलिटी की वजह से चिकन नहीं आया तो अभी हम 2 मैच में ट्राई करेंगे अपना बेस्ट देंगे चिकन निकालने के
एंड गॉब्लिन जब इंडिया एंड साउथ कोरिया की टीम्स आती हैं तो लॉबी में जब इतना चैलेंजिंग एक आपको दिखता है कि टीम्स बहुत ही बेहतरीन हैं तो क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं आर यू फीलिंग अ लिटिल डिफरेंट कि ये जो लॉबी है थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा कम्पिटिटिव ऐसा कुछ फील हो रहा है
नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक सो। लाइक इंडिया के जो टॉप टीम्स है उनके लेवल की ये टीम्स है। मेरे को ऐसा नहीं लगता कि ये बाहर के है या वो, क्योंकि सेम स्टेज पे तो सेम लेवल के ऑब्वियसली, तो डजंट मैटर।
ऑलराइट, एंड इस समय लेजिट से बात करते हैं। लेजिट, ऑफ कोर्स यू हैव बीन परफॉर्मिंग रियली वेल फॉर योर टीम, एंड इस समय लेजिट आपके मम्मी, पापा, बहन एंड साथ में कौन कौन है?
दादी।
आपकी दादी भी आई हैं। ऑलराइट, तो आपकी दादी भी फॉलो करती हैं बीजेएमआई?
मतलब इतना फॉलो नहीं करती, लेकिन हम बताते तो खुश हो जाते हैं वो बहुत, मतलब सपोर्ट पूरा ही है उनकी तरफ से भी।
ऑलराइट, तो इस समय ऑफ कोर्स लेजिट की फैमिली तो यहाँ पर आई है, लेकिन इस समय पूरा अरीना खुश हो जाता है आपके फिनिशेस के साथ। सो टेल अस अबाउट द होल एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ प्लेइंग। यहाँ पर जापानीज टीम्स हैं, साउथ कोरियन टीम्स हैं, ये ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस कैसा है ऑफ द इंटरनेशनल कप?
मतलब वही है कि हमने जो अब तक एक्सपीरियंस करेगी, जो मतलब इंटरनेशनल टीम्स है वो बहुत क्विक रह रही है चीज़ों को लेकर, चाहे वो जोन लेना हो, फाइट्स रैप करना हो, तो वही हमने मतलब नोटिस करा और अब उस चीज़ के लिए हमने प्रेप भी करा है। बट होपफुली आज जो भी प्रिपरेशन करी है वो वर्क कर जाए, तो देखने को सबको मिल ही जाएगा वो तो लास्ट में।
ऑलराइट, एंड इस समय आपके फैंस एंड आपके मम्मी पापा, आपकी बहन, आपकी दादी को कुछ कहना चाहते हैं लेजिट?
मतलब यही ट्राई होगा कि मतलब दिल्ली में इवेंट हो और वो आ पाए, तो ऐसे ना जाए, मतलब ट्रॉफी की मेरे हाथ में ट्रॉफी देखकर जाए मेरी टीम के साथ, और जितने भी फैंस हैं वो भी मेरे लिए मेरी फैमिली जैसे हैं, सब देखकर जाए मैं ट्रॉफी उठाते हुए।
हम भी यही चाहते हैं, दादी जी भी यही चाहती है, सब अरीना में यही चाहते हैं कि लेजिट के हाथ, सोल के हाथ या इंडियन टीम के हाथ ये ट्रॉफी लगे। सो वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग द बेस्ट राइट नाउ, लेकिन अभी के लिए बीजेएमआई एक्शन और भी आपका इंतजार कर रहा है। 5 और गेम्स बचती हैं, उसके बाद पता चल जाएगा कि वो कौन सी 2 टीम्स हैं जो जा रही हैं अपने देश को रिप्रेजेंट करने एट द ग्लोबल स्टेज। लेकिन अभी के लिए लेट्स हेड बैक टू मोर बीजेएमआई एक्शन, लेट्स हेड बैक टू द कास्टिंग डेस्क।
A lot of positivity oozing out of the players of Team Seoul, especially after having such a great start. And yesterday was also a similar situation, I see, where the South Koreans, the Japanese teams performed really well in the game of Rondo, but Erangel had a completely different storyline.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like yesterday, we do see that DRX did crumble a little bit here. They only bounced back during Game 4 on day number 2 itself. They only got like 2 points throughout the matches of 4 games thus far. But today, this first game in Rondo has pretty much resetted whatever deficit they were lacking based on yesterday's performance here. We saw comebacks coming from Mysterious4, we saw comebacks coming from TrueRippers, we saw comebacks coming from Dplus KIA. And initially, before this map, I thought there was only going to be 3 teams in contention for the #1 spot. But now, we've So back in the mix, we see Nongshim RedForce as well. It is still very open here. So this match and the next match is going to be the most important match here to give you a fighting chance to contest DRX, who's currently about 20 to 30 points lead.
And at this point, Johnny, I think we need to start bringing Nongshim RedForce into the conversation once again. You and I, we were both sharing the Hindi desk. EWC, NSR did not have a great start. But day 2, day 3, what a comeback it was. And at this point, what are we supposed to be expecting from their side? Because they also had a great first 2-3 games, and then they kind of fell apart. But today, I feel like there's a different spark coming out of them.
I mean, there is. That's the trend for the team. This is what I mentioned before we had that interview with the players of Team Seoul as well, that this team always bombs day 1. And then on day number 2 and day number 3 is when they make a comeback. Day 3 in particular has always been their strongest day. And today, with how they've started off right off the bat on that map of Rondo, there's a lot of hope. But then again, you have to make sure that you cross that 100-point marker after this Erangel itself. You have to try and see if you can get at least 15 to 20 points in this Erangel. Do not let DRX run away with the lead. I know time and time again, you guys have been saying that, oh, whenever DRX have had a lead in the history, they've never lost. But, guys, there's always a first time for things happening. You never know where things are going to turn or take a turn for the South for DRX as well. And I'm a believer. I like when unexpected things happen.
All right, there's something interesting happening over here with our Korean buddies who are also on the casting desk. And somebody has opened his blazer up, and all right, they're giving away jerseys. Johnny, would you mind taking over the desk for a bit?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, fixes, grab 3. Grab 3.
Yeah,
go.
I'll get it for you
Get
guys.
3 first.
Please run over.
All right, we're going to take over ICU.
I think they're done. They're out. You're late,
Oh, no.
Fixes.
Why are you so
no.
slow, Fixes?
Why are you so slow? You
I'm
gotta.
a fat man entering in my 30s, unmarried, still single. What do you expect?
Wow, that's a.
Mentioned all of those details for no reason. We just asked why you were slow. You could have just said, I don't run that well.
Yeah, you know.
I just gave you a description and an explanation for that. But yeah, I'll still get it for you guys later on. But now let's talk about what Mysterious4 and Nebula need to do ASAP in Erangel because they balled hard.
Win the game!
Exactly, I agree. Win the game. Just
How?
win chicken dinner, get 10 finishes every single game, and you're set.
Yeah, I don't know how, man. Drop the other players off their chairs. Just win the darn game.
And maybe just drop Clash on DRX and take a fight and just have a closure right then, right there. But it is time for the greener pass. So, gentlemen, you know what you've got coming. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 more games to decide who is going to be lifting the trophy, lifting the crown here for BMIC 2025. Who's it going to be? And this is going to be a very important match here. We saw an amazing start for teams like DRX in the map of Rondo. Can they continue to hold the lead over somebody? Stop them right here, right now. And this is going to be the game 2 for today. It is going to be the map of Erangel.
This feels like watching the finale of an epic series. And what am I saying? This feels like it. This is the finale of an epic series. 3 days worth of stories unfolding in front of our eyes. And in the last few moments, anything can happen. The most unpredictable ending is what I am hoping for. But it can be as predictable as DRX just securing 1 game and just walking away with the trophy, with the crown, in fact, that is there on the trophy itself. But looking at the right off the bat, on the flight path, DRX, they're quite close to Seoul, they're quite close to the players of Madkings, and Mysterious4, look at that, I see. They're dropping along that Western Highway. I wonder what is going in their heads.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, let's take a look at towards the map standing so far in the map of Erangel. And currently, REIGNITE is the only team that has 16 finishes in the map of Erangel, but 0 position points. So I'm very concerned for the Japanese powerhouse, though.
Hey, but while you are concerned for the Japanese powerhouse, I am happy for the Indian powerhouse, that is Nebula Esports. They have the best performance on the map of Erangel, and of course, we are hoping that they add a little bit to that total tally of 70 points that they've secured on this map so far.
But at the same time as well, making the road is going to have a little bit of run in here with Sarah. Sarah's only got a pistol, and iQOO only has 20 bullets left on that AKM. And is trying to scout around where Sarah is. Sarah is able to pick up a shotty as well. He's going to try to get close, and personal, and the pump comes through. iQOO gets completely shut down. Nicely done coming from Sarah. And back towards the game, and a little bit of a stats here as well. And another team that does not have good position points is also Seoul in the map of Erangel. Think about this.
Yeah.
They've played a total of 8 maps of Erangel. They've only got 1 position point.
Ouch. I mean, it has been... It's not been easy for them on Erangel so far. I'll agree to that. And in the 6 games they've played, it's just been struggle after struggle. But hopefully they can turn things around today, since Seoul, along with Nongshim RedForce, also had a pretty decent time in that previous game of Rondo. They made a little bit of leap again in the top 8. But let's see how things turn out. We do see the standings, and of course only one team having crossed that 100-point marker. It's going to be DRX, chased by Mysterious4, Nebula, Dplus KIA, and Nongshim RedForce, teams in the 90s. Then we have teams in the 80s, TrueRippers, Seoul, OG, CHG, OSAKA, and K9 Esports, who have made their way finally in the top 10.
Exactly, and based on this performance as well, because of the Rondo map, it kind of set things on an equalizer to contest for the top 2 spot right now. Mysterious4 may be holding the small lead on top 2, but again, DRX is going to be the biggest threat right now. You need at least 30 points, and that's also provided that DRX do not perform well. And based on Rondo's gameplay, things has been really looking good.
Yeah, here's a replay of how things went down in that first conflict. It's iQOO getting dropped to the floor by Sara, and then the instantaneous finish conversion. But on our screens, I see we have K9 Esports, and this is what I call being stubborn. Drop towards the center of the map, and yet instantly picking up vehicles. They are headed towards Severny. Considering it's a northeastern circle, things might work out, but K9 Esports, they have to make sure they do not lose bodies early. They've managed to avoid any contact with everyone inside of this lobby so far, and since they've made it towards the northern side of the map, they should be relatively safe. But then the circle decides their fate.
Exactly. You can see teams are starting to play a little bit more passively as well, knowing for a fact that this is going to be a very, very crucial game itself. If you do not start racking up points from Game 2 as well as Game 3, it is nearly impossible to catch up to DRX with this lead.
Yeah.
And of course, DRX has at least a 1.5 game safety cushion as of yet. And of course, Seoul, with their performance thus far, their best performing maps has been in the map of Miramar, and just now in the map of Rondo was also a small little recovery for them. Hopefully they have done their homework in this map in Erangel.
I hope so, man. And since you've been talking about DRX, I've just been looking on the map as to where they are. We see on our screen Seoul, having conquered Pochinki, are going to have a pretty easy time in the early stages of the game in their home, their new home, in fact. But DRX, they almost had contact with the players from Madkings all the way towards the eastern edge of that Everest Hill. Now they're falling back, breaching the circle from the western edge of the play zone, of the current play zone.
Exactly. But at the same time, I'm actually curious to see what Mysterious4 and Nebula Esports is going to be cooking in this particular game. Because in the map of Rondo, it's very apparent they switched up for a passage approach gameplay. A little bit safer than what we expect them to do, knowing them that they do have aggressive tendencies to work with. But things just didn't really work out. And that small little battle between Mysterious4 versus Nebula caused a little bit of ruckus, which resulted in both teams kind of getting completely shut down for the chicken dinner in the map of Rondo. And this game, again, they're playing a little bit safe. They're not going on the hunt. But for Mysterious4, they are part of the team that is going to be furthest away from the center of the zone as of yet. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be taking this approach, considering that they are going to be coming in from the west. And Dplus KIA also going to be smack middle of everyone. And alongside them is going to be Nongshim as well.
Yeah, Nongshim and Nebula actually not too far away from this position. So Dplus KIA taking shots on Nongshim RedForce could be dire for them. But maybe good for Nebula. We see them, Kratos. The vehicle sound is going to be heard by Fabian, and he tries to turn away. Contact avoided, in fact, negated by both the sides. Nobody wants to take this fight early. I see any sort of risk being avoided, and that shows you how much pressure these teams are under right now, based on how close they have gotten themselves to the trophy.
Yeah, that's the thing about competition, right? Especially when the competition is this tight. One small little mistake may cause fear in your minds here. And speaking of fear, Nongshim RedForce, they do find a pick-off, and that's going to be Clutch God getting taken out from the side of Madkings. And just like that, Nongshim RedForce, they are slowly farming a couple of points here and there. And with that performance from Rondo just now, guess what? They're actually on number 4 now. Day 1 wasn't a great start for them. Day 2, they had a little bit of small recovery to make it into the top 8. But now, they are on the 4th position here. Nongshim, a team who has multiple experiences in the global stages, does not have a ticket. And they themselves this time are looking for their ticket themselves to actually go towards the global championship.
They're just 2 points shy of toppling over Nebula Esports and Dplus KIA. Fabian still waiting around the ridge, but look at this. From the flank, we see JP enter the fray. No wonder if they just want to keep on pushing in the same direction, although I believe JP has found some cover to work with, so it allows them to hold their ground, hold and find a safe position inside of the play zone. But as you're talking about teams, and a few moments ago you mentioned teams outside the play zone. Well, almost everyone has made their way towards the first play zone except God's Reign and TrueRippers. TrueRippers crossing that Nova bridge, entering the play zone. Right now, there's the last man, KIA. It's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. There it is. Flips right back on the right side, and, well, KIA is on the move again.
Exactly, but hold that thought for now. Looks like Madkings, they are going to be taking a little bit of pit stop out here on the gas station of Yasnaya. And guess what? Bunny was able to scout things out. He's looking for a couple freebies. Shadow OG tagged up pretty low, but Bunny doesn't want to overcommit to this. Omega finds a straggler, and that's going to be Pro that gets shot by the legs there. But the commitment is Mysterious4 looking to try and third-party this? Are they going to play the aggressive play? Seems like it is going to be the right call as Omega creeps up to them, and here comes the crash.
Oh, Mysterious4, they are desperate for points. They want to close the difference. Shadow gets knocked out. Last man left alive for Madkings. Apollo and Houston, we have a problem. Apollo, he is under fire, surrounded from every single direction. trying to see if he can stay alive. Wait for the players of OG to show up for a third party, and they do. The saving grace not lasting a long time. Mysterious4 still get those 3 elimination points for themselves, and more are available as OG are also not in a comfort zone in this fight anymore.
Exactly, they got a little bit of reflect, and now Bunny looking for those confirmations. The re-knock here forces OG to reposition and focus on him, and Bunny, he gets chipped away. OG with a huge flank here to shut him down, and just like that, they claim his points. However, Mysterious4, because of Bunny's plays, they were able to pick up Snowjot, which is great and all, but we are still seeing this 4 versus 3 fight here. Orangutan continue on this assault.
The IGL sacrifices himself for the cause of a greater good. Keeps the assaulters alive. We know how much effort Hero has put into Mysterious4 being at the top of the leaderboard right now. Same goes for Snowjot and Omega, having big matches again and again. And this time, if they manage to beat the Apes, they might just be able to conquer the world as well. But Omega steps into the Molotov. A big misplay coming through from Mysterious4, and this could come back to haunt them.
Exactly, AKOP making a little bit of noise as well, is trying to shoot through the legs, but Mysterious4, they are very aware, taking an under fire as well. As Orangutan, the Apes slowly creep up on this as well, and AKOP looking to try and lob the nade there. He does get the nade's control, but Hero was able to scare him off. As this stalemate continues on, OG is taking a long time in
no
this
one's
fight
watching
here.
Atanki. It could be troublesome for Mysterious4, and it is WizGod. From the distance, finds the knock. Omega out of the way. Now it's just a 2v4. Snowjot falls as well as Aru continues the push. Hero, he is there. Is it going to be the hero moment? The world is watching. He takes down 2, and he gets 1 more finish point in the back. What is going to be the next move for this man? Knows where WizGod is. Knows where Atanki is. He hears the footsteps as well. And WizGod is trying to run around the corner with Hero in chase. Atanki has fallen as well. This fight is down to a 1v1. And Hero, shots fail to connect. Ammunition still there! And what a clutch! A hero moment for the hero himself! 7 eliminations, and Mysterious4 keep the mystery alive!
Hero as the savior of Mysterious4. An insane clutch being done by Hero. The damage has been done, but 7 points gives them the advantage as Mysterious4 try to hang on for the lead of the top 2. But as the journey continues, they're still outside the zone. Let's take a look at the zone right now as it shifts all the way to the mansion and shelter area. Dplus KIA smack middle. Nebula having a very decent control onto the warehouses on the west side. But now for Mysterious4, the game plan is going to be very, very tough. 2-man against the world. Hero, he's got to pull some heavy lifting this game.
Yeah, man, points are points. He gets his teammates back into this game. 2 players can still survive till the top 2. That's all they have to do. And at the same time, pray that DRX, they get taken out. 19 points separating the 2 sides.
Oh boy, speaking of the points so far, Nebula Esports also going to be looking to try and dethrone DRX and maybe Mysterious4. But they themselves getting scattered out in the open as they try to rotate away as the circle actually shifts off onto potentially the mansion area as well. And not to mention that shelter area also is going to be in play. But surprising enough, 14 teams remain and nobody is opting to go inside the entrances of shelter, trying to take a little bit of a pit stop here. But let's take a look at the recap on how things actually happened between that fight as well. WizGod was able to get a very nice off angle, which resulted in forcing OG to go in for this push. But Hero, my goodness, this was a fantastic, phenomenal clutch coming from him to deny WizGod that opener, or in this case, OG, that clutch to actually clean them up.
It wasn't just the clutch. It was a god-tier performance. I missed out on the fact that Atanki got knocked out by Hero as well. That was a 1 versus 4 clutch play coming in when Mysterious4 needed it the most.
Well, every single point counts here. The stakes are this high, and you've got to pull every single movement card here. And Hero was able to pull one right under. A heroic moment, but the journey still continues. The odds are still stacked against them. Can they recover from this is going to be the question, whereas the rest of the world are setting up shops inside the zone now. You can see REIGNITE. They're going to be playing under a couple of bunkers themselves, sharing it with JPX, but it's still very far off. This is a commitment that they cannot take, knowing that REIGNITE has spotted out Reject from the mountain terrains on top of Prison. And who knows, this circle may shift on towards the three very different play styles of a terrain here. One being Mansion, one being Prison, and one being the warehouses on the north side of Shelter.
Man, this triangle, it's open space. There is not a lot of cover, as you mentioned. REIGNITE, we see them comfortable in that dip because there is nowhere else to go. They're going to have to use JP as their namesakes, like a literal shield. If JP can protect anyone or keep everyone from entering, then REIGNITE stays alive. Otherwise, they're going to get naded out of this lobby so quickly that you blink it and you miss it. But K9 Esports on our screens right now, we see them playing that northeastern edge. Well, not anymore. They were building up pressure against making the road. They did secure a knock, struggling to convert into a finish, but now they need to make the push for the play zone. It's not too far away, but there's going to be a lot of pressure to deal with.
Oh boy, speaking of the zone right now, seems like Prison is going to be the way to go. So it's going to be making their move to try and push their way through. But as soon as they spot out Dplus KIA and also Rejects, they may look to try and play from underneath Prison, which normally is a choke point where you are going to get completely shut down. However, whereas the rest of the world, hold that thought for now. So they actually get spotted out by Reject.
Well, Reject, they do end up finding the opening knock. And Divine is going to try and convert it into finish. Sarah helps out. The finish goes into the hands of Reject, but I want to talk about this, the circle shift. It kind of swings the game into the favor of Dplus KIA if they can protect himself. So we still have a few contenders for the trophy still in the fight, in the mix. There's DRX, Nongshim RedForce outside the play zone, but Nebula find themselves on that northwestern edge. A high probability to witness a clash, but God's Reign, they're going to chime in for a bit. A knock secured against the players of DRX. It's going to be QXZ, the IGL down.
Yeah, and seeing how DRX is lost QXZ, God's Reign was able to deny them a little bit of movement as well. The IGL for DRX pretty much taken out in the open here. Does DRX want to make the hero call to try and save him is going to be the question, but it seems like it is going to be very difficult. But hold that thought for now. Mysterious4, they've just arrived the zone. They drive past JPX. They dodge a couple bullets. They are still surviving.
They're going to run into Dplus.
They might run into us a different team. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, they're moving in that exact direction. Mysterious4, they're looking for a safe haven, but with a two-man roster, it's going to be difficult to survive. And well, it's not Dplus. They run into the players of Soul and Reject. Prison right now is not as safe as you would think. It's not that well guarded. In fact, the gods right now are trying to just instantly finish you off. And it's Hero from the side of Mysterious4. The man knocked out, finished secured by the players of Reject. But DRX, mid-rotation, spotting out XZY from Nongshim RedForce. Do end up securing a knock. But CAG OSAKA, as I said, the new fan favorite team in India again picking off DRX.
That's the second time now CAG OSAKA has done it. And DRX, they are out of the race for now. They've only gotten 1 point. This is prime time for everybody else to close the gap. Mysterious4, they've just lost Hero. It is still alive, but he's only a solo warrior inside Prison. Meanwhile, we can see REIGNITE. Meanwhile, we can also see making the road on the outskirts on the northern side inside this circle. They're not moving an inch. They just need to play patient and try and conserve all those vehicles for this open field battle.
Yeah, but now traversing through those open fields is going to be a big challenge. On the other side, as we were talking about Mysterious4, since DRX has just been eliminated, they can get a lot of placement points from this game, considering their Soul in Prison to protect them. And on the high grounds, Reject and Dplus KIA will not let anyone through. Anytime you get close to Prison, Reject is going for you. And that will create the pressure to allow Omega from Mysterious4 to just keep his head down and play for survival points. That is it.
I agree, but let's see how the zone actually shifts here. Seems like the zone is going to shift out from Prison. Dplus KIA, they need to get out. Reject as well. But hold that thought for now. On the screen, CAG OSAKA going for the push. A very quick and clean sweep here as they take out, making the road. And while this is happening, REIGNITE also looking to try and third party this.
REIGNITE and JP, both the teams, because look at the map. They are closing in, but it's going to be TrueRippers who end up securing a knock and a finish conversion against CAG OSAKA. Their scouting player has been shut down. They wanted to move from the eastern edge, but REIGNITE, that nade from Taki. Just make sure that the sheep is going to be prepped up for the harvest wool. And as soon as REIGNITE try to make that bounce, the trade comes through. CAG OSAKA, they're not going to give up on this fight.
Oh boy, CAG Osaka, they got missed, completely pinned out in the open, and that's the knock coming in. CAG Osaka making a miraculous comeback. And now with Reignite, Taiki, last man standing, he's inside the smoke. And Matun, he has heard the grenade pin. He's trying to find him through the smokes. Can he find him? The sprays comes through. Finally, he finds the connection, and Taiki goes down. CAG Osaka with a massive game. Garnet and Matun remains, but 8 finishes in the board. But wow, this is happening. Guess who's knocking in? It is going to be TrueRippers that comes in and shuts them out. And that is CAG Osaka also taken out.
Yeah. And with every single team being eliminated, Mysterious4 get a step closer to the placement points. And K9 Esports, they have just set the stage on fire. They're taking on the players of Reject for few knocks secured, but looking for the finishes to come through. Now Divine is there in the backlines, and with where Beast is looking, I am doubting if they have information about where that last man is. They do end up getting the finish for Duello as well. And Reject not really in the most comfortable of positions right now in this game anymore. But on our screens, another big name that the entire nation is cheering for right now. Nebula Esports taking on JP and TrueRippers.
The race is getting fiercer as the chase for the top 2, and even the crown is getting hotter as well as TrueRippers finds Nebula out in the open. Now with Nebula leaving only Phoenix behind, he's got to tuck tails and make a run for it as well, as TrueRippers is not also out of the race yet. What a fierce competition here, Johnny.
It is quite fierce. And it is going to get more and more fierce, especially that southern cluster. We do see Seoul wiping out God's Reign. 1 more point for Mysterious4. The gap between them and DRX is now 19 points, but K9 Esports, they got to be careful. TrueRippers present in the nearby vicinity. And of course, you are going to have JP right next to them. Again, I'm keeping a track on that finish feed. Reject, they get eliminated from the game. And K9 Esports, and man, oh man, Necro has something going for him.
My goodness.
He said this team was going to make a bounce back again. And K9, well, they've got 5 finishes in this game. All 4 players still alive. They're about to cross that 90-point marker.
Exactly. Look at this. From top 2 all the way to top 9. The competition is getting so close. 20 points is what K9 Esports need. And the chicken from K9 Esports gives them a shot for the title as well.
And Omega needs to survive, man. I'm not letting go of Mysterious4 that easy. He needs those placement points. The gap has been brought down. If he finishes in the top 2, they're going to be in the 100 and teens, basically. 112, 113. But after that, it's down to the next wrangle.
Exactly. But now, let's take a look at the circle here. Seems like it is going to be favoring Nebula and TrueRippers here, as everybody else from the prison area has to push out in the open. JPX has been playing on the northern side for the longest time. They still have center control, and TrueRippers is pummeling onto them. But for now, they're kind of safe just because of the zone, unless, and I mean unless, TrueRippers decides to go a little bit aggressive. But considering the fact that there's still so many teams on the side of prison, guess what? TrueRippers has no reason to push JPX at all.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to wait. They can wait it out. On the other side of things, I mean, this is hell. I see all of those players in that dip. There is no escape with K9 Esports just having the crosshairs pinned for anyone who steps out from cover.
Yeah, same can be said for Dplus KIA as well. It's on the other side of the mountain here. So, in this case, is stuck in one of the most awkward places alongside with Omega for Mysterious4. And not to mention as well, right below, underneath K9 is also Nongshim RedForce. So it's all about who can pick up all these juicy points here. As Omega is going to be expecting company now, but he gets scouted out through the roof here. Beast, what an angle, what a spot.
Yeah, and K9 Esports, it seems like they're not going to slow down anymore. Last day, it is going to be theirs, just like Nongshim RedForce, but Slug, oh no, some trouble for the players of K9. Slug, he was scouting for a safe position for his team to move towards, but he's been knocked out. Well, he was dropped extremely low, brings his HP back up. He's still standing, so they still have all 4 players intact. His position might be compromised. He needs to be careful because TrueRippers are breathing down his neck, but in the tough moments, Omega shows up to save his teammate.
Exactly. Dplus KIA now has a perfect chance to try and snatch into, get into the top 2 themselves as well. What a comeback so far. How did this happen? No, who would have thought that Dplus KIA was able to make a recovery like this?
Look at the radar where the shots are being fired towards and where they're coming from. So Omega went towards Slug, asked him where the shots were coming from. Slug marked it, and now K9 are building pressure on Dplus KIA from the other side of the prison hill. So they're not going to allow them to move for free as well. And Soul closing in the distance is just going to make this entire ordeal a lot worse for Dplus KIA. That's too much pressure from the hill and from up close as well.
Agreed. And of course, so that means there is going to be a small little opening here to try and push up. All they need is just one knock and they can come out. But you know who's been laying low on the other side? It's going to be Nongshim RedForce here. And K9 was spotted out from So. Maybe that's going to be the space that So needs to actually get out. But K9 Esports, look at this, Biz. He's waiting for the last moments of the zone to make sure that the pressure is on top of So. And as soon as they go down, guess what? TrueRippers from outside is looking at them as well. And even Dplus KIA. Now K9 is caught out in the open.
Oh no, this could be a fumble from the players of K9 Esports. Slug got finished off, and Omega has now traded places. TrueRippers in the nade range, but it is going to be the players of Dplus KIA who make contact with the nade. Soul getting knocked out. Now, hope is going to be dire. Dplus KIA, they're going to start building up that momentum. Mysterious4 have been eliminated from the game a while ago, so the gate is open for them as well to take that second position away on the overall leaderboard. And they have all 4 players remaining. That just gives them the added pressure.
Oh my goodness. So they have a small little crack coming in. They might be able to get the reset as well, but the nades are coming in. They're trying to wipe them off. Dplus KIA, they're trying to connect, but it doesn't. But eventually, it's going to be Nongshim RedForce that takes the lives of Seoul as they get taken out on 7th place. And while this is happening here, the ordeal of coming out has been so difficult. And even Nongshim RedForce is just stuck. What do we do? TrueRippers has got them pinned on the right side. Dplus KIA has got them pinned on the west side. This is a very difficult play here for Nongshim RedForce to actually try to recover from this.
It is quite difficult indeed. And it's all because of what TrueRippers have done. They've kept these teams in prison for such a long time that now, since all of them try to escape together, they're going to try and might end up taking each other out. But TrueRippers, as they try to move and take a fight against JP, an unnecessary loss is going to be taken by TrueRippers. Nebula controlling the northwestern edge, TrueRippers controlling the northern edge, and K9 Esports controlling the eastern edge of the circle. Phoenix from Nebula spotted out by Jelly. Spray makes no contact though, and the knock! Ninja Boy! Favor repaid. You pick off Slug. We're gonna come after you. And TrueRippers get ripped apart by Ninja Boy and Beast. K9 Esports. Well, the teeth are out, the fangs are out, and they're starting to sink them in their opponents.
Yeah, mistakes were made from TrueRippers, and just like that, K9 Esports caught them looking in the wrong direction. A huge spray down, but at the same time, Nebula Esports, also laying low for the longest time, was spotted out by Fabian, and only one player remains from the side of Nebula Esports, and that's going to be Phoenix with the AWM. But Dplus KIA, they are on a roll, and they clean out Nongshim. But no, actually, Ninja Boy snatches the point away.
Oh, they're just stealing points now. This is good. This is going to be brilliant for K9 Esports. I think with this, they might have been able to cross that 90-point barrier, but let's see. I'm not that good at maths, to be honest. I'm going to wait for the overall leaderboard. They still have the numbers to work with in this game. 4 players for Dplus KIA, 3 for K9, and then there's Nebula, who have just stayed passive in this entire match.
My goodness, Johnny, this reminds me of INKR from 2 years ago. Dplus KIA did the exact same thing. Are we going to see a repeat in history, or are we going to see something new here? But for now, K9 under a lot of pressure. Even Nebula as well is trying to hold on for some sort of placement points. Phoenix is still outside the zone all by himself. He's hanging on. He's trying to get some sort of points, but no, he gets flushed out. And Dplus KIA shuts down Nebula, stops their points here, as Dplus KIA looking for that massive chicken dinner.
That MG3 with the 4X is being a big nuisance as he finds one more as soon as Omega was brought back. Oh, Saul! What is this? Takes down 2, goes for the 3rd. The damage is going to be there. No cover available for K9 Esports. And how do they survive this? I don't think they can. Omega, the last man left alive. What is the move? The nade lands too close. And I think with that, it is done and dusted. Dplus KIA, they end up with a winner
chicken dinner! What a game from Dplus KIA. What a massive comeback. You can see the confidence booster coming in. It took them 3 days, and now Dplus KIA is in a spot to potentially snatch that trophy away from everybody else.
And shunning the crowd as well. You could see the silence taking over. Dplus KIA showing the world once again why they are the best, why they are the most feared team. I mean, what a game of Erangel it was, and prison. A lot of prisoners won there.
Yeah, there were a lot of prisoners. It was just
none of them escaped.
with all of these convicts, man. But anyways, what a game!
Yeah.
What a game to just turn everything on its heads. Dplus KIA making a bounce back. You have K9 Esports doing phenomenal. Nebula Esports for some reason just went completely passive. And DRX. CAG is my new favorite team. I'm supporting CAG all the way, man.
Well,
You could really see that.
For all things considered, right, CAG Osaka has been the team that shut down DRX for the longest of time. But guess what? Because of all this small little plays that is happening here, guys, we have new contenders for the top 2 now. And who would have thought that Dplus KIA, despite us knowing that they are global champions for a reason, did not start their journey well in day 1. Day 2 was a little bit slow, but they have been under the radar for the longest time. And what a time to be alive right now.
Also, one moment in particular that I have to mention in this game. Hero versus
Oh my goodness.
OG.
That was a chef's kiss.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I've seen that before. That was 2 fights back to back, and they won both of them, man.
Exactly. Mysterious4 just cleaning out 2 teams all by themselves here. But the only downside was that they could not get placement points. And unfortunately to say 7 points is good, it's not enough placement points.
I think they got 1 or 2 placement points.
No, they got eliminated very early as well. It's really unfortunate though.
But you know, a lot of things have changed after this game. The South Koreans bouncing back, DRX feeling the heat, but so much to go, so much to talk about. But before that, folks, a very short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BMIC 2025 Grand Finals Day number 3 itself here. And guess what? Whew! The competition is getting fiercer and the competition is getting tighter. 4 matches remaining and things can be a little bit of a difference of a spice here, because considering the fact that the past few days we have always been talking about India, we've always been talking about them maybe standing a shot, but with this performance coming from Dplus KIA, they might stand a chance to maybe elevate their experience in the Global Championship by taking the gauntlet spot. But my name is ICBaby12, joining me is going to be Fixers as well as Necro as we take you through the commentaries for today. Now, 4 matches remaining here. Necro, I'm pretty sure you were watching this match. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, look, after this game, Dplus KIA is probably going to be on the 2nd spot. It's a fact, I guess. But if you move on towards the conversation of Nebula Esports, it feels like now they've once again shifted their playstyle towards being a little bit more passive. I'm not a big fan of that. Nebula Esports is always known to be unpredictable, and as long as they're going to be unpredictable with their aggression, they will get the reward of it. But so far, they're executing a defensive playstyle. That's why we're seeing the points not exactly in their court so far. But K9 Esports, back-to-back 2 games, quite consistent, and maybe even they're starting to make that comeback.
Now, mathematically, still very, very possible here for K9 Esports to try and dethrone the crown here or snatch the crown away. But before that, let us talk about the MVP of that previous match here. Obviously, it is going to be coming from Dplus KIA, Nobu being the MVP. Thoughts on this, Fixers?
I think, of course, there was huge hype around around him, coming in here. He's done this in the past in this very country, and even today showing the world why he's one of the best players. And I think Nolbu, he took his time. Initial first 2 days not that great, but eventually he's really catching up. Fabian also coming in clutch, but K9 again, I think always the late bloomers. This time also the same storyline, but more than that, I think at this point, Hero and that iconic play, especially dealing against 2 teams and still knowing that you have a shot at the podium, not losing your composure, goes on to speak volumes of how good this player has been.
Exactly, but at the same time here, this is the points gained from that particular match itself. Dplus KIA with 22 points, K9 with a huge bounce back with 16 points, TrueRippers with 11 points, but Mysterious4, because of Hero's superhero play, they were able to get 1 position points on top of it all, and just like that, they get themselves 9 points. It's not much of a big lead, but I'm genuinely curious now, how close is top 2 right now? Oh my goodness. Dplus KIA with that winner chicken dinner climbs up to the number 2 spot with 113 points. That means that is a 7 points difference between Dplus KIA and Mysterious4 as well as Nebula Esports.
Dplus KIA is just so consistent. It does not matter who is at the top. Dplus KIA will never be under that pressure or under that threat. They know how to move at their own pace, and once again, they're constantly executing that same playstyle, and it's been working out pretty well for them as of now. Yeah, activating themselves a little bit late on the day 3, but as long as you're getting the job done, that's what all that matters.
No, after seeing this as well, I know before day 1 we had a couple of speculations that may happen if certain teams actually lift the trophy. We talked about Orangutan, we talked about Dplus KIA, we talked about Reject as well. If they get number 1 and number 2, the slot will be passed on towards number 3 or number 4. So if Dplus KIA remains on number 2, the group stage spot still passes on towards number 3.
True. Yeah.
But if they lift the gauntlet, their original group stage spot actually passes to someone else.
Yeah, that's so much speculations going on, right? And it's yet to be still decided how that entire mystery unfolds. But when you talk about business end of things, even I'm impressed by CAG Osaka, another Japanese team. Finally, they're making a mark now. I think the first 2 games have gone extremely well, and this is where they've gotten that momentum. So the Japanese are doing good, South Koreans are doing good. I hope the Indian teams also bounce back.
Yep, but at the same time as well, we all have a lot of expectations for a champion, potential champion here. Nebula Esports being one of the favorites coming into day number 3. I'm curious to what they have to say after their 2 games performance here in day number 3 as we throw it over towards the host to interview them right now.
Thank you so much, casters. And with me are the stars of Nebula Esports. And of course, एक बहुत ही कमाल का गेम रहा, हमें देखने को मिला एक बहुत ही अमेजिंग सा एक्शन. लेकिन towards the end, Nebula, आपके हाथ ये चिकन डिनर नहीं लगा. तो क्राटोस, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, what went wrong towards the end?
मोस्टली तो वही था कि टायर वगैरह डीच हो गए एंड थोड़ा जल्दी क्लियर कर देना था पीछे टीम को, तो वही है, थोड़ा हो गया चोक. कोई नहीं, अगली बार से नहीं होगा.
एंड इस समय काफ़ी उम्मीदें हैं नेबुला ई-स्पोर्ट्स से, क्योंकि आप इस समय हैं 4th पोजीशन पर विद 100 पॉइंट्स. 4 और गेम्स बचती हैं एंड बस यही फासला है बिटवीन यू रिप्रेजेंटिंग द कंट्री और नॉट. तो अब आगे जो 4 गेम्स बचते हैं उसमें क्या प्लान है, क्या आप करने वाले हैं अलग?
कुछ नहीं, घुसेंगे और मारेंगे बस.
ऑलराइट, काफ़ी क्लियर कट इस समय क्लैरिटी है इस समय क्राटोस के पास. लेकिन यहाँ पर आदि मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि डे 1 में हमने देखा, डे 2 में भी देखा, बहुत ही इंटेंट के साथ बहुत ही एग्रेसिव गेम प्ले देखने को मिला नेबुला ई-स्पोर्ट्स से. डे 3 की शुरुआत थोड़ी सी स्लो देखने को मिल रही है. क्या ये स्ट्रैटेजी है, प्लान है कि डे 3 में हम लोग थोड़ा सा सोच समझ कर खेलेंगे?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ प्लान नहीं है. हमारा इंटेंट क्लियर है, मारना ही है. बट थोड़ी बेसिक गलतियाँ कर रहे हैं जिस वजह से हम मतलब आउटकम नहीं आ पा रहा है, पॉजिटिव आउटकम नहीं आ पा रहा है. पर यही बस अभी गोल यही है कि जो लास्ट के 4 गेम है उसमें हम हमारा बेस्ट दे और डेफिनेटली हम जीते.
एंड ऑफ कोर्स मैं इंटरनेशनल कप की बात करूंगा. पहली बार हो रहा है इस लेवल का, इस मुकाम का जो प्लेटफॉर्म यहाँ पर सेट किया है. ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस कैसा है इस समय इंटरनेशनल कप में अपने टीम के साथ इस मंच पर रिप्रेजेंट करने का?
एक्सपीरियंस तो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा है. मतलब एक ड्रीम रन है ये कि जो फाइनली हमको इंटरनेशनल रिप्रेजेंट करने का मौका मिल रहा है. तो बस मैं चाहता हूँ कि बस अभी जर्नी कंप्लीट नहीं हुई है. बस ड्रीम का तब कंप्लीट होगा जब हम यहाँ पे ट्रॉफी उठाएंगे, इंडिया का नाम सबसे ऊपर रखेंगे, तभी सेटिस्फेक्शन होगी.
और मैं ये यकीन से कह सकता हूँ कि ये ड्रीम सिर्फ आपका नहीं, पूरे हिंदुस्तान का है. एंड हम लोग यही चाहेंगे कि ये ड्रीम सच हो जाए. लेकिन अभी के लिए ये ड्रीम सच होने के लिए कितने चांसेस हैं एंड बाकी जो सामने वाली टीम्स हैं वो क्या रिप्लाई के साथ वापस आ सकती हैं, ये सब अच्छी तरह एनालाइज करने के लिए लेट्स हेड बैक टू द कास्टर्स डेस्क. सो कास्टर्स, टेक इट अवे.
Oh boy, that was a very, very interesting interview here coming from Nebula Esports. Hopes and dreams and an opportunity to represent your country is on the line. And of course, the pressure is starting to build up, the conversations and things are getting extremely heated here. And personally, I don't know what to say. 4 more matches to go. Seems like the pressure is getting onto them here as well. Fixers, I think you have noticed a couple of things here from the interview.
Yeah, their body language looked quite shaky, even their morale. So Necro brought this very interesting point that where he was very unpleased when Nebula was kind of trying to play around the center, slightly passive. I was of the opinion that they had the circle, and as long as the circle did not shift away. But yes, when it really mattered, when the circle went away from them, that is where the outcomes did not come. And that is something that the players are really disappointed about. They wanted a very electric start in Rondo. They did not get that either. So to shrug it all off, rub it off your shoulders and have that mental reset, that is very important for Nebula Esports. Otherwise, it's pretty much done and dusted.
I'm not exactly sure if the mental reset's going to be there. We all saw the faces. We all saw the body language. It seems like they're quite tensed out. And honestly, yeah, I do agree with the fact that they just need that one good game. But when are they going to find that one good game? That's the main question, right? If you look at what happened yesterday for Nebula Esports, they were not able to have that explosive game even once. On the day 1, yes, we did see that explosive game. But are they really going to have that explosive game on the day 3, especially when the pressure is all-time high?
Exactly. The competition is getting harder. The competition is getting fiercer. And now, as the game is about to load up as well, things are going to be extremely, extremely spicy here. 16 teams head in towards the Battlegrounds, and 16 teams with all their magic is about to happen as well. They have to perform at the highest level right here for BMIC. Without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the game right here, right now.
The plane is in the skies once again, 3rd time in the day. And this time, the plane is going to be starting all the way from Stalbert towards Ferry Pier. This plane flat path, once again, does seem quite forgiving. The teams can go wherever the hell they want, unless it's going to be a tough stretch.
Indeed, the penultimate game of Erangel for this competition. After this, 1 more remains. The flight path trajectory, like you mentioned, is a pretty generic one. But still, Necro, it's been a lot of games of Erangel. I've pretty much lost count. We are yet to see a Southern Circle.
True.
What is a BGMI tournament without having a Southern Circle in Erangel?
And imagine maybe the last game of Erangel is where we see the military base zone.
I hope I get to see in this one.
The upcoming game is going to be the final game, Fixes, so maybe that's where we'll see the military base circle. That's what happens usually.
I've had enough heartbreaks already, and military circle, we know what happens to Team Seoul, but yes. Right now, it's a different competition going on. The South Koreans have gone way past ahead. And even if the Indian teams play really well, if nobody really stops DRX or Dplus KIA, it is the South Koreans winning this tournament. Japan, they've put in a lot of heart, especially CAG Osaka. We saw how the audience got elated when they took down the likes of DRX. But for now, I mean, looking at how teams have gone for their splits, everyone scattered, another generic circle. Now, this one also favoring the likes of Nebula, Reject.
Yeah.
And I want to see what iQOO Seoul will be doing in this one, because Nongshim RedForce or maybe JPX, they have dropped down on Pochinki. So they'll have to be very, very careful.
Good question. I mean, at this point, everyone needs to be careful. That's still in contention. And we've also got the map standings of Erangel. Seoul is one of those teams that does not exactly do too great. And Nebula Esports have been the top performer on Erangel so far, consistently delivering those points. And I guess the biggest thanks for that has to be that 129 points game where they had on the day 1. It was a massive feat that was achieved by Nebula Esports. And because of that, they're still around the top 4. But so far, day 3 has not been too forgiving. It's been merciless. Nebula Esports is struggling. The previous game, at least they got some sort of points. Could have been worse. DRX spotted in midair. This can be massive. If DRX's game is pulled off the rip, this could be huge. But Seoul, they're instead backing away. Not following the man, Saishe. Yeah, it does take a bit of damage, but it's not going to change anything. This is going to be the free elimination point, Seoul. Come on.
I mean, that's quite upsetting. Nonetheless, all they should have done is really committed. They knew it was DRX. It was such a golden opportunity, but regardless, to reach their own team. So really squandering all these golden chances. And even if you ask me, the pressure is getting the better out of them. The previous game of Erangel, what were they even thinking, Necro, to be playing around prison? You know how difficult it is to come out of that.
And Fixes, look at K9 Esports' leap in the overall standings.
Yeah.
Started off on the latter half of the board, and now in the top 7. That's remarkable. But Seoul, they're getting pounced on by JPX. A fight that happened out of nowhere. None of us expected this. And JPX, they're getting absolutely stopped in tracks. They're getting shut down within an instant, and legit, even a shotgun fights the click, and just like that, you blink it and you miss it. JPX has been eliminated from the game. A flawless execution from Seoul.
Something to really capitalize upon just after messing up a really big opportunity. They somehow somehow make up for it. 4 finishes in the bag, a lot more to go for Team Seoul. Explosive start in Rondo, and then a big fall off in Erangel. Now looking towards redeeming themselves. Team iQOO Seoul, they've got a mission at hand. They have to also get inside the circle. Look at Legit, he barely has any ammunitions. Wasted a lot of bullets, and now even Team iQOO Seoul might retreat back to Pochinki and actually get their loot started.
That's what they're going to do, and that's what it seems like they're also planning to do. Seoul's going to retreat back towards Pochinki, get their hands on the great loot, and then probably think what they want to do in the future. For Nebula Esports, aggressive start is needed. They need those few elimination points off the rip, so that's going to give them the confidence that's needed to move on. So far, they've got a massive split from Shelter all the way towards Prison. But unfortunately enough for Nebula, no one's really around them. Nongshim's moving down south slowly and steadily around the center, so maybe Nebula can lock horns with Nongshim.
That is a possibility. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if it's going to be Nebula going after Nongshim or the other way around. Regardless, whatever it is, Dplus KIA, quite poised, looking stoic around the school apartments area. Nongshim RedForce taking control over the Volcano Hills. If you ask me, they've got a better position in comparison to Nebula, who've got the lower terrains to themselves. So Nebula really need to count their eggs at this point, because ideally that's not their DNA, right? And this is where I do agree with you. Playing around the center, if they cannot get a lot of opportunities, but JPX, even yesterday we saw they were on the hunt trying to take down the players of Team Seoul. They failed yesterday, but this time they had a very nice answer to it.
Yeah, and the best part is they did not lose anyone in that fight.
Yeah, clinical.
Yep, pretty much the added bonus. Dplus KIA all the way towards school. Still, they can have that slow start, since the circle is right on top of them as well. One of the most standard circles that you can ask for. So for Dplus KIA, all they can do is just sit down in those same spots, do nothing. And that's what they're probably going to do as well. For Madkings, today's day, it's been rough. First 2 games, next to none points. You mentioned that Madkings going to bring something new on the board on the map, Rondo, but what happened there, Fixes?
6 teams dropped together. That's what happened. Nobody really expected Nebula to also chime in. We had other teams also. Even the Japanese also jumped in. So I think Madkings, the kind of a split that they wanted to execute was absolutely foiled by the addition of 3 extra teams there. So I think Madkings, again, not having the wins in their sail, they look a little bit demoralized. I think they need a hero. And Pro so far has been one. And for Madkings, truth be told, they have always been erratic. Let's be honest, right? For Madkings, they kind of a rather unpolished version of what K9 are, because they're relying on those individual heroics, they're relying on those clutches, but if you ask me, they're not one of the most consistent teams. We have seen Pro have his individual moments. Yesterday, that chicken dinner was magical, but barring that, they haven't given us enough moments to remember.
K9's on the move. All the way from Severny, moving down south. So for K9, once again, what's going to be the game plan? First 2 games, K9s have been extremely good and extremely consistent. Only if K9 would have played the same way the first 2 days, maybe things could have been different. God's Reign straight up stepping into a trap of REIGNITE. And this time the shots, they seem devastating. But still somehow, Justin, he's going to make it out alive without even taking a lot of damage. No casualties yet on top of God's Reign. But now there's a bit of that separation between Justin and the remaining players. So what's going to be the game plan for God's Reign now?
I think they'll take the other way. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, but there's TrueRippers moving around that same bridge at the same time.
And let's be honest, God's Train right at the very bottom. I think the only way is up for them. And honestly, coming into this tournament, they had actually my hopes up, and they started off really well, but they fizzled out pretty early. Day number 2 felt like the final nail in the coffin, and ever since that, they have never looked the same. Confidence not there anymore, but for Nebula, we know what it matters, how much it means to them. The pressure, you could see Adi clenching his nails in the previous interview. And this game, a chicken dinner, nothing less than that should suffice. They need a chicken dinner. They need to close in the distance between them and DRX. Otherwise, it could all go in the drain. But for Team Seoul, after having a great start, Goblin, he's been taken down, courtesy to Madkings.
Knowing that it's Nebula Esports, you know it's possible too. And for Seoul, there's no way Goblin just caught like that. That's going to be salt at top of the wounds for Seoul. They had 4 elimination points to kickstart things at the cost of 1 now. If you think about it, still it's not too bad. But Seoul, they need to convert a few more elimination points in the future, maybe get 10 more. That can compensate for the loss. K9 Esports slug us down. What happened, K9? Not having a lot of information, moving in the uncharted territories, and getting caught off guard by making the road. K9 once again off to a bad start. It's not a good look at all.
Absolutely, it changes everything. Their approach, because having Slug, it kind of instills that confidence in the players. They know when to go aggressive. They know that they've still got Slug, and now they'll have to stick to their contingency plan. Maybe play a little bit defensive, because it's still those early phases of the game, Necro. And losing out on 3, that means they do not have their full power. At this point, they're opting to play around the center. So even a style of play change coming in from K9. Ideally, we've seen them playing around the edges, but DRX, they're making a move. Could get caught in a sandwich, because even reject from the backlines, they're closing in. But the good thing for DRX is, for now, they've got a really good compound to play around. There's nobody really next to them to be an imminent threat. So they can just float around, maybe wait for the next circle shift, and after that happens, that is where they will be looking on making a move.
REIGNITE. Another one of those teams that can definitely possess a lot of threat. And REIGNITE's going crazy. You know, they're just searching for fights, searching for some sort of smoke. The moment you give them that fight, REIGNITE's not going to let go of it that easily. Mysterious4, they've found a bit of that pit stop to play with. Seems like it's a pretty good position too on the map, but Bunny overextending.
Oh no.
And he might just run in the open arms of Nongshim. It's not looking too good. But even the guy from Nongshim is backing off. He saw Bunny coming through. Mysterious4 just getting a bit more of that ground coverage.
Yeah, it's quite surprising that Nongshim RedForce relinquished that position from the hills, deciding to venture a little bit further deeper inside the circle, anticipating a concentric shift, this time slightly skewed towards the east. And look at K9, must be kicking themselves in the feet, but they still have their hopes up, still 3 players alive. And even Omega, he knows how to shoot, but GDR catching the players of Reignite this time, getting a revenge. Destro will get the finish, and Delta gets a knock on towards Taikis. So Reignite, they are starting to feel the heat right now, and even Reignite have not been having the best tournament so far. And now all these players are scattered, and for DRX, ooh, that's big. QXE getting dealt with. TrueRippers, Kyo Lamau securing the finish, but now Neo going after Shexy. But somehow did whip those shots, but DRX trying to prioritize the high ground, but Neo should have really connected, barely missed, instantly switches on towards Reject, and Neo, at this point, he needs to find some cover.
Yunbin was almost on the verge of being dealt with, and DRX losing out another man. So easy, knocked out. It's Reject knocking on the doors. Reject, they're probably going to feel like they're the villains. Stopping DRX in the momentum. And now for Madkings, they're taking a fight against TrueRippers. Even for TrueRippers, today's day hasn't been that great. But finally, Hydra, this man starts to click off. First man from Madkings caught off guard and eliminated from the game. So that's going to be a +1 on the board. TrueRippers with 2 points so far.
What a tournament it has been for Hydro individually. Yesterday, Miramar game, that push against DR. I think that was his moment of the lifetime. Especially clutching it out like that with his parents watching. That's a special moment. But Madkings decide to just pinch in, slam going in against Nongshim RedForce. And Madkings just get devoured. Nongshim RedForce leaving no crumbs as Madkings down to a really sloppy end. And Nongshim RedForce have a really nice cover to play around.
That felt like Madkings were just there to have fun. I'm not going to lie. Apollo was like, yeah, you know what? 3 of my teammates have already sent it. What am I doing in the back? I'm going to do the same as well. He does get one ran over, but it's not going to change anything. Utilities tossed on top in place of Nongshim. These utils can definitely be quite deadly. Nades are getting closer after every single throw. Snowjawed, after tossing those utilities, the man's just going to back away. One of the vehicles out of commission too, so that's really going to put the opponents in an uncomfortable spot. Mysterious4. Once again, the position they've got, it does seem pretty good. It's not commanding, but it's decent.
Indeed it is. For Nongshim, they're walking on thin ice over here. So many smokes deployed. Mysterious4 trying to surround them. Look at Bunny. He's also trying to readjust his position. And Nongshim RedForce making sure they clear the entire area. Maybe on the lookout for a better spot. Or maybe they're waiting for the circle to take that shift. That's a curveball. TrueRippers might have to say something about it. Even Nebula in a very promising position. But Hoonbin, oh my god. GDR, they have no idea, do they? They don't know. Necro. This looks so close. Hoonbin holding on to his triggers, and DRX have no other options but to let GDR pass.
DRX is under pressure. And especially that split between Hoonbin and Saishe. It's too much. Hoonbin's on the side of shelter and Saishe is all the way towards prison. And the crazy part is they cannot even close up. But what was that? Free elimination just gifted like that. Big mistake from Delta. Should have been a little bit careful off the surroundings. And that's also going to be vehicle for Hoonbin. Oh my god. It's like a help that was provided by God's Rain for DRX to get back on track.
I really do not get it. He just stopped in, did not even check the compound and decided to open his map up.
Now we know the reason why God's Rain's at bottom.
Yeah, pretty much. They need to get everything together. But Mysterious4, that's a biggie. Omega being dealt with and Nongshim RedForce, they've had enough. They've heard enough. Mysterious4, they were trying to surround them. They were trying to hunt them, but seems like the hunters are getting hunted. Bunny really needs to watch out. XEY, he's not going to cut any corners. A beautiful knock on towards Bunny. But MTR could really play spoil sport in this fight.
They could. They definitely can. But as of now for Nongshim, 4 finishes already accumulated. Nongshim does seem pretty good. But now it's out of the vehicle. They're also taking too much damage upon themselves. Nongshim, the vehicle's on the verge of being completely blown up. But things are still good. XEY is knocked out. How is Nongshim going to get things under control? That's my question. Taking those shots against Mysterious4. Nongshim, at least as of now, they found that pit stop, but vehicles, they're being put out of commission real quick. Nongshim needs to find an escape option.
And right now, Mysterious4 needs some heroic plays. Because when you take a look at the overall standings, Necro, look at this, 102 for them, and OG, what was that? Apollo, a grenade from the heavens, and the orangutans. They bow down, they're bleeding, they're hurting, and at this point, AKOP also getting dealt with. TrueRippers will get that finish stolen, and OG survived by just the Primate Aru. At this point, he's left with no other options but to hide in a corner.
Apollo popping off on a different level.
Indeed.
Shutting down those players of OG is not an easy task, but he made it look extremely easy. DRX, even they're taking a fight against God's Rain. It continues, and DRX is constantly dismantling teams. Even Mysterious4 is falling apart. What's going on there? Snowjawed, the only person standing for Mysterious4, and the amount of pressure that's there on top of Snowjawed. You would not want to imagine that. Nongshim's Tizzy spotted. Shots taken from Saishin. Now he spots the entirety of Nongshim just making that dive towards Mysterious4. And the man from DRX just backs away.
And DRX, they're just getting away with murder. Every time. Nongshim RedForce, once again delivering when the time is nigh. And now Nongshim RedForce could have another player in the hit list, but Hoonbin, he's been taken down. Neo, he's done that heavy task. Another grenade trying to conform him, but DRX is still doing their bidding. GDR still hell-bent on trying to get those revives, but Team Soul will have to be extremely cautious. Nongshim, this is a team that is high on morale right now. Exuding confidence all over, but Dizzy,
oh my God,
he gets dealt with. Beautiful knock coming in from Joker. And Team Soul, they might look on pressing on to the matters.
That's a massive nade. Dizzy blown to smithereens. Benny though going for that revival.
Shay.
Nongshim still not out of commission yet. They're still in the race. Shay, the man's still alive as well in the back lines. And he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. He's waiting for these teams to get done with each other. And Soul, they're straight up just gonna make that jump. What a big mistake from Knuckle that was. What happened to the coordination of Soul? Why did Knuckle make an individual play? That did not pan out. So many questions in my mind, but even MTR is gonna straight up send it against REIGNITE, and that's gonna be an easy wrap.
Age-old story of fumbling hard, choking is what Team Soul are doing right now. And not just Team Soul, entirety of the Indian teams at this point. And Shay, how was this man even alive? Benny puts an end to him, but Benny, the IGL, now being taken down. GDR, they're on a different mission, quite notorious at this moment. But Dizzy, in those final moments, he wants to see this through. He wants to go after Team Soul, and legit, he's taken a hit over there, leaving Joker to be the final player surviving as Dizzy trying to get those confirmations brought from the far off fray. It's going to be K9 who eventually take down not just Doxy, but maybe going after Nongshim RedForce. GDR around the alley, but Nebula holding on to the museum as MTR, they come in for a push.
There's too many fights happening at the same time. MTR, Dplus KIA, Nebula engaging. Even K9 Esports chiming inside of the fight, including Soul. So many battles happening at the same time. It's tough to pick and choose your fights. But Nebula, they need to hold on to their ground. But what a nade that was. It's there to stop Nebula in tracks, but a return nade from Nomi. It's going to stop MTR and their dominance. Maybe this is the suppression Nebula needed. A nade toss from this guy will be devastating.
Wow.
And that's what happens. MTR slowly and steadily returning the favor back to Nebula. But even Nebula, they need to be careful of the backlines. There's one man from CAG, and even he can play the spoiler.
That knock was ludicrous. iQOO just flexing his muscles there. The way he threaded the needle, so agile. As for Nebula Esports, still feeling the heat. Need to trigger those revives. Adi was way out in the open. Bleeding down as CAG OSAKA. Somehow relieving him from all that tension, all that drama as Nebula Esports have got two teams as K9. They come in out of nowhere. It's going to be Garnet who gets dealt with. Phoenix should be on the lookout to try and get an elimination stolen. But for now, he's still staying put.
K9 still around the block. Oh my God. The fact that K9 lost one of their boys way too early, it was Slug. And now the remaining three players once again making wonders. CAG, Garnet was down, but I highly doubt it's going to be staying down for too long. Revival's going to be there soon. MTR was a massive threat for Nebula. But even the last man of MTR gets dealt with. So that's it with MTR.
Such an important game for Nebula. Look at this. All the top 4 teams, they have been eliminated. So if Nebula can do something special in this one, at least 15 points, that is going to close in the gap. A chicken dinner with a lot of finishes. That is the golden dream, right? But now, after the circle shifts, they'll have to make a move. With CAG breathing right underneath their noses. It's going to be such an arduous task. A little bit of a replay on how explosive MTR has been. And it's just not MTR. The entirety of Japan certainly has opened up. And that was a beautiful play. But Nebula, they dealt with the push really well against Dplus KIA. Getting a couple of finishes here and there. Dplus KIA getting dealt with like that. Something that, well, the defending champions of the INKR were not expecting. But now Kratos is going to have a go at the players of K9. Really want to see how this ends up.
K9 and Nebula, if they do end up clashing, it's not going to be good for any of these teams. So what is the game plan going to be? Soul taking those shots against K9. 2 players down. It's not looking good. K9's on the verge of being extinguished. Just one last man, Omega, the IGL himself. And K9, what is the backup plan? I highly doubt going for the revival is going to be possible, and Omega is now just going to try to keep his position anonymous. Not even pop out. That's what the game plan is. Soul just wants to get the confirmation. 5 finishes already on the block. Soul's doing pretty good. Soul just want to touch that 100 points marker in this game itself. They do not want any sort of delay. Soul taking those shots on the remaining man, and there we go! K9 eliminated from the game and 7 finishes on the board. K9 a big blunder after having 2 massive games. K9, they lose out in the 3rd.
And Team Soul making the most out of adversity, getting as many finishes as possible. But Phoenix, he wants legit, he gets it. Takes him down, Joker. The final is up of Team Soul's sleeves. Can he do something extraordinary? And that is the ask from him. Joker still alive, still breathing. Kratos knows exactly where he is as GDR this time going after the players of TrueRippers. As Kyolamau, he's fallen down, and Justin, the last member alive. As Jelly, he's taken matters to his own hands, but Joker gets devoured. Courtesy to the blue.
Oh, God's Reign. Around the shelter bunkers, still in the back. Proving out to be a major threat for TrueRippers. God's Reign, they're already done with their game, but they're just here to play the spoiler. And Destro, it's delivering back-to-back knocks. TrueRippers game, it's already spoiled, and Destro just shattering the hopes and dreams of TrueRippers. God's Reign's dreams are already shattered, but now it's time for God's Reign to shatter the dreams of TrueRippers as they take them with themselves.
10 finishes for GDR. And still breathing. The IGL leading the pack, and now it is round 3 for Destro. As Nebula swarms in, Reject right next to them. Sarah, he gets dealt with. Nomi gets a confirmation of that finish, and Phoenix, he gets another. Top 3 for Nebula Esports, and now even they're starting to dream. This is where you wanted them to play aggressive, and it is high time they start playing like that.
Nebula Esports just oozing out gun power. You know they've got a lot of firepower. You know they pack a lot of punch. But now taking that fight against CAG. CAG have been an absolute bull. Wherever they see a fight, they straight up charge. On the day 3, that's been the game plan. Look at Avdi, just constantly biting his nails. He's so nervous. He wants his team to win the game. But at the end of the day, he's not the one playing. His remaining teammates are the one playing the game.
And then there is Captain Cool. Destro himself, individually throughout this entire tournament, he's improved in terms of assaulting, but has failed as an IGL. Could not lead his team. Still pretty much at the very bottom of the ocean. But can he rise from here? That's the big question. CAG OSAKA, they have been extraordinary today. The vigor, the fight that they have shown have impressed not just the Japanese fans, but the entire Indian audience as well. For now, Sheep, he's got a very important task lying ahead of him. A fight against Nebula won't be easy, especially given the split that CAG are playing. The next circle shift is going to be making a lot of decisions.
It indeed will. Nebula, Nomi, Phoenix, Kratos next to each other, and Destro is still inside of the bunker. The next zone shift is going to be important, and CAG, they've got a lot of control. CAG knows they've got the man advantage, and that's what they're relying on. The chances of the zone shifting on top of CAG are quite a bit compared to Nebula Esports, because Nebula just does not really have that much map control. The circle centering on up once again. CAG is being favored by the zone, but Nebula, they just need to thread the needle. They just need to find that one knock.
At this point, what really gets me concerned for Nebula is going to be Destro. He's going to look for a means of escape. At least, he's going to definitely cause a tremor over here. And the only means that I see is the only path out of which Nebula players are there. Nebula knows that Destro's gone inside the shelter. The moment he comes out, that's where the real cookie shall crumble. And for Destro, he's being extremely patient. CAG, Matun, look at him. He's got that wild split, a 2-1 split to work with. Or in fact, a 3-1. And Nebula, the big question, Necro, are they aware of Matun's position?
Good question. The man is supposed to hold that anonymous aura, but I really hope Nebula is aware. I'm pretty sure Nebula knows that's the only compound available inside of the circle, so they have to look in that direction. Luckily enough, Nebula's got their hands on hovercraft, so that's gonna help them make a lot of different plays. Phoenix, Kratos, Nomi, still playing in tandem. Destro, I'm not sure what's cooking in the man's mind. But Destro, whatever you do not spoil Nebula's game, please. Destro is looking to cook a nade. And that nade's going to be tossed on Nebula soon.
That's what every Indian fan is thinking right now.
Oh,
And
eliminated.
There you go.
Yes,
Phoenix, yeah.
finally.
And look at the blockade. So there was no exit option for Destro. He knew he was pretty much done. So 8 finishes for Nebula. They pinched in ever so close. Already having secured 14 points. Can they go for the biggie? But especially Kratos getting taken down does not make things any easier for Nebula. CAG, they're on the assault, and now those bombardments come in. And Nomi getting devoured. Phoenix fighting till the end, but won't matter as OSAKA, they get it done. CAG out of nowhere, squeeze in another chicken dinner, and what a way to bounce back for these Japanese teams.
My point is that even if CAG does get the chicken dinner, the bounce back is still not going to be there in the top 5. For Nebula Esports, this was the best performance, and I guess now Nebula is going to move back on the second spot once again.
The race continues for the top 2 spots, and CAG OSAKA making a bounce back here in day number 3 here. And like we said as well, the fans, well, I would say CAG OSAKA has definitely won a couple of fans here in New Delhi. But let's take a look at the final blow towards this fight as well. Nebula Esports, they definitely switched up their gears compared to how they were performing Game 1 and number 2 here. You can see the pressure is kicking in, but it seems like the pressure is allowing them to perform out of their minds.
But another opportunity squandered, if you ask me, I see. This was the second time they had a circle around their own drop location, and they should have converted this. These are those games that you need to go big, and Nebula, yes, second position finishes better than how they performed in the previous one, but still, giving so much respect to CAG OSAKA. They should have spread out. CAG OSAKA had such a nice split, and I think it was all about Nebula being late to taking that upper shelter spot, and that is where CAG made majority of the moves.
I personally think CAG won the moment they had the compound control a little bit far away. There was that one man constantly hunkering it down, and Nebula Esports knew that there was someone around that block. Even if Nebula Esports tried to spread away, automatically the guy who was split apart in that compound will take those shots, which means Nebula is just throwing away the game. I personally think Nebula played the best way in the final few moments, but yeah, it's a whole different story that the utilities were just chipping away constantly.
Hey, for all things considered here, that's pretty much the performance coming from these 3 teams here. But we also have to talk about 2 teams, and that's going to be DRX as well as Dplus KIA. These are the top 2 powerhouses coming from Korea. And it seems to me this game wasn't really that good, but DRX was still maintaining the lead here. Do you think that things are going to slow down for them?
I don't think so, because at this point, DRX, one more bad game. But for Dplus KIA, that was actually a shocker, because DRX, they were trying to rotate around. They're getting their timings again wrong, because ideally GDR takes that western bridge, but this time they took the eastern one. So whilst rotating, they were not anticipating, as a result of which a couple of early casualties and GDR, what do they have to lose? They just pounced down them. But question marks on Dplus KIA over here. What were they even thinking of pushing on Nebula just like that without any knocks?
Well, that's a little bit unfortunate as well. It might be a little bit of desperation, but let's take a look towards the MVP of that match as well, because CAG OSAKA may have won a lot of hearts here, but with this winner chicken dinner, they should be able to actually somewhat contest for the top 8, I would say. But for now, the MVP is going to be from Phoenix, coming in from Nebula Esports here. So despite all that, even though it wasn't chicken dinner, he still had a lot of finishes thus far, Necro.
Phoenix was able to collect a lot of those loose stragglers, constantly shutting down the players who were there, separated from the pack, and he was also able to steal a lot of elimination points away from the foes. Destro's right there too from God's Reign. It's a bit too late to wake up, that's what I think. CAG still a chance. Joker, Soul, even they tried their best to get as many points as possible. If you move on towards the point standings, God's Reign with 15, CAG OSAKA getting 16 points in total, but I guess the main focus has to be on Nebula Esports and Soul.
Yeah, I agree. Nebula Esports and Seoul definitely stepping up big time here. But again, the competition is going to be very, very tight here, because as things goes on, the fight, it feels like a fight for number 2 rather than a fight to actually steal the crown away from DRX now.
And at this point, I really even feel for TrueRippers, the way they were ambushed like that. And the same goes for K9. There was a moment where I think Necro and I, we were all waiting for K9 to explode, and suddenly they burst out like a firecracker, courtesy to Team Soul.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, I also want to take a look onto Nongshim RedForce's performance here as well, because just this match, they were able to get themselves 8 points. And Nongshim RedForce today itself is the most consistent team out of everybody else. Yes, they do not have a massive game yet, but they have been racking up about like 7 to 8 points per game so far, which resulted in them having a shot for the top 2. Do you think at the end of the day that Nongshim RedForce, based on their performance, should be able to snatch a crown?
There's definitely a big chance, Red, but as you mentioned, so far they haven't really gotten that one big win yet. So I personally think the moment Nongshim RedForce finds that one big win, I think they will easily propel themselves in the top 2.
Well, for all things considered here, we are officially the halfway mark of BMIC day number 3 here so far, and only 3 matches remaining before we find out who is going to be lifting the crown. But before that, we have a very, very special announcement for you guys, and we will be announcing it on the stage here as we throw it over to Rohit to give you guys that special juice.
Thank you so much, casters. And while the battle for the crown rages on, there's an exciting news. Actually, an announcement for all the BGMI lovers out there. अगर आप भी BGMI खेलना पसंद करते हैं इसलिए आप यहाँ पर हैं, लेकिन अगर आप ऐसे मंच पर BGMI खेलना चाहते हैं अपनी ड्रीम टीम के साथ, so there is the special announcement waiting for you, and this announcement will be done by Mr. Sean, CEO of KRAFTON India. Hello, Sean. I am so excited to hear what's coming because there are a lot of people watching at home right now. There are a lot of people here in the arena who dream of playing with their team on a stage like this. So tell us, what is that announcement that we all have been waiting for?
First of all, good evening, everyone. What an incredible weekend it's been here at the BGMI International Cup 2025. The energy, the players, the fans, this truly shows how far the Indian esports has come. So over the years, India hasn't just joined global esports scene. We also have helped to shape it. And as we step into 2026, we are ready to take it to the even further level.
All right, so let's see what's in store for 2026.
So 2026 will be a defining year for Indian esports and BGMI esports. We will have 4 major tournaments. First, BGIS, BMPS, BMSD, and BMIC. We will start with the BGIS 2026 in the month of Jan, BMPS in the month of May, BMSD in the month of September, and BMIC in October. And we will also have open for all tournaments with the partners in 4 different months. So you, our fans, have shared the feedback with us, and now we also have our 4 open tournaments across the year so that we can grow the grassroots systems all together. This roadmap connects every level from new talents to global champions and reflects our commitments to growing Indian esports. Before we move to the next match, one more special tournament to be announced.
All right.
Let's take a quick look.
All right, so there is more surprise waiting for you. So let's go for that surprise.
It's my pleasure to announce the first ever KRAFTON India Awards 2025. Happening on January 9th, 2026, a new annual tradition celebrating players, teams, creators, and the community that define KRAFTON India's success. Nominees and voting details will be out soon. Stay tuned on our channels.
All right, so there's something for everyone who's associated with BGMI, be it players, be it content creators, be it amazing team members. So we are waiting for that. Thank you so much, Sean, for that announcement. We are really excited for this.
Okay, thank you for being part of this incredible journey. Thank you.
All right, so BGMI lovers, 2026 सेट है, लेकिन ये मंच इस समय सेट है उस क्राउनिंग सेरेमनी के लिए. कोई दो टीम्स जाएंगी at the global stage to represent their country. कौन होंगे वो ये पता चल जाएगा बस कुछ ही पलों में. लेकिन अभी लेते हैं एक छोटा सा break, and on the other side of the break we have more BGMI action waiting just for you. So be right back.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny and IC with me on the panel. And guys, the roadmap for 2026, it's out there for everyone to see, and even KRAFTON India Awards. Man, I'm so excited.
I'm excited too, man.
I'm wondering if there is going to be an award for us casters.
When are you going to go home? You should be worried about that.
Tomorrow.
He's going back to Malaysia, boys. But anyways, guys, back our heads towards this entire competition, right? Now, Nebula Esports getting a 14-pointer. That's quite massive. Dplus KIA, DRX constantly being stopped by our teams as well. But TrueRippers, guys, they should also be a part of the conversation. Back-to-back bad games. It's a big sign of concern for me.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a sign of concern as well, but we got to blame Destro for shutting them down in that previous game. TrueRippers were doing amazing. They've been consistent in the first two matches so far. Even that game of Erangel before this one was pretty incredible, but got unlucky. And who would have thought Destro would clutch it out?
Now, for all things considered here, after watching this game, 3 games is pretty much done here for day number 3, right? It's pretty safe here. I would say that DRX will be able to hold the lead here, considering that everybody else seems to be fighting for the number 2 spot now. I don't know if if you guys agree with me or not, because
Yeah.
at the start of the day, I felt like it was 3 teams contesting, but now it's up to like 9 teams fighting for the number 2 spot.
Also, by the way, CAG Osaka just makes the list.
Yeah, even CAG Osaka, if they get another massive game just like that, they're probably going to be around the top 3 as well. So even that's going to be another one of those teams to try and stop. But for DRX, guys, even their performance today, it's not been too great. Rondo was fantastic, but after Rondo and Wrangles, they've not been too forgiving. K9 Esports, the first map of Rondo, the second game of Wrangle, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
But then the third game, K9 Esports stopped in tracks. And I'm pretty sure even K9 Esports is searching for that one massive game. You can see every single person just hurtled up from the side of Seoul. They're, of course, discussing the game plans on what exactly they want to do, because you can already tell everyone is under a lot of pressure. But now it's time for us to move on towards the upcoming game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Game 4 on its way here for BMIC Day 3. And things are getting extremely heated here in the arena, as things are about to show down now. Every single team fighting for that spot, fighting for the crown. Can somebody stop DRX, or will DRX be the team to dominate all 3 regions?
Hey man, I mean the opportunity is right there, especially after the performance from Nebula Esports in that previous game. Even they find themselves once again in a fighting position for that trophy as well. Let's not forget, including this map of Wrangle, there are 3 more matches left. Last 3 opportunities for you to turn everything around. And for this game of Wrangle, we have the flight path starting from Noverpnoy, just a little bit north of Roveneproy, going all the way through Query, ending towards the southwestern edge of the main island. It is a flight path leaning extremely towards the southern half of the map.
Well, speaking of this flight path as well, it is going to be a very tricky business, especially for teams like K9 Esports, who does
Pretty
head
much.
themselves towards 70. We do see teams like Madkings as well, who will have a little bit of struggle to head themselves in towards Georgia Pole. But now, my bigger question here is, will somebody actually contest Seoul? Because we saw a couple of skirmishes before yesterday when Seoul was heading down towards Pachinki. And right now, it seems like they are going to be A-OK, knowing for a fact that just now we had a small little engagement here between Seoul as well as DRX just now prior to this. But this time, DRX not even close towards Pachinki now.
Oh, it's going to be interesting to see. I think yesterday DRX did manage to catch Seoul off guard, as you mentioned. Today, Seoul tried to catch DRX off guard, but they weren't really able to. Although JP, they were there in the mix yesterday and today as well. Yesterday, they were able to reap the rewards, considering because Seoul lost a man, JP got Pachinki all to themselves. Not today, they got eliminated early. And this time, there is a switch up from JP as well. But we have OG on our screens. It was a southern flight path. That means OG is going to kick off this match all the way from Milta Power.
Well, for you guys watching at home as well, just now, we did not announce anything on the overall scores here, and it seems like this is going to be the current standings as of yet on the right, with Dplus KIA tying things with Nebula Esports. But because Dplus KIA has a winner-winner chicken dinner in their bag, the tiebreaker seats them on the 2nd position. And my goodness, after seeing this year, the competition sure is close, huh?
I see 3 games, and there is a 12-point difference between Nebula and DRX. You keep saying again and again, everyone's fighting for 2nd. I believe the trophy is still up for play. That crown is still up for grabs.
Well, it's very, very close here. It all comes down to this match. Can they close the distance as quickly as they can? But you know what? Who is going to be adding to the mix here is going to be CAG Osaka, because from out of nowhere in 3 games from the second half of the leaderboard, now they're on 6th position. So they are currently also in contention for a potential top 2.
My day began with having a very lovely relationship with CAG Osaka when they started to take out DRX. But now, since
Are
they
you
won
worried?
I am worried about this this love affair with CAG Osaka, because they're starting to do well for themselves. And I mean, I'm going to be happy this team has made an incredible leap today. If they end up qualifying for the GC, well, good for them. I'm going to be crying, but I'm still going to be happy for them.
Hey man, for all things considered, BMIC 2025, 3 nations, 1 crown. And guess what? It is all about pride and glory.
It is.
And Japan has been sitting on the lower half for the longest time. What a day to be alive here. CAG Osaka fighting for Japan.
Hey, everyone's fighting for their nation's pride. That is what it's all about. On our screens, K9 Esports, as I like to say, stubborn as always. Flight path towards the south. They pick up vehicles on the southern vehicle spawns of Pochinki Fields and then still carry themselves towards Severny. Not a single player lost right now in the game by anyone, although CAG Osaka, one of the players, was dropped extremely low. They're still trying their level best to keep the fight alive. I wonder if they're going to be given enough breathing room to try and recover from this. There could have been a lot of pressure actually from Nongshim RedForce on CAG Osaka, but they did completely evaded, moved towards Talbot Hill. On our screens, Orangutan moved towards Milta Power after their drop, a quick looting session, and now they're pushing for the center of the circle.
Now, speaking of which here, based on BGMI history in a single map, the most amount of points gained in Erangel Miramar in general, let's not take Rondo into consideration here, is about 22 points and a chicken dinner. But here in BMIC, it's 19 finishes and a chicken dinner. So that means 29 points. A massive game from any of the teams down for bottom here, mathematically, should be able to contest for the top two. But again, at maths sound good, it looks very, very close, but executing it, well, so far only Nebula has been able to do it.
Hey man, I'm hoping...
And also Dplus KIA, of course.
But I'm hoping Nebula does it again.
Maybe.
I mean, yeah,
well,
they're going to take a big leap.
Well, it's got to be now, though. There's 3 more matches to go. Not enough opportunities to actually drag this out.
There was never, in a more literal sense now, or never moment that we witnessed before this, right? And especially at this level, I mean, we have witnessed it multiple times in domestic circuits, especially that showdown finale when K9 got taken out by Nebula Esports in that very last game. But this time, it's different. This time, Nebula is not just playing for themselves, their namesake, but also for every single fan in this arena that was cheering them on as they took that stage early in the morning.
Well, I like that you actually mentioned fan as well, but I think you're fighting for India right now.
Ah, yeah,
for sure.
pretty much.
But for all things considered, another team that is going to be fighting for India here is going to be Mysterious4. They were able to get themselves in the top 3, almost getting the top 2 position here. They are slowly slipping apart. But let's talk about the gap between them and number 2 here. It is going to be a 7 points difference, so that means they need to outlast Dplus KIA, or maybe even DRX here if they get a massive performance in this game. They should be able to threaten DRX. But again, somebody has to stop them here. We need to open up more slots for every region to grab this. But hold that thought for now. Reject now. Going to be having a little bit small skirmish here against JPX mid-rotation. And interesting enough, why are they fighting out in the open here? Considering that they're not exactly in a safe spot inside the zone. They're pretty southern approach near towards the shorelines of the main island itself. So I'm very surprised that they decided to try and commit to this fight. But seems like JPX, they are going to back off. And Reject also not going to be committing to this fight here. Hold that thought for now. Kratos, might be able to spot out players coming from making the road, but he needs backup. He's all by himself. MTR heard those shots. And guess what? MTR, they're not committing to this. They're backing out.
Yeah, it's a slam situation, and they do not have information as to how many players could be hiding in these buildings. Kratos has given us information away, but MTR choosing to avoid any sort of early conflict. Reject on the other side. JP spotted out. Apollo looking for a better opportunity to engage as he sees the hovercraft in the back line climbing up that hill. Reject is going to be forced out of position. You can't take a hovercraft down with just 2 players present.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation. Unless you're bringing in the M249, that is a very, very strong possibility.
I
And
mean,
interesting enough, in today as well, we do have a mix-up in terms of loadouts coming from the international teams as well. We saw explosive arrows being used on the crossbow. We saw a lot of M249s, a lot of light machine guns, which is very, very uncommon, but it is great for shredding vehicles, considering how we have started to see a lot of vehicle warfare, or in this case, dogfighting styles, in the open as well.
Hey, and that was bound to happen, right? Eventually, it was supposed to be a situation like this, where no one was going to stay still to allow you for an easy takedown. On the move, slams coming through, but TR, as they try to make their way to a safer haven inside of the play zone, spotted out by Reject. A few shots connected from that spray, and TR TrueRippers made aware of the threat that lies nearby, but the circle, Icy takes a shift towards the west of Pochinki.
Yeah, the circle just shifts as well. Immediately you can see the entire lobby trying to make their way in towards Pochinki, so seems like they might be scratching their heads a little bit here. Should they have left Pochinki to begin with? You can see immediately they're turning back to head back down towards the church area of Pochinki. but maybe even towards the northern side instead. Reignite was able to go to the west side. What God's Rain coming from the south. But who else is going to be prioritizing here? But on the left side, TrueRippers, they do find himself a player. Crazy gets taken out.
Madkings as well taking a loss. Shadow knocked out. The finish could come through, but look at the map. DRX, they're moving in for the players of Madkings. Shadow, it's going to be a very dire escape. The players are present on the flank, but DRX desperately won this point and they secured it as well. No shot connection found by the players of Madkings. DRX moving for ruins. But look at the radar. More teams inching closer for these lads from South Korea. This is going to be OG towards the east. K9 moving in from the west. Omega spotted on the radar as well. They hear the vehicle.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, DRX currently does have a very, very strong lead in terms of safety cushion as well to lift that crown. And based on the standings and based on the current situation on every single match thus far, statistically says wise that in this next 3 match, all DRX needs is 15 points. That's 5 points per game, and they should be able to lift the crown. Again, but for all things considered here they should be public enemy #1 just because of the fact they are defending the title.
Yeah.
Or in this case, defending the #1 spot. Madkings might be able to ruin things for them here in this game. DRX with 1 point in the back in this particular game, and Apollo.
Oh.
Will they be able to stop him? Is going to be the question here. He's laying low, DRX. They're checking every single corner, but I don't think they realize he's there.
Yeah, they don't know where he is. He's just tucked away in a corner. And DRX can be caught off guard because of this. Apollo is just lying in wait. He's just tracking those footsteps, not moving an inch. But let's see. Aapka mic on hai, aapka talkback on hai.
And at the same time as well, Apollo, he made the mad dash, and DRX was able to hear him. Now he makes his retreat as he tries to make a run for it as well. Fortunately for him, he was able to get out to safety. DRX not going to try and over-aggress this. They are going to be A-OK. Meanwhile, Nongshim RedForce here, having a little bit of run in here with OG, but it was JPX that actually snatched a point away from Nongshim RedForce, who is also another contender to try and fight for top 2 spot. Tricky business in this game, but as the zone closes in, stage 3 is about to begin, and let's see how stage 3 is going to shift here. Seems like So is going to be doubling down on Pachinki, and ladies and gentlemen, we will have our first Pachinki circle here in BMIC.
Hey, and when the circle is in Pachinki, you know what the fans are hoping for, that it is going to be a Team Soul Chicken dinner. Every single time this team gets a finish, you see the crowd rise up to their feet, and of course, cheer for a team they've all been rooting for since it was formed. But this situation, K9, Madkings, CAG, OSAKA, all of them present towards ruins. This is going to be an epic face-off for sure, but in the mix, in the midst of chaos, DRX, they've managed to escape this fight. CAG, OSAKA taking their place, K9 Esports trying to escape. Could have been caught off guard. They've been lucky so far.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tricky fight as well, considering that Pachinki, in this zone, it is divided between Pachinki City as well as the mountain terrains on the east side. In between, it is going to be a valley of death. And that is what I mean, as in it is open hunting seasons for any teams caught in the middle. And as of yet, Nebula Esports and TrueRippers is going to be trying to contest the mountain terrains on the east side. But on the west side, you do see slowly but surely a lot of teams starting to push in towards Pachinki for this CQC battle. And it is going to be a battle of patience and attrition here. However, from the screen of K9 Esports, after seeing the circle, they have opted to say, you know what, we are rotating back in the zone to try and find a different entry point.
They're going to use that Rozok Bridge. It is a safer option, but K9 Esports, they're going to face a lot of threat on that northern edge. In the meanwhile, threat instantly appears for Madkings. CAG OSAKA, trades have been found as Matun gets knocked out. Sheep dropped extremely low inside of the blue as well. The first aid comes through. And Madkings, they try their level best to survive, but CAG OSAKA are on fire today. 3 eliminations secured, and Madkings eliminated from the match.
Well, what a comeback here coming from CAG OSAKA with these 3 finishes. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We have officially having a new contender for the top 2, because CAG moves up to the number 4th position with 109 points.
It's like that one turnaround in anime where the main protagonist finally shows up and starts taking down all the threats that were trying to harm them. And CAG OSAKA, today, they are going to be that main character.
Yep, they've shut down DRX twice today now. And they might be able to put a full stop here because finally, here in day 3, Japan is finally in the mix there.
Yeah,
where
man.
things are going to get a little bit spicy. There's only 2 tickets available and only 1 crown. It's either going to be Korea, Japan, or India.
It could be Korea and India, Korea and Japan.
Ooh, very, very tricky business.
Yeah.
But for now, Nongshim RedForce has been very consistent so far. They had only 1 bad game, which is the previous one. This time they're taking a little bit of a slow approach. They are going to be playing the potato hills on the northeast corner, sharing the K9 Esports. But you can see both 2 teams not looking for a hard commitment here. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The circle actually shifts back towards the open areas of Pachiki. Pachiki City in play, warehouses on the east in play. The wheat field also in play as well.
Brilliant position by K9 Esports. They gotta fight or maybe just avoid the players of Nongshim RedForce who are out in those open fields. And of course, threat from JP up above as well. But Nongshim closing their distance. They wanted those barn houses, but TrueRippers, they get there first. This could spell trouble for the players of Nongshim RedForce, but look at the radar. I see Nebula and K9 Esports. There's going to be contact between the 2 sides, and this is going to result in one of the big contenders being shut down over here. K9 taking the first casualty as Nongshim RedForce find the knock onto the IGL Omega.
Yeah, this is a tactical spot that Nongshim RedForce know they have the advantage. Zone everybody out into open and pick them apart. And Nongshim RedForce has pretty much set up a serious firing squad here. And on the southwest corner, however, God's Reign also having a little bit of run in here with Mysterious4.
Oh boy, Mysterious4! They are getting destroyed by God's Reign over here. Last player surviving, Omega put under pressure by CAG OSAKA. And well, this nade should get the job done. There it is. Mysterious4 eliminated early at the start of the day. We were expecting them to be contending the trophy by now, but in this game, shut down on the 6th position in the overall leaderboard. This has to be heartbreaking for M4.
This is the perfect third-party timing coming from CAG OSAKA. But at the same time, Destro laying low here. Sheep going for the off angle, takes him out. And Sheep is bobbing and weaving. He gets shut down. An absolute madman. Sheep completely destroys God's Reign. What a perfect third party coming from CAG OSAKA. With that 2 teams shut down, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially have a new contender for the crown. It is all the way from Japan, CAG OSAKA on the 2nd position.
Wolf in sheep's clothing. That's all I'm gonna say about him, man. He's just been a monster today, and this is one sheep that you do not want going up against your herd. But in the meanwhile, Nongshim RedForce wiping the floor with reject. They get eliminated as well. Nebula Esports looking to farm some elimination. Nomi, last player alive. The nade makes contact. A little bit of pressure on the team atop that hill. And Nebula, as they fight against the players of JP, Nomi goes for the white flank. Is he going to go for the revives first, or will he try to clean house? Spray connected. He has 4 nade. He needs to lob it out right here, right now. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. Spot is up. First aid comes through. He's going to heal up. JP reposition. Nomi still finds the knock. Spora still present in this fight in the back lines. Nomi knows nothing. He has no info, but still. What a clutch. What a play. Finds the frag with like 10 HP on him, man. What is happening in these games today?
Oh my goodness, Nebula, what a clutch. But at the same time, they've lost position. 10 teams still alive, making the road with the third parties. Denies them the spot to hold the number 2 spot. What a day. What a day, ladies and gentlemen. Ups and downs, surprises after surprises. Expect the unexpected here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is BGMI at its finest for 2025.
Yeah, pretty much, man. This is going to be the most intense competition of the entire year in BGMI. Still unpredictable as to who walks away with the crown. K9 up against OG. Nox rated out. Omega, the IGL, last man surviving. The slams come through. Still stays on his feet. Still left standing. K9 Esports, the support on point. They want to make sure that they fight till the end. 16 points shy of that 2nd position where the players of Nebula Esports are. CAG still in contention. Dplus KIA still in the mix. And so is TrueRippers, by the way.
It is now or never for TrueRippers. Same can be said for Nongshim RedForce as well. K9 also having a decent shot if they get those chicken dinners. However, we also have to take into consideration that Seoul is also in the mix with the circle shifting into Pachinki. Look at this, K9 smack middle of it all. But do they have enough cover to zone everybody outside is going to be the question. Meanwhile, CAG OSAKA down the south side. They get picked apart by REIGNITE and making the road. They've lost a player trying to rotate inside the zone. But the bigger threat here is going to be the guys in the barn house where TrueRippers and also Nongshim RedForce pretty much dismantling every single team coming in from the north and the east side.
Well, let's see. This is going to be a tough one. Urban warfare in Erangel. Never easy endgame to play out. Making the road. Well, they are going to shut down the road for someone over here, as you mentioned. Teams from the eastern edge, teams from the southern edge will feel the pressure of MTR having this div. Dplus KIA are going to be the first ones looking to enter the zone. TrueRippers, they will have the line of fire as well. Hydra goes on to secure the knock. Harsh converts the finish. Dplus KIA down a man.
Yeah, they are stuck in the ditches as well, making the road. Does have a lot of nades. Here comes the Rain Parade. Chips a little bit far off, late towards the party. TrueRippers not focusing on them, but KIO finds the knock at Dplus KIA might lose two. Goodbye. And Noble Osao under some serious heavy fires, making the road, wants to clean up and gather up all these points.
Oh, Osao, the nade drops on his head. And well, his head is going to be smithereens now. Last player left alive, Nolbu does find a trade, but is this going to be enough? Another nade lobbed, a counter for MTR. They just need one on Nolbu, and that's going to be a squad wipe. But on that finish feed, we did see Nongshim RedForce also taking a hit as the fight against TrueRippers is finally going to begin.
Yeah, they have to wrap things up as well. Jelly goes for an aggressive push, gets the knock. He has to challenge Easy. Can he shut him down? Ring around the roses, and Jelly! He has done it! What a push from Jelly! He may have made a mistake yesterday, but not this time, ladies and gentlemen. Not this time. As TrueRippers with a massive game this time. They have 6 finishes in the bag.
3 points. 3 points for the second. We have a saying in this country. It is Jelly's world, and we're all just side characters in it. Imagine a story where this man qualifies for the final, but before that, Dplus KIA Nolbu going up against MTR all by himself. 3 men down and low. 2 men knocked out. 1 extremely low in the back lines. 1 left standing in the back. Nolbu, he's down to half his HP. He can still be finished off, but he doesn't want to give up. This man is revered as the best, one of the best in the world. He's still in this fight, but TrueRippers in the back lines are taking away those points. KIO gets knocked out. Jelly shows up, closes the day. And Nolbu now going up against TrueRippers gets finished off by Jelly himself. 9 eliminations for TrueRippers, and they might be able to walk away with a top 2 at the end of this game.
The crowd goes wild as TrueRippers, the representatives of India, will they be able to clutch the chicken dinner to fight for the global title, a chance for the global championship? But while this is happening, this game continues. 7 teams still remain. K9 in the mix, Seoul in the mix, DRX still alive as well. The crown still held on very tightly by DRX. And even REIGNITE is also in the mix here. What a game. What a game.
I mean, it is an amazing game, but DRX, oh boy, what is this team going to be up to? All 4 players intact. They have kept their heads down all this time, but now WizGod is going to be the one responsible for at least picking off 1. Let's see how things turn out. Last man from the side of OG takes a drop, trying to reposition. A very precarious situation for WizGod to work with. He's surrounded from either sides. There's so much chaos, doesn't know who to go after.
Well, speaking of which here, DRX finally has to make their move here as they need to push inside the zone. OG going to be gatekeeping there. WizGod tries to reposition. Ooh, very sneaky plays here coming from WizGod. Hyunbin almost catches him. But WizGod is all by himself. Can he put a dent onto his DRX is going to be the question here as he tries to bob in between the houses. But even so going to be joining the mix to try and farm up all these points. Very tricky business, but WizGod is all out of utilities. That was his one final smoke. He only has 1 nade. And he has to push into his REIGNITE. And right at the backs of WizGod, DRX is in the mix. But unfortunately to say, WizGod is done.
Yeah, I mean, OG not present in this game anymore, but TrueRippers, they are still there. Taking on the players of CAG Osaka. Garnet, he's been pinned down in this Wizard Tower. The only problem for TrueRippers, I feel, IC is going to be traversing this open field. At least they have the cover of the ridge and the sandbags in front of them for the next few moments. But if the circle moves west, or even if it's a central shift, they are done for. DRX on the other side. How do you get out of Pochinki, man? By the time they make their way towards the eastern edge of Pochinki, they're going to have either a lot of finish or they are not going to be in this game anymore.
Oh, Joker. He was able to spot out DRX, but he could not find those connections. But they are about to go head-to-head here. 6A pretty much on top of the roof. He has a very cheeky off angle to work with. But seems like he doesn't want to try to overcommit to this, knowing that why not be neighbors? Because they are bigger targets to worry about as well. And 6A, he actually spots out Taki's through the window. Can he get the spray? He gets the gun instead. Taki is still alive, still prone up. But 6A, he needs to find an opener for DRX to cross this ridge. REIGNITE is just waiting patiently for these two teams to collide here. And look at this, QXZZ. They're about to challenge, so here comes the Molotov. They want to clean him up, and here he goes.
Well, the fight begins, and it ends very quickly. DRX, they lose bodies in a blink. Two players still left alive, but they are getting finished off as well. Knuckle finds one, so easy, and 6A are still there. But the trades are not going in the favor of Soul. Last man left alive. So easy, spotted out. Knuckle takes him down, and 6A also gets finished off. Soul, the reason for the elimination of DRX, and TrueRippers, they take the second spot in the overall leaderboard. But the chase still on for this match. 119 for TrueRippers, and CAG on the third with 118.
What a game, but hold that thought for now. Nicole, he's down towards his last health. He was spotted out by K9 Esports, and K9 Esports, hearing all this commotion, is going to try and punish all this mid-rotation. Nicole getting lobbed a couple of nades here. As you can see, REIGNITE, they want to clean out the backs before they make a move here. And Knuckle was spotted out. Here comes Mark, and he will take him out. REIGNITE clears the back. We're down towards the final four team. It is TrueRippers, REIGNITE, K9, and CAG Osaka. But guess what? TrueRippers, they clean out Garnet in the watchtower. And CAG Osaka is going to be left out in the open. Meanwhile, REIGNITE, what a nade there. Omega from K9 gets taken out.
Yeah, and they know where Ninja Boy is as well. He's going to get knocked out soon. Taki depends on how many nades Taki has left. K9 running out of options. Those trenches aren't not going to protect them for long. REIGNITE looks like a phenomenal position in this game. They find Slug, the knock secured by Taki. Beast is there. The revive should not be too difficult for them to execute, but Ninja Boy, he needs to shut down Taki as quickly as possible. This man is just being an absolute menace from the top of this roof.
Oh boy, Ninja Boy, he was spotted out as well. He needs to find the perfect nade. Nagon, he has the right angle. No, here he goes. That's the nade he needs. Can he get the opener? Oh, dropped him down low. I could not find the knock, but he's going to be Hydro that snatches it here. A little bit of assistance coming from Ninja Boy. But with that knock, will REIGNITE commit to this? Shots has been fired, but the reset comes through for REIGNITE. No conversion for Hydro, as TrueRippers does have the watchtower as their cover. They're focusing on trying to gobble up all these points and the chicken dinner. But seems to be CAG Osaka, they are going to make the play. Smokes has been set up. Sheep will be pushing with those Vico. Matun trying to trade off those bait and switch strategy, but nobody is taking shots at Sheep at all. But K9 from afar, they get shot. It's going to be TrueRippers. There is going to be taking up all these points here. 11 finishes in the back. The sprays comes through. Hydro continuing on with the pressure, while K9 Esports still keeping REIGNITE in check in those houses.
And TrueRippers have the circle along with all of this. Look at that, 12th finish on the board for TrueRippers secured. K9 Esports getting shut down. K9 Esports, they have no escape, so they are going to get eliminated soon. But TrueRippers, what a phenomenal day they are having. Match after match being consistent. And I think finally we might see Jelly accomplish one thing that has not happened so far into this tournament. I'm not going to say it. I do not want to put a caster's curse on it, but REIGNITE, Ninja Boy secures a knock onto Yamak, and CAG getting shut down by TrueRippers on the other side. It is going to be an impressive closing match, Everything working out for TrueRippers. Ninja Boy, a nade through the window, can get the job done. Taki extremely close, and it's going to be Ninja Boy getting finished off.
But the zone is closing in. TrueRippers, they've heard all this commotion. Reignite looking very weak, and TrueRippers looking to clean house. 14 finishes in the bag. It is now or never. But you can see patience coming in from TrueRippers. They do not want to overcommit. The zone is in their favor. Nades being chucked over. Reignite just hiding in the corner. But the zone will claim those points from Yamak. TrueRippers, they need these points. And Hydro finds Mix. That's another point in the bag.
Alrighty, I think it's over. Reignite falling down like dominoes. And TrueRippers, for the first time in this BMIC, are going to secure a chicken dinner. And it is going to be a massive one as well. What a day to truly rip them apart.
Celebrations across the nations for India as we have a new contender to try and fight for the crown here. With this performance, TrueRippers is in the mix. And ladies and gentlemen, we are officially down towards our final 2 matches before we get the ultimate result here.
TrueRippers, man, oh man, they have put on an absolute show, and look at the board celebrating. They have dethroned DRX and moved on the first spot in the overall standings. Yes!
Oh my goodness!
They've got a lot of points.
I thought they were going to be second.
I mean, just look at them celebrating.
Hey man,
that's 26 points out of this game itself.
We were saying this the entire year. This
Crazy.
is Jelly's world, man. This is Jelly's year. A man just destroyed in terms of morale in 2024, just shows up in 2025. It is becoming the pride of the nation right here. What a game!
It took all. Jelly as an IGL was the one fragging out in this game. He was making a lot of stuff happen. And man, oh man, the amount of elimination points TrueRippers accumulated in the end, that is immaculate, unthinkable of.
You can see they're just so excited for this match itself, but it is not over. TrueRippers finally having some sort of confidence to take the throne, take the crown. But again, the game is not over yet.
Yeah.
Celebrations are in order, but there's still 2 more matches. Ladies and gentlemen, this is BMIC. Anything can happen. And dude, let's just be honest here. Let's take a little bit of breather here. Emotions have been all over the place. Up, down, left, right, front, center. I don't know, man. Like, it is an absolute roller coaster right now.
10 years ago, esports did not even exist in this country. I remember sitting at home watching tournaments on the big stage, always wanting to be on a stage like that, representing my country, tried my level best, wasn't good enough, but it is such an honor to be here, see all of this happening. This is a dream come true for them and for all of us over here.
This is a dream come true, even for the players, even for the audience that are currently witnessing all of this. And for the upcoming esports athlete, this is going to be an inspiration. This tournament's going to go down in the book of history. But for now, let's move on to a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to BMIC 2025. And guess what? 2 more matches to go. And a lot of things can happen. And so far, who would have thought a surprise entry into as a #1 spot here could be TrueRippers. But whew, again, 2 more matches to go. That means it is going to be in the map of Miramar. And this past 3 days, we have talking about Miramar being the turf of the international teams here. But before that, I'd like to introduce myself here. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Super Johnny and also Necro to take you through the matches here today. And now, Johnny, I know you were extremely excited for the previous match here.
Yeah.
Do you think they have a shot in Miramar?
I think they really do. I think TrueRippers always has a shot. This is one of the most consistent teams in the country. And even though they are not going to do anything flashy, I think for some reason today they just turned the level of aggression to 11. Because we've never seen TrueRippers be that aggressive. Normally when we see them close out the matches, it's going to be with like 6 or 7 eliminations. They maintain a good average and they close out a lot of games. But in BMIC, it was all about those finishes. Until now, they haven't been able to secure a chicken dinner the moment they do. They're #1.
To be honest, I'm not going to lie. From the Indian side of things, TrueRippers is the only team that knows exactly what needs to be done on the last day. That's what it feels like. 16 finishes just in this one game, 26 points in total. TrueRippers is going to put themselves on the top. But guys, there's also a new contender in the top 5, and that's K9 Esports. And even K9 Esports can snatch the cake in the map of Miramar.
Like, things hasn't been looking good here for DRX. We saw moments of brilliance coming from Hyungbin, especially, you know what, Rondo, oh no, DRX is going to run away with the lead here. But things hasn't been that easy here. Usually on BGMI competition here, especially domestically as well, especially in the final day, you would expect maybe 4 to 5 teams. But now, even until now, there's about 8 to 9 teams still fighting neck and neck for the #1 and #2 spot.
Anything can happen, man. Anything can happen. Anyone can take the crown away from that stage. I mean, after TrueRippers wins that game, I'm a believer, man. DRX, they just dropped the ball, but it's not a lot of difference.
For all things considered here, for these guys watching, even here on the desk as well, this is not just a game. This is esports, and it is also a game of emotions. But for now, let us talk about the MVP of that match. It is going to be Hydro that takes the cake from that match with 7 finishes in the bag. And Hydro, of course, he has been doing phenomenally well here in BMIC.
Yeah, just fragging out of his mind. But you've also got Sheep from CAG. Guys, this is another consistently well-performing team. And CAG was not one of the contenders that we thought is going to be in the top 3. To be honest, whenever we saw the Japanese team on the block, the first name we spoke about was Reject. But look at CAG making an entrance out of nowhere.
Yep, day 1 it was all about REIGNITE as well, but they are also part of the mix as well because they themselves get top 3. TrueRippers obviously getting the chicken dinner and 16 finishes will get themselves 26 points, but CAG OSAKA still very consistent again, 13 points.
They are, and I mean, it is an incredible journey. Look at that, 133 DRX, 131 on the second. 2 days, 2 days, 4 matches for someone to dethrone DRX. And CAG on the third, 119. It's so close, man. 119, 118 for Dplus KIA, Nebula 116, K9 108, Mysterious4 107. 107 for Nongshim RedForce, Soul 105. Top
Anything
9.
can happen.
Anything can happen.
You know, Johnny is just at disbelief right now here. You can hear the voices just completely losing absolutely out of his mind here. But again, 2 more matches to go. TrueRippers and DRX does have a very, very good safety cushion to work with as well. You want to be #1 for the crown, but you also want to be #2 to represent and take that ticket for the Global Championships.
Hey, but even Hydro's catching up to Hyunbin now. Is not too far away, huh? Hydro's got 37 finishes and Hyunbin's sitting on 40, which means there's a big chance after this upcoming game, Hydro might just take him over. But once again, the conversation back towards the international standards, and we had a conversation about this fact that the international teams are extremely good on the map of Miramar, and there's a big chance in this upcoming game we might just see CAG or even DRX do extremely good.
And ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We have a new mix here coming in from the best IGL of the tournament here. Jelly makes the mix, comes in on the #1 spot, dethroning XQZZ for the longest of time. But guess what? QXZZ, he has been holding #1 for the longest time. But it's not over yet. 2 more matches, anything can happen. And all TrueRippers needs to do right now is maintain the lead. 5 points per match, and they are set.
I mean, it's DRX at the end of the day, so I would say 10 points per game just to be safe, man.
For the crown, for the glory.
Guys, it's still unpredictable, man. Even Soul can get a big chicken dinner and instantly pop themselves in the top 2.
Now,
anything can happen, man.
Now, let's give a little bit of a what-if scenario here in this scenario. As of yet, if TrueRippers wins BMIC, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially 2 Indian teams in the gauntlet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Actually,
that is what's going to be happening.
That's massive. So for TrueRippers, they know what's at the stake.
Oh boy, it is going to be very, very tricky here, but there's 2 more matches, and we're talking about Miramar coming up in match as well. It is going to be the international team's turf. And so far, will any teams try and rise up the challenge? And of course, we have to add in a little bit of mix here with Seoul. But before that, let us jump into an interview with TrueRippers, because everybody wants to know how they're feeling after that performance right now, as we throw it over to Rohit.
सांस लेने दो, सांसें थम गई थी, दिल की धड़कनें तेज हो गई थी, and इस समय I have TrueRippers with me, the boys who made that moment, who created that moment. जेली, मैं इस समय जानना चाहता हूँ, what domination, what rush, उसके बारे में बताइए, हम सब जानना चाहते हैं, वो आखिरी क्लैश के बारे में बताइए, उन आखिरी मोमेंट्स के बारे में थोड़ा सा हमें बताइए, exactly क्या चल रहा था आपके दिमाग में टीम के बीच में?
एग्जैक्टली यही चल रहा था कि जितने ज़्यादा फिनिशेस हो सकते हैं हम उतने ज़्यादा निकालना चाहते थे, और यही था कि शायद 2 मैचेस हमने थ्रो कर दिए, लेकिन ये वाला थ्रो अगर ये करते तो शायद यहाँ पे मारपीट हो जाती है एक दूसरे के बीच, लेकिन आज ये था कि आज हम थ्रो नहीं कर रहे हैं और इंडिया को तो इस पर जिता के ही लेके जा रहे हैं, पूरी ट्राई करेंगे इस चीज़ के लिए।
इंडिया को जिताकर लेकर जाएंगे, ये इस समय जेली ने कहा है। एंड जेली, हमने सुना इस समय अरीना ने आपका नाम चांट किया, सिर्फ एक ही नाम सुनने को मिल रहा था ड्यूरिंग दैट क्लैश। सो इस समय अरीना में बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो आपको सुनना चाहते हैं, आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं टू ऑल द फैंस हु आर चांटिंग योर नेम?
थैंक यू सो मच, इतने टाइम से सपोर्ट करते आ रहे हो। ऑलमोस्ट 4 साल लग गए मेरे को एक ट्रॉफी उठाने के लिए, लेकिन इस बार मैं ये ट्रॉफी उठा के लेके जाऊंगा, यहाँ से इंडिया के लिए लेके जाऊंगा।
ये आपने प्रॉमिस भी किया था कि देयर इज अ सॉलिड चांस कि TrueRippers ये टूर्नामेंट जीत कर जाए। 2 और मैचेस बचते हैं, तो यहाँ पर अब क्या प्लानिंग है, क्या स्ट्रेटजी है, क्या मूव होने वाला है फॉर TrueRippers एंड फॉर जेली?
हम लोग अपने बेसिक्स पे खेलने वाले हैं, कुछ भी अलग नहीं करने वाले, ना ही ओवर पंप होने वाले हैं, आराम से काम होके कंपोजर के साथ खेलेंगे। सारे प्लेयर्स को ये समझा दिया है और अपना ट्राई करेंगे, थोड़ा सा हम लोगों को फेवर मिल जाए भगवान का, तो शायद आज सब कुछ हो सकता है।
ऑडियंस का फेवर तो मिल चुका है, भगवान का भी मिल जाएगा, लेकिन इस समय TrueRippers, you are at the top right now, लेकिन 2 important matches are still left. उसके बाद ही हमें पता चल जाएगा कि who gets the crown. तो अभी चलते हैं कास्टर्स डेस्क की तरफ।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here welcome back to the desk as well. And guess what? We have a little bit of a very, very strong message, and you can see Johnny's face. He's extremely happy as well, as of course India is looking for their champion, and TrueRippers is the closest to that as of yet. And guess what? When we talk about Miramar, we have to talk about international teams being their home turf. But you know what? I have some stats that tells me otherwise as well, because the 3 teams that has the best performing in the map of Miramar for this past 3 days here, in the span of 4 maps, of course, is DRX, TrueRippers, and Seoul. So, do you think Seoul might be in the mix as well?
You just said TrueRippers is there in the list, so...
Yeah, that's what I said too. The overall standings are unpredictable. There's not a lot of gap. The overall standings are so sensitive. If Seoul gets a chicken dinner, even with 15 points, they're already going to be there in the top 2. And then in the final game, they need another chicken dinner so they can be the champions.
Hey, we've signed some really, really crazy stuff here for these past 3 days. We saw a game where 19 finishes was in the play. Nebula was able to do that. We saw just now 16 as well.
Yeah.
Of course, if Seoul decides to pull off the biggest wildcard, they're trying to set a record here in BGMI in the map Miramar, well, guess what? Things are not looking good for every other team here, because they are looking for the crown. They are looking for the ticket for Global Championship. For a second, I thought Dplus KIA had it, but CAG Osaka is also going to be eyeing for it as well.
Yeah, I mean, the contenders are still there. Everyone is going to try their level best. No one wants to give up on a fight when you can see victory just within your grasp. So DRX, Nongshim RedForce, even they can try their level best to clinch a spot for the GC. They're going to try their level best. CAG Osaka, as you mentioned, they're going to keep on trying. Even K9 Esports, for that matter, is going to try and keep making the pounce again and again. Another game where K9 Esports were consistent, but one big difference maker for TrueRippers, Necro, I will like to know your thoughts on this as well. Keo Lamau, finally, on the 3rd day, we get to see him be his true self.
I know, right? I mean, even TrueRippers not exactly throwing that game. Because if you remember yesterday, TrueRippers threw 2 games. So yes, that was quite frustrating to watch, but finally today they conquer it.
Well, they are locked in. 2 more matches to go. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping in towards the second final match of the entire tournament itself. Will we see a lead or will we see a shake-up? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into game right here, right now.
Game of the day, and the overall standings have shaken up. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. There's another team on the first. DRX with a lot of pressure on their backs. Can they crack or will they prevail? As the plane's gonna be taken off once again, this time starting all the way from Partona towards Campo Militar.
Oh man, this is going to be a fun one for sure. And as we were talking about the teams that are there in contention for the trophy, TrueRippers in particular, this flight path enables them their drop towards LSR. But we aren't the only ones who have this info. People on the stage have this info as well. Are we going to see someone go after TrueRippers early?
Nebula going for an early drop towards Partona. So yeah, they're going to get their hands on some quick loot. And I want to see Nebula just go out on a hunt. That's the only thing that's going to save the second ship of Nebula because they're lacking on confidence. They are going to get some early loot, so that's a really good thing. And they can prioritize the circle instantly. And if the zone's going to be forming on top of Los Leones, man, that's going to be an absolute cinema. But imagine a circle on top of the two islands on the right, next to Puerto Paraíso. Oh my God. That's going to be a dream come true for me.
You always ask for that circle. Every time we have any Miramar Necro wants the same zone. I mean, I understand. You ask for it enough, maybe the gods will eventually listen to you.
On the opposite, of course. Why not?
This is going to be a slow game as well. That southwestern circle towards Chumacera. Open spaces, good amount of hills to use for cover.
Actually, no, it's not going to be a slow game, Johnny. There's so many teams out of contention for trophy, especially the bottom six, if you think about it.
Oh, yeah.
So the bottom six are definitely going to go frag heavy, including God's Reign. This team, they're out for blood. DRX, they've got a decent spot too.
By the way, before we went into the match, we were talking about teams that generally do well on Miramar. We spoke about DRX, TrueRippers, Seoul. Fourth on that list is CAG.
And maybe the fifth after this game is going to be K9.
I mean, see, everything you have said has come true, so yeah, I want that to happen. Keep saying stuff like that, Necro, please.
I've always been a believer in K9, man. No matter what sort of a spot you put them in the overall standings, all it takes is that one game to bring them back to life. And they've once again proved that same thing. K9 is just so explosive. Yeah, I mean, they're still on the sixth spot, but just look at the difference between the first and the sixth. Just one chicken dinner separating them.
Pretty much. And even the 7th and the 8th and the 9th position for that matter. It needs to be a massive game. But DRX, 131 points. CAG, 119. This is going to be the most intense chase of all time. And, of course, TrueRippers as well. Just 133 for them, sitting on the first position.
Nebula needs that same 19-finish chicken dinner they did pull off in the first day. And imagine if Nebula actually does come through with that. Ooh. That would be insane. They did that on the map of Wrangell, but doing that or replicating that on this map, it's going to be impossible.
I mean, it's not going to be insane. It's going to be Nebula now. Adi has left insane. I'm sorry, I just had to make that joke.
I understand. You know, a little bit of a glimpse of the past as well of this man. But now in Nebula, this man's been making a lot of waves. Went out to talk with the owners of Nebula, who are sitting in the back lines. Oh my God, were they tensed out.
Yeah.
He was not even talking much. He was like, bro, I am stressed out. I just want to go back and sleep.
I mean, think about the story this team has had and think about the man leading this team, the story he has had. By the way, still, I think he's doing his masters right now, is a married man, shows up for an open tournament, and that is where the journey for Nebula Esports began. He found these players, scouted them out, formed a team. From there, and this, by the way, began in July. You and I were both casting the tournament together.
Yeah.
From there, 3 months ago, who would have thought Nebula would be one of the teams that the entire nation would be cheering for?
I know, right? But as of now, Nebula is choked, including Mysterious4.
Yeah.
They're not able to get a lot of points. Back-to-back sad games.
Recoverable.
Still recoverable, yes. If they manage to get a 15-pointer in this game, Nebula is going to put themselves in a promising spot. They will directly propel themselves on the second, actually. Which means the top two teams will be Indian.
And imagine if they drop like a 20 finish plus chicken dinner.
That's going to put them on the first. Then TrueRippers throne will be in danger.
Well, I mean, the top two, they're still going to be there.
Yeah. But Gauntlet, that's what matters.
Yeah, that is also true.
For Gauntlet, there's a direct shot at the grand final, so
and
you
of
would
course,
want to be there.
While we talk about these teams, the biggest threats in the lobby to them are going to be DRX, CAG, Dplus KIA, and Nongshim RedForce. But fight breaking out between the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. REIGNITE versus JP.
JP has played passive for the first 2 days, and now in the last day, they have been playing it aggressive. We saw them make a push towards Seoul, and now JP once again trying to get the better of REIGNITE. I like the fact that at least we're seeing some action on the board. Miramar's usually quite the sleeper of a game.
TrueRippers, as we mentioned, the flight path did favor that early drop of theirs, but they're still stuck in the blue. Look at them all the way towards Thierry Moda, Thierry Bronca, and Elazar.
Oh, don't worry about them.
They
know
like
what
to
exactly
play like
they
this.
need to do. Yeah.
Always the last ones to move inside of the play zone in Miramar.
It's all about the stage 3 to stage 4 transition, and that's where TrueRippers, they know how to find that good breaching point.
But look at the center. DRX, they take control of the center early. Now, unless the circle moves away from them, that hill on Minas del Valle is actually quite safe.
DRX is under pressure, but I like the fact that what the players are thinking. Avoid as much action as possible because they know the lobby now is going to be an absolute maniac. It's better to avoid as many fights and let the lobby eliminate itself.
Pretty much, I think that's going to be the game plan. And I think the only problem I have with this plan of action is you're relying on others to do your work for you. Opportunities like that do occur and things like that do happen in tournaments, but not every single time. You take the center, you keep your head down, you try to protect the advantage the entire day. What happens game number 4? You're sitting on the second.
Nebula Esports.
DRX gotta hate CAG OSAKA. I mean, first 2 games, CAG just shut them down.
Yeah.
And CAG OSAKA now is like right after them as well.
They pretty much stepped on their graves to be there on the 3rd spot.
Yeah.
That's what the scoreline is. And CAG, not too comfortable yet. There's still a decent bit of lead. So CAG, they need to cover that lead first, and then they will be on the second. But to be honest, whenever we spoke about Japanese teams, CAG OSAKA was never the name that popped up. It was always Reject.
Or REIGNITE.
Yeah.
These 2 names were who we expected to actually do well from the Japanese teams. But CAG OSAKA, the way they have played today, as I've been saying, they have converted me into one of their supporters as well. I am a big fan of aggressive action. I'm a big fan of teams that like to just dominate the games with firepower. And CAG OSAKA, man, oh man, the first 3 matches of the day were just flawless.
They indeed were.
Oh, DRX against OG.
But I also like the fact that in the top 3, there's 1 Indian team, 1 South Korean team, and 1 Japanese team. It's a perfect blend, right?
Yeah.
This tournament is never supposed to be India versus South Korea versus Japan. It's supposed to be collaboration of 3 countries.
Yeah.
And yeah, the top 3, it just replicates that. What happened there?
He just exited. I don't know, for some reason. I think it might have been a misclick from Osal.
Yeah.
Gets knocked out for no reason in the blue. The rotation timing for Dplus KIA, because of that, is going to be a little bit off. But Seoul, shots getting fired in their direction. They've still managed to keep themselves on the feet. But K9 Esports, are they going to let them stay alive?
That's a good question. K9 Esports, I'm not sure what the game plan is going to look like for them. But I'm pretty sure that K9 Esports now is going to be under a lot of pressure and under a lot of threat. JPX, there's a team making that push on top of them, and it's Madkings. And Madkings are absolute mad. They do not care about the outcome. They're just here to have fun and rock. Pro cooking up an aid. Hollywood might just be humbled up with this one. Ooh. And yes, he is. Almost takes him down. The man's barely surviving on a sliver.
Stay back is what Madkings tell him. And JP, Madkings, both the teams in a similar situation where they've been trying and trying for days, but while we have seen a few moments of brilliance for Madkings, JPX, they've been struggling throughout their journeys. Madkings spotted out Sporter, one of the most experienced players on this stage right now. The spray, and it whiffs.
Still pretty close though. JP looking at the position they've got, to be honest. It is quite a commanding one, but the main concern is it's outside of the circle, so I'm not sure what JP is doing there. CAG, they mess up big. Big man, Mattoon's down. Now continuing the journey with just a 3-man squad. If the South Koreans are watching, this is exactly what they needed. CAG, they fell into a massive trap. And OG, they're just here playing spoilers.
Well, OG is going to try and ruin the day for anyone they can find. As we mentioned, and you also talked about this team themselves have been saying they're just relaxed over here. They already have a spot for the GC, all set for the gauntlet. So they're just, I mean, for them, it's going to be important to see if they can match the firepower for DRX or their consistency. Just prep yourself up for teams that have won the competition in the past and played on a consistent basis.
Look at K9 grouping up. In a decent spot too, but once again, comes down to where the next zone's going to be shifting. It's not going to be curveballing shift, luckily enough for K9.
I mean, they're close to the center. The only problem is that you look at the radar, there's MTR, and they have them surrounded. One player on the high ground, two down below, and Reject is not too far away. They are in a position where if a fight breaks out, they can move in for a third party. So K9, I mean, they're going to have to keep their heads down.
OG, problematic front. Madkings were making that mad dash, and OG just escapes barely. OG did lose out on one of their main players a while ago, but once again, for OG, they're not even playing this tournament that seriously. They're just here to have fun, so it's whatever. The next zone shift is going to be important, and it actually shifts away from K9. This is their worst nightmare, and for CAG, it's a date with destiny.
I mean, CAG, they are doing their level best. They are in a decent spot as well, but still a long way to go. This match is, as you said, it's turning out to be a slow affair. Almost 12 minutes in. Only 2 casualties in the game so far. CAG, they're going to have a lot of cover available from that western front, but the east, if TrueRippers get a line of fire, oh, that's just going to be brutal. Did K9 lose a player just now? Yes, they did.
Seems like it. On the move, K9 is, and moving around the southern side. Nebula as well, playing around the off-centric. Reject 2 on the left. MTR as well, pretty much around that same turf or block. K9 Esports. It's a whole different story.
Let's see, I mean, the story is still unfolding. But I'm a little bit concerned about the teams present towards the southern edge. Necro, JPX, Dplus KIA, there's GRX, M4, God's Reign, K9, REIGNITE, Nebula, OG, majority of the top contenders present towards the southern half of the circle. I think everyone is just predicting, all the IGLs thinking, majority of the IGLs thinking that it is going to be a southern shift. And contesting those hills late is going to be a big challenge, so they move there early, but if it's going to be a northern shift of the play zone, everyone gets played with pretty much.
JPX. Still, I guess, thinking what exactly they want to do.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams surrounding them, and to be honest, I personally thought since the second last game, we will see an aggressive start. But that's not the case, even in the mid game. No one's really prioritizing fights, but there we go. The moment I say so, Dplus, they lose out on Fabian. The big man's down.
The trade comes through. Nolbu is still there. Osa, look at him on the top of the hill. But Dplus KIA, they have to be careful. Crazy sticks around. He's still in the blue, taking damage. But there's going to be another knock. And Dplus KIA, now they have lost 2. JP, they have the upper hand in this fight.
Nolbu missed all the shots. There's also DRX right around the fray, so DRX as well reaping the benefits of this duel. Stealing away a few frags if possible, that's what DRX's game plan is. Fabian's down once again, that's the re-knock. JP, they're actually stopping the place of Dplus KIA and Trax. Fabian, they're just going to give up onto him. Chips is going to make that move. He does not want to stay back and try and get the revival on Fabian. Instead, move up and support Chips. Nolbu is there on the front line, shutting down the place of Mysterious4. And for Mysterious4, now Dplus KIA has proven out to be a major threat. Mysterious4, they seem a little bit confused. They do not know what they want to do. They seem lost.
Yeah, because there's DRX on the top of the hill as well. That's just more pressure for Mysterious4 to deal with. But Hero, he's extremely low. Snowjaw dropped extremely low as well. And the nade from Nolbu. It's going to be the second one. Although the trade comes through before getting knocked out. Snowjaw did manage to secure the molly. But this might just... What just happened? Mysterious4, they're on the verge of getting eliminated.
Yeah, what just happened? A domino effect. Mysterious4 won that fight too. And how are you supposed to lose a fight that you won already? Mysterious4. Hero is eliminated from the game as well, and Chips is already closed up. No. Now the chances of M4 coming out on top, they're next to none. Extremely slim. Chips patching himself up. The man smart. Before making that push, he's going to pop that first nade, and now it's time to pounce! But that nade was so well placed. But the Blue's going to be on the move, and this time it's going to chip a lot of HP away. God's Rain pushing on Reignite. Destro down. The confirmation still yet to follow up and reignite Taikis. He's doing a perfect job as eventually God's Rain. They're going to lose out another man, but Yama gets wrapped up as well. It's God's Rain to come out on top.
God's Rain doing an incredible job. Last man left alive though. And they find themselves quite close to the players of Nebula. Look at the radar. It is going to be intense. DRX, they take the first position away from TrueRippers. An extra finish in the bag to help them just get that safety cushion going on the overall leaderboard.
God's Rain just getting the loots up. I mean, once again, it doesn't even matter. It's God's Rain. They're already done. There's no point. DRX, 4 players around Minas Generalis. This time DRX is playing around the edge, if you've noticed. And the only reason for that is because the circle moved away from them. So I really want to see how well DRX is going to be adapting to this.
Well, let's see though. So they're going after Reject now. Player spotted out. They want to make this bounce, but Reject doing a brilliant job just holding back. Look at Justin though. He's just taking on anyone and everyone. Picking off the players of K9 as well. And did he just shut them down? K9!
Oh my God.
What happened?
No way. How is K9 choking? This team was supposed to be one of the best teams in our country. And K9 is choking when it matters the most. There's no way. I'm pretty sure Omega, Slug, Beast, Ninja Boy, they know the chance has slipped away from their hands now.
Yeah.
It's too late.
It is too late. Securing, well, yeah, it's too late. I mean, unless DRX gets wiped out right now and they're stuck at 135, then maybe K9 drop a 30 bomber or, well, yeah, pretty much a 30 bomb. Again, DRX get eliminated. I'm doing too much theories.
If you've noticed one thing, the South Korean teams, their game plan is always to get as many frags as possible before the stage 4. And after that, they instantly go into hiding.
If you can. If you can get those frags, then you go for them. Otherwise, you keep your heads down. But DRX, look at that. They were kept at bay for a very long time. 6A gets knocked out, and DRX once again left in a world of trouble.
What happened there? How did he get knocked out like that? Oh no, the confirmation too. That's gotta sting, DRX. The sword of elimination is right atop your necks. And I'm pretty sure the players are gonna be so unhappy to what happened to Saishe. The remaining 3 though, still, they possess a lot of threat. And these 3 remaining players are probably gonna rotate inside of the circle. They will find a clear breaching point, but I'm not sure if that's a good position to breach in from.
But hey, while DRX loses man, TrueRippers still a 4-man unit. They're holding strong towards the northwestern edge of the circle, and look at how cautious TrueRippers is being. Even though the circle is right next to them, the play zone, the safe zone is right next to them, they're still not moving through. This team is playing an isolated quadrant of the zone, the northeastern quadrant. Everyone else is present towards the southern half of the play zone.
Johnny, just imagine the last game. So many teams are going to be out of contention.
Yeah.
And everyone's going to go haywire. They're going to play like absolute maniacs. JP, that pounce on DRX! And it's actually working out for the players of DRX instead! They're actually winning this fight! It's not supposed to happen! DRX claiming those elimination points is helping them so much! That's 6 finishes right there accumulated. DRX is now going to start to feel themselves. That's the pump they needed.
Yeah.
Hyunbin was taken down low, but it's all good in the hood since now it's QXZ popping off.
As you mentioned, they needed this, they needed the momentum. And DRX, they're going to try their level best to capitalize on this, but look at this, Nongshim RedForce still also present in the fight and in the game. Along with them, CAG OSAKA is still there, and Nebula also still there. So spots are still up for grabs. TrueRippers, they are keeping DRX in check, but this high ground, they do manage to secure a knock onto Atanki. Alright, that's a 4-point difference.
Yeah, already back on top. This is why I told you, even if DRX have been dethroned, for how long will they be? They know how to control aggression, they know how to control the tempo of the game, and once again doing exactly what they need to do. Back towards the classic stuff, not overthinking anything. So quick to reset the mindset.
Yeah.
Not letting the moment where TrueRippers dethrone them affect their mindsets.
Oh boy. And well, this is MTR against Reject. Reject gets taken out, but Nebula Esports on the flank. What is their move going to be? They want to take control. They have a hovercraft to work with as well. It's a moving tank, but Nongshim RedForce, Necro, they show up at the same time.
Oh my god, look at Nebula, straight up just pushing up. Nebula, back away. It's not a good fight. There's going to be an instant third party. MTR is anyways going to get blown to smithereen, but Nebula, now you need to be ready to fight against Nongshim. XZY gets knocked out by third party. Another team from the far fray taking a part in this fight. Nongshim, now they need to stop Nebula,
no!
But Nomi, the man's completely unaware of the fact that there's someone right next to him, and Tizzy, he steals that elimination point away. Nebula, they messed up big.
Yeah, this is going to be a big mistake. Adi has no idea where Tizzy is as well. And Nongshim RedForce, they're on the verge of recovering. MTR Pine, he's hiding their presence. Nebula, there was so much chaos in the action, and he runs in.
What? Oh my god, Nebula, come on! Come on, read the room! What are you doing? Mistakes after mistakes, and now Adi's the only person, but still, there is hope. But even that hope has now been extinguished. Johnny, it's too late for Nebula to wake up as well. India's only hope is going to be TrueRippers.
Oh well. It is going to be a very, very unfortunate ordeal. Could have been the play that put them in a position for contention heading into the last map of the day. But as you mentioned, Necro, even though it's just one, hope still remains in the form of TrueRippers, who gets spotted out by DRX.
Those shots were there, but it's not going to be concerned. Madkings is in the back. Madkings are going to play the spoiler. TrueRippers, you're walking into a major trap, and DRX, they are starting to rack up the eliminations. So easy in the back. Hirsch down, Hydro down, Keo the only man, and TrueRippers have been wrapped up. DRX, they're feeling it. They're feeling this tournament course up the veins. They know they're not too far away from the championship. TrueRippers, they choke when it mattered the most. The arena is silent as DRX is dancing on top of the graves of TrueRippers.
And well, this pretty much does it. DRX, a comfort zone has been gained now as Madkings show up. This is not going to change a lot. It does put TrueRippers in, well, a little bit of a better position, but let's see how things turns out. Nongshim RedForce, another team that was in the fight, now put under pressure by the players of Seoul. Tizzy and Benny still in it, trying their level best to win it, but it is not going to be easy. Nongshim RedForce, they're racking up those finishes as well.
Oh my god, Seoul, they're cornered, but there we go. They start to win the fight, and Knuckle, look at the confidence this man's having. A well-placed nade from CAG actually eliminates one of the men from the side of Seoul as well. The trades were there back and forth, but no, Seoul gets wrapped up too. Nongshim and CAG together eliminating Seoul.
What is this game, man? So many unexpected clutches. The teams that were silent up until now have finally started to do well, but CAG, an opportunity for them to secure a spot on the second. One last man left alive. And it needs to be a chicken dinner, Necro.
It needs to be chicken dinner, nothing less. CAG, even if the man is able to survive in the top two, it really depends on how many elimination points the man was able to garner. CAG OSAKA, no, he's dead too. They're still going to be on the third, untouched, but Nongshim RedForce, they've still got a warrior standing. OG, yeah, at this point, they're just laughing. OG eliminated DRX, now eliminating Madkings as well. You've got 3 teams, or actually all the 4 teams, they've just got the individual standing, Johnny, which means Nongshim can actually steal it.
It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1. And it is for the pride of your nation. It's a fight for the crown. And all of these kings, they enter the mix. It's going to be an open area fight as well, man. TZ, he's trying to move in. Justin, here's the vehicle approach, spots it out as well. TZ with a quick exit. Justin, what are you going to do? The shot whiffs. Justin very low. TZ on the verge of clutching it out, and he does! 10 eliminations for Nongshim RedForce. God's Rain get eliminated.
So good, Nongshim. When their heads were on the swivel, Nongshim, they pop out. The game's not done yet. OG's here to spoil the day, and he saves it. I think he saves it for his country once again. Stopping Nongshim in the tracks and not letting them crawl up even more in the overall standings. OG's just here to stop the international teams, let's be honest.
I mean, at least someone is keeping them at bay, man. JPX, though. Sporta. I think, let's see, JPX, they would like to close out at least one chicken dinner in this tournament. Atanki, he's cooking up a nade. Sporta as well. It's going to be util exchange for the chicken dinner between the 2 sides. Atanki, well, some damage is dished out. The shotgun at the ready, going up against the DBS. He spots him out, and the shutdown comes through. JP, Jecheon PhalanX, securing a chicken dinner. An important one as well, at least it gives them a respectable position on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, but it's still not going to make a lot of difference, right? You mentioned
Pretty much.
Respectable position, but the eyes are now going to be pinned in the top 3, Johnny. The top 3. Those are the only teams that actually stand a chance.
Well, for all things considered here, it is very tight. It is very close here. And ladies and gentlemen, with this winner-winner chicken dinner coming from JPX, it does put them in a better spot for the overall prize pool. But the shot of lifting the crown for JPX pretty much done for. I agree. This is going to be coming down towards the one final game to see who is going to be lifting the crown. Is it going to be DRX or is it going to be TrueRippers? It all comes down to one final match, and that is going to be match 18. My oh my, you can see our boys on my left.
Man, listen, at the start of the day, I had a simple question to ask Necro and Fixes. I was like, who's going to win the trophy? Why do you say DRX, man?
Dude, I mean, look, man, it's undeniable the fact that DRX is actually an extremely good team. I did have personal expectations from teams like K9 Esports, TrueRippers, and I feel like TrueRippers are definitely there, actually following up my expectations as well. They're doing a phenomenal job. And TrueRippers still stands a chance, by the way. They can snatch the crown away still. And I believe even Nebula can stand a chance if they are able to get the win in a banging manner.
Now,
Nebula leads a 30 bomber, at least minimum.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time as well, mathematically still very, very possible. But let's talk about some reality check here. Now, as of yet, DRX has a very, very huge lead. It's about 5.6 points lead over TrueRippers. Almost 10 points, if I'm not mistaken here. But for all things considered, right now, the best possible scenario here is going to be DRX is going to be the first team being eliminated with 0 points, and then the race can go on. But I don't know. You guys got to stick around to find out one final match to see who is going to be lifting the crown here in BMIC 2025 right after this break.
What started off as a distant dream for a lot of these names sitting on that stage right now has almost turned into a moment that they themselves can turn into reality instead. It is just one more match to go, a map of Miramar, and if you conquer that map, not just you're going to lift that crown, but you're going to lift the pride of a billion hopes and dreams that are cheering you on right now. One more opportunity, all on the line, with just one game to go. Anything can happen. What is going through your heads right now?
I mean, TrueRippers this close on clinching to the trophy. Last match, they made that mistake.
Yeah.
They know about it. It is time. They shrug it off, forget about it, have that mental reset. And somebody needs to drop down on DRX. But on the other side, I think DRX have been establishing their supremacy after a big collapse. I mean, that was a bounce back and a half.
Luckily enough, at least OG stopped DRX right over there the moment they eliminated the likes of TrueRippers, or else DRX would have accumulated too many points, and it would have been tough to stop them.
There are a few names that we need to talk about. We're going to start off with the individuals. The MVP of the match, Dizzy from Nongshim RedForce. And in fact, this team is one of those names that we need to talk about. Because teams like Nongshim RedForce, teams like CAG, I love the way they play this game.
In fact, Nongshim RedForce, if you ask me, have been having the best day so far. Every single game, they have been consistent. They have been guns heavy, 8 finishes, dizzy. But DRX is what is the real problem for all the Indian teams. Even CAG OSAKA, they're also into the competition. But Nongshim RedForce, considering in the previous game, they got so many finishes. I'm keen to see what the overall standings are like.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see the point standing for this game. First though, Nongshim RedForce 15 points, JPX with 13, OG 13, DRX 12, Gosrain 9. Well, let's just move forward to the overall leaderboard and see who's going to be leading the charge. DRX 143, TrueRippers 134, and CAG on third 124 to them.
If TrueRippers choke this game,
they're going to be out.
They're going to be out, and it also means that none of the Indian teams will be there in the top 5.
Yeah.
Which will be extremely concerning and heartbreaking as well. Guys,
listen,
I mean, TrueRippers is the only hope, and maybe if Nebula gets a major game, then...
Listen, TrueRippers still has the highest position points, which states that they are the most consistent team. TrueRippers made a massive mistake, but barring that, that could have also been their game. One chicken dinner, 48 position points. I think TrueRippers should be playing it safe the way they've been playing. The CAG is an imminent threat, and more than that, Nongshim RedForce. This is a team to look out for because they're also going to really amp up the aggression.
Well, looking at the tournament MVPs right now, Yunbin still there on the first position. Hydro following up with 37 finishes to his name. Then we have Nolbu from Dplus KIA. Hero from Mysterious4. Today hasn't been the best of days for him. And because of that, he has dropped from the 2nd to the 4th. On the 5th, we have Osal from Dplus KIA, who, by the way, was responsible for keeping Dplus KIA in check on day number 2. Today, finally, their star player, Nolbu, shows up.
Did you look at the difference between the 2nd and the 3rd spot of the MVP? It's day in and day out difference. I mean, there's a major elimination point difference in those. But once again, back towards the overall standings. Now, look, guys, there's also a possibility that Nebula Esports can actually squeeze themselves in the top 2. But they need a chicken dinner, and that too with around 20 points.
So, in order for that to happen, you need Dplus KIA, Nongshim RedForce, DRX getting eliminated with 0 points in this game, TrueRippers finishing 2nd, and Nebula Esports dropping a 30-plus bomb chicken dinner.
It was so easy to say, but I think at this point, like Necro suggests, that Nebula need to go back to their real element, that is sheer aggression. You know, they've been making a lot of mistakes. Even in the previous game of Miramar, there was a fight ongoing. All the players decided to push in with a hovercraft, and even if they initiated their push, all of them should have been inside that hovercraft, let that fight get over, and then deal with. These are those major mistakes that they're making. Small mistakes, but has a big amplification, has a big, I think, you know, this is really concerning for Nebula. They have choked, Mysterious4 have choked. The only hope that India has is TrueRippers at this point.
I just want one thing from these teams. My heart has been broken a lot this year. Please don't do it once more. It's just the end of the year. Please make me a happy man.
Guys, look, at this point, anything can happen, right? There's also a big chance, as I mentioned, even on the day one itself, there's a possibility that we will not even see a Indian team in the top 3. And
don't say that!
There's a possibility. I'm talking about possibilities over here, guys. Okay, look, man.
I don't like you anymore, Necro.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm just
me
trying
too.
to be unbiased, all right, guys? Look, over here, everyone is giving it all they've got. Everyone
Yeah,
is
that is
trying their
true.
best. So I do feel like, yes, I am quite supportive for TrueRippers. I really do want them to be there on the second, or at least on the first. Get that one slot that's left over for the Global Championship.
You know, call me whatever. I've waited 7 years for this moment. I think I've been longing to see an Indian team lifting an international trophy. So if it comes down to that, whatever tax, whatever it is, I want the players to play their hearts out. I think just give us a good game of BGMI to not make those small errors. And even if DRX wins, for which there's a very high chance, I think I'll still be happy. I mean, they deserve it, especially individually how they've played. Hyunbin especially, Shaishe also stepping it up when Hyunbin could not step up. And then the combined team effort when so many multiple teams are after them. Previous game, it took 2 teams at the same time to take DRX down, and that too when they were injured. So that goes on to speak volumes about how much respect they have commanded throughout the entire lobby. But whatever the case is, you know, I still feel those final games is all about any team from the bottom getting a chicken dinner. So much drama awaits us.
I mean, there's so much drama, there's so much excitement, and it is all going to conclude on the map of Miramar. I can't wait for the action to begin. And again, fingers crossed, hoping that, well, the Indian teams deliver their best. Of course, the Korean teams, South Korean teams are doing their level best already. And of course, the teams from Japan, who have been such a pleasant surprise to witness, they deliver their best as well. I think for the last game, I'm just going to let it all go, leave it to these teams, and just enjoy the action.
To be honest, CAG is the only glimmer of hope for Japan, and CAG has been delivering pretty well.
I mean, to be honest, Reject is in the same shoes as OG, right?
Yeah, I mean, Reject is over here to have fun. That's what it feels like as well.
Yeah.
But I really hope that, I mean, if Reject had a chance to actually take it to the gauntlet, they should have taken it. That's what I believe.
Agreed.
But it feels like Reject are just not really getting a chance to come back to life, and our teams are doing a fantastic job in keeping Reject suppressed. That's what I also feel like.
So throughout this entire tournament, I think just barring day 2, those initial moments where we saw Sarah popping off for the other boys, I think Reject have pretty much been kept at check. I think they posed no answers. They could not adapt quickly. Something that CAG OSAKA did today from game number 1 till this moment. I think they had such a nice climb. And even at this point, they could still go on to win the whole thing. The previous match did not go the way they wanted. The momentum was taken away from them. They also need that hard mental reset, and who knows? CAG OSAKA could script history.
I mean, they actually could.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the top 5 is still in the fight. Opportunity is still there to secure a spot for your nation. And Necro pointed out one thing. It's quite amazing that in the top 3 we have 1 team from South Korea, 1 team from India, and 1 team from Japan. All the nations represented. And that sort of goes on to showcase what was being tried to accomplish, bringing the regions, bringing the scene all together.
Actually, now in the top 3, Japan's not there, so Nongshim
Why
is
do you have
taken
to ruin
over.
everything, Necro?
I mean, look.
Understand the essence, Necro.
Yes, I'm trying to understand.
It's the
In
passion.
the top 5.
3
in the
nations,
top
1
5.
passion.
You asked Nebula to read the room. Read the room, Necro.
Yes.
But Nebula actually failed to read that room. They should have had the information
Just like
that
you.
someone
They
was
did.
actually third-party net. Even I failed to do that. But guys, to be honest, look, with the way things are looking like, it's quite sensitive. And I guess a moment of silence for K9 Esports. They really gave it all they had in the showdown, and now it feels like they just gassed out.
I mean, yeah, they're kind of gassed out now. But let's see. I mean, one last game, they can still fight for their pride. That still remains. Even if you have, I mean, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to criticize them for not being able to secure a trophy. But hey, it seems like something is happening. The arena goes dark, ladies and gentlemen. And that means in a few short moments, we are going to be jumping into the action of the last game. And as the arena roars once again, nations unite, legends collide, and only the most relentless will claim mortality. Forged in strategy, bonded by brotherhood. Every drop, every knock, every clutch, a message to the world. You can't outrun us anymore. This is more than a game. It's a war for legacy, for pride, for the nation, for the crown that only one can wear. And the question now remains, who is it gonna be for one last time? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the BMIC Grand Finale, the last map of Miramar. Here we go.
It's a fight for that one last time and one last chance. Still, there is a big chance that India can be the one to snatch that first spot away from DRX, or DRX might just continue their dominance. What they showcased in the previous game was an absolute masterclass, but DRX can be proven wrong.
Blood, sweat and tears is all that has taken all these teams to make it right here, right now. At the biggest moment of all for the Indian teams, for the South Koreans and for the Japanese. One last go, the last dance, careers on the line, everything on the line as the flight path trajectory this time around heavily skewed towards that eastern side, thwarting all those teams around the west. So OG, they're going to have a little bit of a pickled situation, but for TrueRippers, that's going to be a good news. DRX, eyes will be on them, Necro. Do they change their drop? They have been targeted. I'm pretty sure this time the same occurrence might happen.
This plane flight path, as you mentioned, just completely tilted on the right side of the map. DRX, they're going to head on towards the southern side of Los Leones. Once again, Nebula dropping towards Partona. Nothing changes over there. For Nebula, once again, the hopes are going to be high. They can definitely place themselves on the second spot after getting a 20-pointer, or maybe plus.
But
the circle, oh my God, shifting on the right side, fixes. This might just be my dream coming true. We might just see the zone popping up on the right side, but CAG, they already kickstart things on a fiery note. We talked about CAG as well, maybe being the potential champions. And if they do frag out heavy in this game, there's definitely a big chance.
Reject came in as the champions, came in as the strongest contenders from Japan, but it is CAG Osaka who's carrying on the torch. Boy, oh boy, they are heroes already for their nation, and surely have garnered a lot of Indian fandom as well. But today, even they stand a chance. And look at this, that one finish. And now, this is the moment. This is what this tournament is all about. South Korean, Indian, and a Japanese team in the top three. I think this cannot get more poetic than this. But at this point, DRX, eyes will be on them. Dropping down still towards the southern side. Little nod towards Partona. The entry inside the circle rather looks easy if GDR do not have any sort of shenanigans in their heads.
Fixes, I just want to see the circle pop up on the right side of the map. I
You
just
want
want
those
to
two
see
islands,
the
don't
circle
you?
pop up on those two islands on the right side. I was just talking about that before this game, when the previous game started. But now it seems like my hopes, they've amped up even more after watching this zone. Mysterious4 Bunny. Mysterious4, the way they choked up in the final few moments,
What?
man, that's got a sting. Madkings straight up sending it against Mysterious4. They know there's only one man alive, or they know there's only one man in this compound from M4, and they just want to punish him. Bunny reveals his position, but now he's the only person amongst the wolves. Can he really make a comeback? And maybe, yes, he can. He's trying his best to fight back, but he gets overwhelmed.
Oh, that's not good news for Mysterious4. How these undergods have fallen, but still, back a lot of punch. Still, they want to fight back. They know the dreams have been shattered, but against Madkings, it is going to be a fight till the very end. Snowjord, Omega in two different corners. Apollo wants to take a 1v1 fight, a frontal battle between these two young men. But Omega still staying put. Apollo readjusting while Mysterious4, they want revenge. Snowjord gives them that opener, and Mysterious4, they want to double down on this, and a knock on Shadow. Mysterious4, they look enraged.
Yeah, Madkings struggling, choking this fight. Omega spots out another man, and that's going to be in the name of Clutch Shot. And already Omega's pushed up deep. 3 shells in the shotgun, and what a catch that was. Draws that frag too. Is knocked. Madkings now just surviving with that one last man. And even he can't do anything. Mysterious4, classic approach to the fight, and that was quite a clean execution.
4 finishes for Mysterious4. They need 20 more at the very minimum. If they still want to dream about the slot, if they still want to dream about representing the Indian tricolors, they've got to go in.
What Thunder is playing from Seoul?
Way through, and yeah, I think this is where Team Seoul really out of options. 110 points, need a little bit of that punch, and interestingly enough, they put their star man out. iQOO Seoul have replaced Goblin and injected Thunder in. I mean, imagine if Thunder comes in and brings in all that Thunder. What is it going to do for Goblin individually at this point?
That would be crazy. Well, then at that point, can you really call him a star when he was not able to perform when the heads were on the swivel? That's what the talk is going to be about. And my answer will be no.
Throughout this entire event, we had a lot of expectations from Goblin, of course, being the poster boy for Team Soul. Failed to replicate. We've seen only individual heroics. I think if you ask me, it was Joker show all throughout. And yeah, a little bit of those legit brilliance, but Goblin still left stranded even for K9. I really feel like, Necro, I still think that they're going to pack a punch. You can never rule them out. Of course, they're not going to be winning a trophy, but still, they're going to be creating so much ruckus, just menacing around through the lobby, that, yeah, they might just decide who actually lifts the trophy here.
Yeah, definitely, there's a possibility. And K9 might still be fighting for the second spot. Still a chance. But K9, they got to give it all they've got. K9 possesses so much firepower. Beast, Ninja Boy, Slug. I've been mentioning this like a broken record. 3 of the best assaulters India's ever seen. And even with them, the results are not there when it matters the most. K9 Esports, now's the time when you're supposed to wake up. Dplus KIA. I'm pretty sure once again, Dplus KIA is going to try to play this one passive. Everyone knows in the last game, the lobby just goes insane. You will see a lot of random fights happening all over the place, a lot of third parties. That's ought to happen.
But this is exactly the situation where teams like Dplus KIA knows how to thrive. Rather, you also get to see the best of them. Look at them executing such a wild split. I'm pretty sure if there would be any of those finishes that they can easily get, they will try and definitely go on the hunt. But also, as of now, he knows that Mysterious4, they are on the lower grounds. They are already wounded. It's all about Dplus KIA exercising utmost patience there. And that is what gets me worried. Because Dplus KIA, we know, if they want an explosive game, they know how to get that.
Dplus KIA and Mysterious4 around the block, playing around the same spectrum, and fixes the next zone, actually shifts on the right side even more. Oh my god, my hopes are high.
Happening? Is it happening?
Yes, it might just be happening. We might just see an absolute cinema ending.
That would be preposterous. TrueRippers.
Whoever makes it to the 2
They are walking on thin ice, Necro.
Yep.
Look at this, TrueRippers. Right next to them are the boys from K9. And they are quite ferocious. K9 never backs off from a fight. TrueRippers needs to understand that the last time they tried to pull something off like that, they fell flat on their faces. But regardless, Jelly trying to still tread these unknown waters. And I don't like the ring of it.
Especially now, K9's never going to back away from a fight because they know they're struggling for elimination points. K9 need those points. K9 is going to go for this fight no matter what. They do not have any other option. But instead, it feels like they're just contesting that same spot over and over again.
Circle.
Just driving around in circles. And yeah, the zone shifting on the left this time. Unfortunate. I was so hopeful. I was so happy. But it's fine. We're anyways going to see an absolute cinema. It will be extremely close. And oh, Dplus KIA! They lose out of Fabian once again.
K9 might be opportunistic. K9 do know. Just managing to escape from TrueRippers. They know that Dplus KIA is wounded. And these notorious goblins, they might run havoc throughout the lobby. Trying to inject themselves, but TrueRippers not really leaving their tail. Ninja Boy taking some heavy amount of damage. Absolutely rattled 2 headshots on his skull, but Jelly cannot afford this. But Hydro finds a nice trade.
That was a knock with the M249 on that Rage. That is crazy. K9, they've still got the spark in them. TrueRippers, they can be humbled. TrueRippers, they need to pick and choose their fight. K9 is not the team you would want to mess with. They're desperate for points, and they're not going to back away from a fight like this. It's like TrueRippers is presenting them the opportunity to have a good fight. So TrueRippers, in my opinion, they just need to find a different breaching point. Just reroute.
Yeah, TrueRippers just need to hold on. At this point, they should be floating around, just hoping that DRX gets eliminated. But to add salt to their miseries, As of now, DRX have captured the central position, the prime position. And DRX's control. Both the Korean teams doing really well, and DRX does not make these mistakes. Even so, more concerning for TrueRippers, as they really need to be on guard. Even iQOO coming in from the backlines. MTR also shall inject themselves from the northwestern end. Where does TrueRippers go from here?
MTR is actually making that rotate from the top left. Mysterious4 still around the block of K9 Esports. And for even they're desperate for points. At least they've got a better ground compared to K9 Esports. So for Mysterious4, propelling themselves on the second is still possible. And look at K9. I told you, this team is desperate for points, and they're going to try to straight up send it. The only reason why Beast has got his hands on the M249 is because this man is ready for war.
He's ready
gonna straight up just to load that magazine on a moving vehicle, burst it open.
But still, K9 Esports, they are holding themselves back. They haven't really unleashed themselves yet. K9 still having eyes on the players of Mysterious4. Could get sandwiched, but this circle shift again favoring the likes of DRX. And for TrueRippers, it is going to be such a hard entry. So many keepers of the zone. JPX, the winners of the previous chicken dinner. They're also inching in close. They might have a fight against Reignite, but iQOO changing their tracks right now on the tails of the players of MTR. But TrueRippers really need to watch out. This is their moment, and now DRX having spotted out JPX, going after them. Couple of shots, but still no outcome yet.
0 finishes. DRX just waiting for JPX to step out in the open, make that one rookie mistake, and DRX will punish. Still the players back in the house, and to be honest, for JPX, I'm not sure why they're playing this one so passive and safe. Maybe just fighting for the pride.
Where's CAG OSAKA, Necro? I don't see them anywhere on the map. And at this point, I guess still playing around the blue. Let's not forget CAG OSAKA. They also stand chance. If TrueRippers get taken down early, and then CAG OSAKA manages to get a chicken dinner, who knows? TrueRippers might just lose a shot at the global trophy. For now, so easy. Taking a jab against Mysterious4. Omega's means of escape completely destroyed. And now Mysterious4 stuck between a rock and a hard place.
DRX. They've got quite a great spot in the prime positioning too. Mysterious4 just right there in the front, but DRX just can't do anything about it. The man from M4 is going to try to play it passive, simple. Do not even give any sort of peeks to DRX so that there will be no opportunity to present for them to make that push. TrueRippers, a bit of a slow start since they know the depth of the situation and they know what exactly is on the line. TrueRippers, they're fighting for the first. Not too far away from DRX, and this is the only team that can definitely possess a big chance.
Eerie silence taking over the battlegrounds right now. The golden stands about to turn red. Everybody with a bated breath, waiting for some action to commence. It's like a game of chess. Every team just waiting for their opponent's move right now. It's gonna be Joker who breaks the lull. Nongshim RedForce under fire. Doxy out of the equation, but TrueRippers ever so safe, but still the question lingering in my head. CAG OSAKA, who were nowhere to be found a couple of moments ago, have finally found a spot. Northwestern Territories, but K9. This is where they need to be. K9 actually ferocious. Claw their way through, inching in closer to Dplus KIA, but Nongshim RedForce, they answer back.
Nongshim. This is another one of those teams that does stand a chance. Their soul right next to Nongshim. And I'm pretty sure the hands are itchy, but look at OG right around the block. OG's got nothing to lose. They're probably going to third party this the moment the fight happens. Nongshim's vehicle, it's on the verge of being completely busted. Reject taking those shots against Soul, and to be honest, this can be real close. Soul falling back, and these shots constantly on top of the vehicle, legit. Man, oh man. He still somehow finds that escape.
Legit. One of the final hopes remaining from Team Soul, but what a crumble from the Titans, from being one of the tournament favorites to drop the ball once again. But Nebula now under heavy fire. It's none other than the Apes, and one after the other, they're just falling down. OG running havoc throughout the lobby, not sparing the players of Team Soul either. As for GDR, they've got their eyes set on the players of Mysterious4. OG going full send, and Adi, what does he have? Nothing but tears, lament, and remorse.
Nebula's panicking, Nebula's panicking. Adi's just running away from this spot. He knows he does not want to face OG, but even OG's backing away. They're going to let go of the players of Nebula, maybe. Reject. 3 players next to each other, Nongshim, TZ, Bini, and XZY. Right next to each other. Reject. 3 players around that same turf as well. And look at K9 Esports, they kickstart things. But even MTR, they reply back to K9. Ninja Boy Omega down. But Beast is still there to hold on to the shackles. And eventually MTR has been done and dusted with this game. As K9, they're the one to come out on top.
But Omega, he shall not be spared as well. And even Nongshim RedForce now under heavy fire. The Apes coming in so close. Bini taking some heavy beating as AKOP, he responds back. XZY, the last man alive, not anymore. As AKOP takes the stars away, but Kiolamau has to fight it. And TrueRippers, they're doing this. But Dplus KIA, they're wrenching in so close. Kiolamau needs to patch himself up. But even after that, it is so uncertain that he shall live.
KIA was just on the run, but even he gets caught. Dplus KIA spoiling the day for TrueRippers, just shattering their hopes. K9 has been eliminated. All the chances of K9 maybe squeezing themselves in the top 2, they go down the drain. Mistakes were made from K9, but TrueRippers, they need to hold on to that spot. No matter what, TrueRippers cannot choke. Hydro goes down. Hirsch still there in the back, and Hirsch is taking too much damage. TrueRippers, you need to survive. The only hope of India, it's on the verge of fading away. TrueRippers, you cannot fade away yet. Millions of fans rooting for TrueRippers. Millions of hearts pumping for this team. Everyone has a big hope. And Hirsch, now he's the only person who's carrying the flag forward.
With every passing second, tears trickling down the Indian fans as moments after moments, Harsh giving hope. But that's the end for the Indian dream. TrueRippers still eliminated, but questions on their qualification still lingering, still hanging. CAG OSAKA, all they need is 13 points to topple them over, but Reject, look at them hunting down Orangutan. AKOP caught with his pants down as Atanki looks for redemption, preparing that grenade up. Reject having that higher ground, but Reject, they're not going to be shying away from this, are they?
They're not. Reject is ready for a fight. They buckle up. Nates are definitely possessing a lot of threat as they're crawling right next to Sarah, and even the knock is right there. But even for OG, they're taking too much damage. Reject inflicting that same pain and hurt once again on OG. Another nade tossed, and that's going to be a re-knock on AKOP. But even Reject themselves, they just want to get the revival towards Sarah, and it's going to come through.
Reject. Finally, they show up at the most important moment. Playing for glory, showing the world why they won their league. And right now, they still have the global slot. But in the group stages, given their position at the 15th spot, at least would have a last dance in this. For the audience, the Indians have shown so much love to the Japanese teams. And for now, GDR trying to go after JPX. 2 players already down on their knees, and Nebula Esports, eye set on them. Reject right in front of them. I feel like Reject is unaware. But DRX, look at them staying put. And if you ask me, I think there's nobody really challenging unless and until CAG OSAKA go full send. Is this happening, Necro?
I'm not sure. And I don't think so. DRX, they're just constantly fragging out. No one's able to stop them.
CAG knows. CAG knows that DRX are in these very compounds. They've read the finish feed. I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams know.
And I don't think CHG is going to full send it on DRX
Yeah.
because they don't need to. They know TrueRippers have already been eliminated. They probably read the elimination feed. So CHG, all they need to do
Is get a chicken
is
dinner.
hold on and get a chicken dinner or maybe a lot of elimination points. But I don't think CHG is going to try to do the latter half. CHG is going to try to aim for a big game.
Given the fact that we just have 7 teams alive, that means now you're going to get those position points. CAG Osaka, so far, just 1 point. DRX will write history once again. South Koreans, again, conquering the Indian waters. DRX, they had been phenomenal, unchallenged, unmatched throughout the entire tournament. Individually, they were outsmarting everybody, overpowering every other team. And if you ask me as a team, they were perfect. And rightfully the deserved winners. And talk about handling pressure. They did that with finesse. But for Nebula Esports, what a run it would have been had the trophy come home. And Adi was so close. Everything just falling apart, Necro.
Nebula's not out yet. It all comes down to the circle, and it actually shifts away from Nebula. Oh no, problems after problems. Nebula now really need to rely on their heroics. These two players, they need to switch on the Superman mode. But even if they do, there's a big chance someone is ready and waiting with the kryptonite. DRX. Still in that same compound.
Yeah.
No one has even dared to touch those. Because they know that's the first placing team right there in that compound. So many hopes were there from TrueRippers, and the moment they were eliminated, those hopes were shattered. Jelly, just before this game, made a major statement. He said that he's going to be the one to lift that trophy, but I'm sure the moment he was eliminated, everything just faded away. All the hopes and dreams, even from the eyes of Jelly, they probably faded away.
Quite overwhelmed was Jelly. I think he got the better out of the situation. I mean, there were multiple questionable errors being made, and he knows that. Could have done so much better, but yeah. Still chances for Jelly to compete and the boys in the global stages. And for that to happen, CAG Osaka needs to fall. The only nearby threat, and Reject closing in on CAG Osaka. As for Nebula Esports, they're also inching in close. They've got Mysterious4 right in front of them. GDR on their northeast, but look at Naoto. Divine and Sarah, both of them being knocked out as Reject, Duello and Apollo inching in so close.
Man advantage in the hands of CAG, and that nade finds the connection. If CAG end up winning this fight, there will be no threat to CAG on this side of the map. They will control so much piece of cover. It's insane. They will have a lot of map control to play with. It was the fight for map control, and CAG, they win it. Now for CAG to win the game, it's not too tough. They've already got so much map control. And all they need to do now is be the cleanup crew and clean up anyone that tries to stop them in the tracks. God's Reign versus DRX. And God's Reign, they've already found one successful knock. Saishe's knocked out, but QXZ is instantly gone for the stick. Nebula, they make that push, and just like that, Mysterious4, they've been eliminated from the game. Nebula, they push themselves in the top 4.
Adi 5 finishes to himself, but this is DRX. One of the ultimate battles against GDR. They know they've got it in the bag, and they are now playing like champions. So easy, just trampling over God's Reign, showing the world why they deserve a slot in the gauntlet. As QXZ knows where Adi is. Visual awareness on point. DRX, they have been doing everything perfect.
Everything right. Kratos, a little bit separated from Adi, but Reignite, they really want to take it up close and personal against CAG Osaka. Garnet with that mini 14. I mean, the discipline from this team, it's been insane. Perfection personified from CAG, the way they played on the last day. Man, hats off. What a comeback it's been. Teams dream of pulling off a comeback like this, and CAG, it's been a Cinderella run for them. DRX, oh, they're able to find a great knock against Nebula, but even Saishe gets caught. DRX maybe still can be stopped. Kratos, the only man standing for Nebula, but he needs to pull off a 1-on-3. That's the only way DRX can't be stopped. And DRX knows the earlier they get rid of Kratos, the more the threat will not be there in the future. And that's why DRX is straight up making that push. and Kratos has been eliminated. With that elimination, another hope shattered for India.
And there you have it. CAG Osaka have made it to the top 3. 10 points secured already. All they need is 3 more. Naoto out of the game. It is going to be a photo finish, ladies and gentlemen, of which 2 teams shall represent their region in the Global Championships. As CAG Osaka set their eyes on Team DRX. But at this point, 5 finishes, top 3 finish secured already. And now TrueRippers left with nothing but kicking their foot themselves.
How did this CAG Osaka even make this happen? How did they even make this come true? 10 points already. Just a few points shy of toppling over TrueRippers. DRX engaging in a fight against REIGNITE. And I'm pretty sure the moment REIGNITE engages in a fight against DRX, CAG will go for the third party. This has been nothing less than a Cinderella run for CAG. And if they do end up winning the chicken dinner, that's going to be the icing on top of the cake.
Yeah, all they gotta do is just stay put. Let REIGNITE and DRX fight it till the very end. Maybe salvage whatever remains. But DRX knows it's already in the bag. They're going full send. They want to commit on for the fight. As REIGNITE trying to take fights on 2 different fronts. Nagon and Taikis just around. CAG playing it extremely safe. Divided on 2 fronts. REIGNITE, Taikis and Nagon, the last hope. But that team as Maton and Garnet, they already up those grenades. And it is looking really, really murky.
CAG now challenging a fight against REIGNITE. Taikis is there on the back. The man softened up. Not a lot he can do. There are still a decent bit of utilities in the hands of CAG, and he's also getting his hands on the loot crate.
More meds.
Getting some replenishments and the meds, as you pointed out.
5 finishes, and now this is it.
Oh,
This is
no.
the moment, right? CAG, they decide to pick a
my
fight and your mark.
God!
Oh my god, it's a TK!
What?
Taikis takes his own teammate down.
Yeah, a team nade, a big blunder from REIGNITE. And with that, CAG, now a new ray of hope emerge. It's a new ray of hope that is reignited for CAG to win the fight against him. Man, oh man. But DRX, even they're playing it pretty passive and smart. They're letting these 2 teams duke it out first, and then maybe DRX will make that push. REIGNITE, Yamak, and Nagon next to each other. Taikis, utilities tossed right on top of Garnet. But CAG, nothing is happening yet. Still, it's okay. But what is the game plan now? Are they straight up going to send it?
I have no clue. It's all a waiting game. I think they're all waiting for the final circle to hit. Stage 8 almost on the close. 9 to begin. DRX so poised, stoic. They know this chicken dinner is there. CAG and REIGNITE. Both of them very close to each other. Taikis goes out in the open, takes some heavy smacking. So easy, makes it look easy. And REIGNITE on the verge of a collapse. That means CAG Osaka could just clinch the 2nd position as Sheep out of nowhere gets a finish onto its Miz. And CAG Osaka, they might be actually doing it, but DRX want to have that moment, want to make it poetic as they go charging in.
Oh my God!
Big, but it's going to be CAG! What just happened? DRX stealing the show, taking the chicken dinner, and everything that comes along with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions for Battlegrounds Mobileindia International Cup will be DRX from South Korea, stealing the shows and reminding the Indian audience what happened in India, Korea. It was a South Korean team back then taking the win, and once again, it's a South Korean team winning the International Cup.
Before all of this began, a conversation happened. Someone said we're going to show up in the arena, remind everyone the echoes of 2023. Well, DRX, they made sure that message turns true as the team takes its position right next to that trophy. They have earned it. The one thing all these 16 names on that stage were fighting for, The crown is theirs, the trophy is theirs. DRX, the champions of BMIC 2025.
Oh, DRX. From start till the end, the domination was there. Insane stuff. Insane. Mind-boggling performance.
It's not easy. It's not easy to silence crowds coming in thousands, coming into the Indian soils and again conquering for South Korea, showing why they are turning out to be one of the most dominant region. The previous year Global Championship was won by Dplus KIA. Now they also have a slot in the GC, but DRX, 2 representation coming in from South Korea. You could see the tears. Oh.
DRX will be going to the gauntlet in the Global Championship. But still the question remains, who is on the second? CAG were there in the top 2. Fixes, do you think they have done it?
I think so.
I mean, they need 10 points.
Yeah, I mean,
they've done it.
It's down to elimination.
Or maybe do have some drama remaining. Johnny?
How many finishes do they have?
I think they had around
6 to 7.
6 to 7.
Yeah, oh, well, we'll...
That's 17 points in total.
I have
we'll
no
have to
idea
wait.
what's going on.
Yeah, I think I
Is
want
there
to
a
keep
chance?
it up in the air. The coin toss should be there. Not the coin toss exactly, but the suspense, it needs to be there. We know DRX is there, but who's going to be second still is going to be a question. It has been a phenomenal journey, though, in the entirety of the BMIC in general. I mean, with the way everyone fought. And you can look at the crowd as it stands on its feet. And
oh, no.
It's the hero of the nation down in tears, but you have to hold your head up high, lads. TrueRippers, I think the expressions, they might say it all. I think they might have pulled it off. Jelly is happy. Those are tears of joy.
Not the problem anymore, is he?
Yeah.
So many questions. Yes, I took so many critiques down. When I spoke, Jelly was not the problem. The entire nation turned against me. I was a believer. I believed. He definitely wasn't. Started off from scrap, built a team from scratch. Yes, there were a lot of things he could have done better, but for now, he's going to take this victory. He's going to represent India in the global stages. Let that sink in.
Man, all of these players, I mean, everyone just fighting for what they believed in on that stage. They deserve to take a bow.
Of course, man. I mean, the tears flowing out of the man's eyes. I mean, Jelly has been trying for years. Our nation, it's always been underrated when it comes to representing themselves in the international stage. But this time, we have 2 teams who are going to make it.
You don't have to cry, Fixes. It's okay.
I don't think he's crying. He's laughing.
I waited 7 years, man. I waited 7 freaking years to see the Indian colors once again back at the GC. The OG did it. I was happy once. I wanted an Indian team to lift the trophy, but I'm going to take it.
I think out of all of us who are sitting
right?
here on the commentary panel, this is the one man sitting in the center that actually gave it a try to the level best of his abilities, almost making it himself, but now watching the dreams. All of our dreams turn into reality vicariously through TrueRippers. It's just been a ride so far, but the thing is, it's not over yet.
I think huge ups to CAG OSAKA. I mean, they fought like champions till the very end. It was just a grain of difference. I really felt for a moment that CAG OSAKA could have went it. But beginning this journey, they were not even in the top 8. I don't remember even where they were. Ending in the top 3.
Everything that this man has said has come true. I'm pointing towards Necro right now. We see all the audience, the arena just standing still. But Necro, everything you said came true. Why could you not say TrueRippers was going to win the trophy?
Maybe I'm just an analytical genius.
No, you did not believe.
Listen, it's not about believing, right? It's just pretty much me trusting the stats and the facts. And that's what the stats and the facts said. I'm extremely happy for Jelly and the boys. And once again, this was not just a tournament.
Yeah.
It was an emotion. As I mentioned, our nation has been silenced for a year, but now we've got 2 teams who are going to make it to the Global Championship. One has got a direct slot to the gauntlet, and the other is going to head on to the group stage.
Oh man, I mean, what a day, what a journey it has been so far. Just an absolute pleasure being here. Do you guys have to say anything? Because I'm out of words, man, at this point.
Same.
I mean, I think thank you everybody who have come in numbers watching the English broadcast. We are emotional people. We're Indians. We get carried by that, and that is what drives us. Everybody in the arena came here to support. I think everybody cheered when DRX played really well. When Japanese teams went after the South Koreans, Dplus KIA, everything. You know, it has all come down to this. And I can say, for the ones watching us globally, we're coming for you.
Exactly. We've put our best foot forward this time, and these are some of the best teams that India has delivered. They will make our nation proud. It's not even a question. This tournament will go down in the books of history with how much of a roller coaster of emotions everyone has witnessed. Even a team like Nebula and Mysterious4, expectations when they were not there, they have delivered right on point.
Exactly. A lot of these teams, with the way they fought, with the way they played their matches, proved a point that this is not just going to be another tournament, this is going to be a statement. And with TrueRippers, the way they have played, with how Nebula and Mysterious4 kept DRX on their toes yesterday, and with what K9 was able to deliver today as well, I think this is going to be a moment that opens up a door of possibilities, a world of possibilities for everyone else, for all the aspiring athletes that are sitting there in the arena right now. Because let's not forget, there was a day when all of us were there sitting in these chairs and not here.
True. Absolutely true. I mean, these guys are closest to our dreams. That's all I'm going to say.
Hey.
Once everyone that is sitting over here has dreamed of being an esports athlete, has dreamed of being out there representing your own country, but we failed. But they are living our dreams, and I hope they make us all proud.
They will.
Yeah.
They will. I think
we are already proud.
For you and I, it's been such a memorable roller coaster.
We are the old ones. Every time Necro is there, the average age on this panel drops.
We feel older, but then again, you know, we have seen it all, right? We have seen Indians in a different game go there almost that second spot. This time also was a second spot, but this time we get to compete in the GC once again. I think that emotion to just sink in, it's going to take me some time, but it is time that BGMI comes alive once again.
It has come alive. It has come alive in Delhi. Today, mark the day, 2nd of November.
What a day it's been, guys.
I mean,
can you guys imagine what a year it has been?
What a year, yeah.
I mean,
it's been a year full of uncertainties, don't
you think? I know, right? Years full of unpredictability. At the start of 2025, we saw the undergods making a name for themselves. We saw so many surprises. Later on, once again, these undergods kept on the domination, and now in the showdown, we saw some big upsets, but we also did see some promising names emerge out.
I'm glad you brought up the underdogs, the undergods. That was Team Aren that first got an opportunity to represent the nation. I think that gave a new taste of what was left to be earned for all of the athletes, and since then a new wave of athletes was born. Everyone got revamped, and now we are seeing the next evolution with the likes of Hydro, with the likes of Hero, with the likes of Bunny, Adi, Snowjot, Kratos, Nomi. I mean, the list goes on and on.
And this is such a stark reality check for all the so-called veterans who think they have taken things
You're
for
a veteran.
granted. Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm retired. But then again, for the players, I think it's time to buckle up. We just had the roadmap announced. And you know, this tournament meant a lot for so many teams. Because I know there's so many shuffles going to happen after this. And next year has so much for us.
Hey, okay. This BMIC was still a surprise for all of us. That, all right, we're going to have India, Korea, and Japan. 3 nations coming together. Next year, everyone's going to start preparing for it in advance.
I know, right? The roadmap, since it's already announced, we know after Showdown, once again, BMIC is going to happen. That too in October. So, yeah, everyone's going to start to prepare in advance. To be honest, I'm not going to lie. I'm out of words myself. I'm speechless with what I've witnessed today. Emotions were all across the board, all over the place. You can also look at the fans. You can also look at the audience. Every single moment, every single clutch, every single frag they witnessed. You saw them just jump out of their chairs and cheer for their favorite teams. Even OG, to be honest, they are moving forward, but they've also spoiled a lot of games. Let's not take that away.
Last words. This is going to be the end soon. Any last words from you guys? Quick fixes. I need to say my bit as well.
I don't know, man. I'll just let it pass. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure.
Yeah,
to just
it's
be
been an
here.
absolute pleasure to be here. And note this down. This tournament is going down in the book of history.
Well, these lads have pretty much said it all. Necro saying it perfectly. I just want to say thank you all of us for joining us. It's just been an honor to be here with you. Now let's just close things on the stage.
Thank you so much, casters. And ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to crown our champions and celebrate some amazing moments of BMIC 2025. Delhi, special shout out to you guys. You, all of you, you have been amazing. Thank you so much for your energy. Thank you so much for your support. एक बार आपके लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Come on, Delhi. And now, welcome to the presentation ceremony. And the first award is for the best clutch. And for this award, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sachin, Lead Business Development, Esports of KRAFTON India. The best clutch of BMIC 2025 goes to Hero from Mysterious4. When everything was on the line, this player turned chaos into calm. And like a hero, Hero gave us the best clutch of BMIC 2025. Apart from that flex and this title of the best clutch, Hero will also be getting that check of 1 lakh rupees. Come on, Delhi. Zordar talia ho jaye for the phenomenal performance by Mysterious4, by Hero of Mysterious4. Congratulations, Hero. Thank you so much, Mr. Sachin. And for the next award, that is for the best IGL, I would like to call on stage Mr. Bala Krishna, Lead Marketing Esports, KRAFTON India. And the best in-game leader of BMIC 2025, the title goes to QX from Team DRX from South Korea. The voice that turned panic into purpose. The voice that guided his squad through the most difficult situations. And like a champion, QX from Team DRX will be taking home the title of Best IGL of BMIC 2025 and also receiving that check of 1,25,000 rupees. Congratulations, QX. Thank you so much, Mr. Bala. And now for the next award, that is for the tournament MVP. I would like to call on stage Mr. Karan, Associate Director Esports of KRAFTON India. And ladies and gentlemen, the tournament MVP of BMIC 2025 goes to Hyunbin from Team DRX of South Korea. From consistency to clutches, from power to presence, the one name that ruled them all. the most valuable player of BMIC 2025. Yoonbin will also be receiving that check of 2.5 lakh rupees. He truly showed what dominance looks like. Congratulations. Thanks so much, Karan. And now, apart from the check, Yoonbin will also be receiving that amazing trophy, which announces to the world that he is the most valuable player of BMIC 2025. Well played, Yoonbin. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And now for the second runner-up. And for this award, I would like to call on stage Mr. Meenu, Head of India Publishing Department, KRAFTON India. And the second runners-up of BMIC 2025 are the boys from CAG Osaka from Japan. They fought every battle with heart. And because of that phenomenal gameplay, they earned this spot on the podium. The second runner-up of BMIC 2025. And they will be receiving the check of 10 lakh rupees. And along with some memories, they'll also be taking home that medal and that title of being called the second runner-up of BMIC 2025. Congratulations, CAG Osaka. Thank you so much, Mr. Meenu. Thank you so much. And now for the first runners-up, I would like to call on stage Mr. Mibu, Head of Strategy and Esports, KRAFTON India. And ladies and gentlemen, the second runners-up of BMIC 2025, TrueRippers from India. They chased the crown till the very last match. Today they might not wear the crown, but they won each and every heart in this arena. TrueRippers, ladies and gentlemen, taking home that check of 15 lakh rupees. Thank you so much, Jelly. Thank you so much, TrueRippers, for giving us those amazing moments. TrueRippers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Mebu, and congratulations, TrueRippers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to crown the champions. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sean, CEO of KRAFTON India. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to crown the champions of BMIC 2025. They are the boys from South Korea's DRX. The team that rose above the rest. They indeed made this battleground their own playground. 2 days ago, they came in as contenders, but tonight they leave as legends. Team DRX, ladies and gentlemen, the champions of BMIC 2025. Sean, I would request you to please come this side. Because now it is time to give the crown to our champions. Because all of this was for the crown. And also that golden ticket to represent their country at the global stage. Well played, Team DRX. And the crown is here. And this is the moment where the IGL of Team DRX will be taking that trophy. QX, this is all yours. Let's go! The champions of BMIC 2025, Team DRX from South Korea. And we have Tabish here who will be helping us interpret the Korean language. ताबिश, सबसे पहले मैं QX से ये जानना चाहता हूँ ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस उनका इंडिया में BMIC 2025 में और ये क्राउन अब घर ले जाने में कैसा फील कर रहे हैं वो?
먼저 멋진 승리를 거두셔서 정말 축하드립니다. 이 대회에서 그리고 인도에서 경험이 어떠냐고 물어보고 있습니다.
여태까지 쉽게 경험할 수 없던 인도 팀이랑 이렇게 한 번 더 경쟁할 수 있게 되어서 영광이었고, 또 저희한테서 보지 못했던 모습들을 인도 팀한테서도 보면서 좀 어느 정도 많은 것을 좀 배운 것도 있는 것 같습니다.
ये बोल रहे ये टूर्नामेंट हमारे लिए बहुत ही अच्छा रहा है और इससे हम बहुत सारी सीखें लेकर जा रहे हैं और हमारी टीम यहाँ पर जीत गई है, ये हमारे लिए और भी अच्छी बात है.
एंड टुवर्ड्स द एंड क्या उनको लगा कि अपनी कोई इंडियन टीम या कोई और टीम इनकी जो बनाई हुई लीड को ओवर पार कर सकती है टुवर्ड्स द लास्ट मैच?
마지막 경기에서 어떤 인도 팀이 1위 순위가 올라갈 수 있냐고 생각하십니까?
당연히 저희 아래에 있던 TR이 올라올 수 있다고 생각했습니다.
इन्हें ज़रूर TR से थोड़ा डर तो लगा था कि वो कहीं हमसे ऊपर ना चली जाए.
एंड इस समय ऑफ कोर्स बहुत सारे लोग हैं ऑडियंस में जो TRX को भी सपोर्ट कर रही थी, तो फॉर द लव दैट दे हैव रिसीव्ड इन द लास्ट 3-4 डेज इन इंडिया उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
여기 TRX 팀을 지원하는 팬들이 더 많잖아요. 그 팬분들에게 할 말씀이 있습니까?
응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고, 또 이렇게 저희가 이번 대회를 치르면서 좀 저희 팬들이 좀 더 많아졌으면 좋겠었는데 꼭 그렇게 됐으면 좋겠고, 앞으로도 DRX 좀 많이 사랑해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
सबसे पहले हमारे जितने भी फैंस हैं यहाँ पे उनको बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमें हमेशा सपोर्ट करने के लिए. आगे भी हम ऐसे करेंगे और अपने फैंस को कभी भी निराश नहीं करेंगे और हम एक अच्छी टीम की तरह सामने आएंगे.
एंड इस समय घर में बैठे लोग जो इंडिया से ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट देख रहे थे एंड अरीना में जितने सारे फैंस बने हैं टीम DRX के, उनको कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
한국에 있었던 팬분들에게 그리고 여기 인도에서도 그 핸드폰을 아니면 TV에서 본 팬분들에게 할 말씀이 있습니까?
멀리서 응원해주고 계신 저희 이제 한국 팬분들께도 정말 끝까지 포기하지 않고 응원해주시는 마음 덕분에 저희가 이 자리에 설 수 있게 된 것 같고, 항상 응원해주셔서 너무 감사드리고, 앞으로 있을 경기에서도 최선을 다해서 더 좋은 모습으로 보답드리는 DRX가 되겠습니다.
कोरिया में जो इनके फैंस हैं और जो घर बैठकर देख रहे हैं उनको भी ये बहुत ज़्यादा धन्यवाद कहना चाहते हैं इनको हमेशा सपोर्ट करने के लिए, और आगे भी वो एक अच्छी टीम की तरह हर कंपटीशन में दिखने की कोशिश करेंगे और आपको निराश करने की ना करने की कोशिश करेंगे.
ऑफ कोर्स मैंने QX से तो काफ़ी बात कर ली है, लेकिन मैं अब QX से जानना चाहता हूँ कि उनकी टीम में और कोई है जो कुछ बोलना चाहता है हमारी इंडियन ऑडियंस से?
지금 팀원들 중에 할 말씀이 있습니까? 아니요, 팀분들 중에 어떤 팀분들이 팬분들에게 할 말씀이 있습니까? 코치님,
Alright.
여기
The coach of DRX इस समय कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?
네. 인도에 이렇게 와서 너무 감격스럽고 팬들의 열광이나 이런 열정이 진짜 저희한테 좀 많이 도움이 된 것 같고, 인도 BGMI가 진짜 너무 강하고 앞으로도 더 큰 발전을 할 거라 생각됩니다. 네.
इंडिया आकर जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है वो तो काफ़ी अच्छा है, और इंडिया में फैंस की एनर्जी जो थी, जो फैंस का सपोर्ट था, उनकी आवाज़ें थी, उनकी एनर्जी थी, उससे हमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा मदद मिली है इस कंपटीशन में ऊपर आने के लिए. आगे भी हम अपने आप को और बेहतर बनाते जाएंगे ताकि फैंस हमें और भी ज़्यादा पसंद करें.
All right, thank you so much, Team DRX, and congratulations, the winners of BMIC 2025. So this trophy is yours. Please take it home. This is your moment.
한 번 더 축하드립니다. 여기 상을 받으십시오.
सकते हैं the champions of BMIC 2025 up close. And with this, we come to an end of BMIC 2025. But let me tell you, this is just the beginning of a new chapter in BGMI history. Until next time, keep playing, keep loving your favorite game. This is BMIC 2025 signing off from Delhi. क्या बोलना क्या है? All right, इसी के साथ खत्म होता है BMIC 2025. Thank you so much everyone who watched, enjoyed and supported us at the stream. And इस समय जो भी अरीना में आए, अपने favorite teams को support किया, अपने favorite IGLs को support किया, अपने favorite players को support किया. Thank you so much. हम मिलेंगे फिर एक बार अगले साल 2026 में. आपने रोड मैप तो ऑलरेडी देख रखा है, तो एक बढ़िया, awesome, bigger than before tournament के साथ हम फिर जुड़ेंगे आपसे. Until then, keep loving and keep playing your favorite game BGMI. This is Rohit Varghese signing off from Delhi.